on the strip.
It's
Okay, I think we're ready to go here. We are ready to go. Welcome everybody. Glad everybody could be here tonight. We got ourselves a pretty wild cash game. 1-1 cash game. Max buy-in $120 or half the biggest stack at the table. I'm telling you, this is going to be a drama-filled game. Prepare yourselves for the all-out poker 1-1 cash game. I'm going to work on some stuff on the back end while the first hand here is going out, but let's move into that first hand.
Yep.
Got seat 1 is Guy.
Hell yeah.
Although it says one guy. One guy. That's going to be his nickname for the night. Brian, first hand, waking up with ace queen offsuit, bumps it up to $3.
Brought your own slippers?
Very first hand of the stream. Seb is going to 3-bet to $8 with a king jack.
So you do have to think about it.
It's so smart. These floors, my feet get so cold on these floors.
Ace 2 suited for Lorraine. She ends up folding.
In some places they got slippers for you downstairs, flip-flops for you at the patio.
Free booze.
Yeah. These things exist.
I prefer Fremont over the new strip.
Set.
I went down to Fremont. I really enjoyed it down there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice.
Brian hitting his queen on the flop.
Right.
Seb's got the king of hearts there, so he does have a backdoor heart draw.
I never played on Fremont. I just went and hung out. Okay.
We went to the circuit, like we were there for the NFL playoffs, right? So we went to the circuit at that giant.
Gonna make the call. Look, wow, there's that heart. That 9 is actually a fantastic card for Seb. Now he actually has a gut shot straight as well with his king jack.
In April.
Yeah.
And Blake Shelton's bar was open.
Okay, yeah.
And it was their grand opening week. We didn't know.
Seb looking for a king, heart, or 10.
My wife wanted to go in and see the bar,
right?
And we won.
Oh, there it is. Seb ends up hitting the 4-card flush on the river.
Yeah.
What a time, man! It was my best,
$78 in this pot.
best trip in Vegas. I've been there 5 times and
Wow. Yeah.
So
Nice. Yeah, definitely going back. 100% going back.
50.
Oof, that was loud. Loud on the ears.
Raped or something?
is rape
Oh, you know you've been raped, or okay?
It's a rape.
I think enough to pass it.
Yeah.
We were supposed to go in December, coming out of the exchange rate. Crazy.
You guys are here in the chat. Jump in, say hello. I see we already have 3 viewers over on YouTube, 2 on Facebook. Welcome everybody to the stream.
Yep.
I was like, boys, listen, I'll pay for supper.
I will be with you momentarily. We just finished our first hand. Seb picking up quite a bit of chips there with the king high flush.
But they do it because guys, people go there, right?
They're making hand over fist money.
They're not in there to lose it, so.
All right. Good luck for me.
Good luck at the night.
And good luck for me.
I saw Matt Franco too, the magician.
Just getting everybody situated here as we get started.
Nice.
Yeah, really enjoyed that. Like $80, so we went to do that one night. And
Oh, you got to take in the
what do you know when
show.
saw
See,
the Eagles at the Sphere?
Dan's in the chat.
Really enjoyed that.
I got the first thumbs up on YouTube. That is something to be proud of.
Wasn't too bad.
I will definitely say that is something to be proud of. Appreciate you being here, Dan, especially on YouTube. Trying to build up the YouTube channel, and that's usually the only one that kind of tracks watch hours and stuff like that. Facebook does, but it's not. Really appreciate everybody.
Second day of the stream. How will it be fucking announced tomorrow?
Actions are.
We've got the biggest.
Getting this stuff shared around here. Look at this. Lorraine ends up hitting top pair. Only $6 in the pot. Must have been a straddled pot.
I usually put extra excitement into it too.
I don't know, it looks like it was a spot. Sorry, I might have missed that. All right, I think I'm tuned in here now. I think I am ready to go. I am here focused on the action, joining all of you guys in the chat. We're going to be doing some rabbit hunting tonight, if I can remember to do it.
What, the rabbit hunt?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Good. So welcome everybody. This is going to be a great stream. A lot of action. There was quite a bit of money on the table too, believe it or not.
People who don't want to.
So we is what we're also waiting on 2 other players. I'll let you guys guess in the chat who you think those other 2 players are. They're just running a little bit late. But I'm glad everybody could be here. This is we've been having quite a bit of streams. We've had been doing a lot of work on this end. So it's good to see everybody. I'm glad everybody could be here tuning in tonight.
You raised me with nothing. Sometimes nothing's enough.
Nelson, a sub over on YouTube. Tim bumping it up to $11 with Ace King suited. To Corey in the straddle.
Sometimes nothing's enough.
Alan, sub over on YouTube too. Thank you.
That is 16.
You raised.
Corey would have hit a diamond draw on the turn. That would have got pretty interesting. He wouldn't have made it there though on the river. But it is what it is.
You raised me with nothing. Sometimes nothing's enough.
We got all the subs showing up on YouTube tonight. I always wondered they always show up like right at the start of the stream. So Dark saying, "Hey, I just subbed yesterday." Awesome, man. Thank you. Welcome to the community. Welcome to the All Out Poker stream. I'm glad you can be here. This is it's always exciting. I like having some new viewers. I'm not sure I've seen you actually in the chat before, so welcome. Is it on a delay? Yes. Yes, it is. I'm dealing, so it had to be on a delay. It's on basically a 24-hour delay because I do everything myself. So let's move into this. Look at this. Attila, seat 7, has Ace Queen. Bumps it up to $5. Lorraine calls with King 10 suited. Corey's going to join along with the Jack 2. Corey hitting a pair of jacks. Or no, sorry, trip jacks. Ooh, this is going to get ugly. Attila with the Ace Queen firing out $11. Lorraine making the call with the pair of 10s and the King kicker. The club draw out there though too. Nobody has a club. 3 diamonds doesn't change anything, although it does put a diamond draw out there now. Now there's 2 flush draws to be worried about. At 3. Giving Corey the boat. $54 in the pot. Let's see what Corey's going to fire here.
That is 25.
A $25 bet. Attila, just with ace high here. 2 pair on the board. Dark says, looks like you're using an app to track the progress of the hands. What do you use? It is called Poker GFX. It is, this is on an RFID table that I built myself. Just kind of bought the RFID hardware and stuff through Video Poker Table. And, you know, essentially just kind of made this whole stream kind of from, you can kind of see one of the cell phones up in the top of the screen there if you look closely. Looks like Lorraine's going to make the call here for the $25 with the pair of 10s. Didn't believe Corey. Corey having the image of a wild player, but can't blame Lorraine for making that call. Did make the call with the Jack 2 pre-flop. It was only $5 though, and on his straddle. So I imagine anybody on a straddle would be making that call. Had a nice lucky flop. But yeah. So Dark, yeah, I built pretty much built this entire setup myself. You can kind of see all the wires and all the lights and cameras and stuff all kind of set up there. It's a pretty much a very budget. I wouldn't say budget friendly, but it's camera stuff is like very expensive. So like I'm using old cell phones and all that kind of stuff. So It's a very low budget stream, basically, as compared to what you might see for poker stuff. So, but I've gotten a lot of compliments on it. People are telling me that it's very comparable to some of the bigger streams out there, which is a bit shocking. So it's kind of good to hear, and you know, I really appreciate all the support that I'm getting, and from the community, the entire poker community. There's people all around the world, so it's good to see all of that support. Well, looks like we got a bet $7 here. $22 in the middle. Attila smashing 3 10s on the flop. Still a little bit of a wet flop though with that 7 of clubs. Possible straight draws out there, but Tim sitting here flopping the boat in an easy game of poker. This is going to be a really tough spot for Attila to even get away from this. Firing out a $16 bet, getting called from Attila. Going to a river. A queen would be absolutely disgusting on this river. It's not it though. And a club. $16 bet now from Tim. That club might actually worry Attila a little bit. Curious to know if maybe Tim actually got there with the flush. That jackass also completes 9-8 straight. So it's a little bit worrisome with the 10s, but maybe Attila just thinks he's firing here with the 10, and he might have him out kicked with a queen. It's hard to say. $70 in the pot, all in. Tim doesn't look happy about it, believe it or not, even though he flopped the boat. He does make the call. Attila, a little bit shocked there. Didn't expect Tim to have that hand. Tim looked a little bit worried. Not sure what he was worried about. Maybe he was just felt strength from Attila. Maybe he knew he had a 10 there and was worried that he just got beat. Denise, welcome to the chat. Finally, worth the wait. Yes, I'm sorry. Sorry, it was had a little bit of a couple issues on my end, so we're glad to be here. I'm glad you can be joining us tonight. A little bit of a late start, but we're here. We're ready to go. We started at 8 o'clock. Well, 8 o'clock Atlantic time. We'll be going a late stream, but that's okay. I love having you guys all here. Either way.
Sometimes the jack just looks so juicy.
Straddle in play.
Got ourselves a nice little straddle in play here from Attila. Gonna try to get some of that money back from Tim. Tim winning quite a large pot. We're only on hand number 6 here already. Seb bumping it up to $5 with pocket 2s under the gun. Well, I guess under the gun plus 1. Because I guess the straddle is under the gun. Brian's going to make the call. Lorraine's going to make the call. Brian's got a pretty fun hand. The 10-9 suited. You always love those little suited connectors. $22 pot. Look at this Seb.
It's
nailing his set on the flop.
I burnt the kettle.
Oh, right, from the other day?
Yeah.
Fuck.
So it's like I was no joke. I was upstairs for 45 minutes scrubbing the thing.
And it's not done yet? Like, it's not fixable?
No, I have to let it soak for a little longer. Yeah.
Seb bumping up to $7, trying to get some money into this pot.
I guess lesson learned.
Brian's gonna come along though. Just wants to see a turn card.
Stuck in the turning thing, and it just burnt the piece of popcorn and just put it right all the way.
I kept like marking it on the side.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that Sunday?
Attila with the ace, the queen 10. He's gonna let it go. Oh, a 9. Brian hitting mid pair on the turn. It's not a terrible card. He actually has some showdown value now. Seb gonna slow down.
That is 17.
Brian thinking his 9 might actually be good here if Seb was going to check behind. $17 bet. Not a bad bet if you're trying to get some value. Although we know Seb has a set of 2s. See what this river brings. The 3. There's the boat for Seb. Out of position here. $70 in the middle. The club draw was missed. Seb's got $124 in his stack. Brian's got about 50 left behind. Seb firing out a $24 bet. I like that sizing. And I'll tell you why, because I think, you know, in a lot of these situations, I think, you know, Brian would probably have to call that bet with a jack, right? And in this situation, we see that he actually only has a 9. But even having a 9 in this spot is, you know, you could probably make that call with a 9, right? You know, where Seb checked the turn with the jack, played it a little bit slow. You know, you could almost make an argument that your 9 would be good there as well. But Brian ended up making the correct fold there, so shout out to Brian folding that 9. Seb smashing that boat on the river. Seb picking up a nice little pot. See Renee's in the chat. Enjoying your streams, Dave. Great job at entertaining us. Thanks, Renee. Thanks for being here. Glad you could be tuning in. I see Glazen's back. Welcome back, Glazen. Why is no one munching on some of that delicious? I burnt the kettle. At the million chip tournament, I left the burner on, and then it had a piece of popcorn stuck in the burner, so it burnt the hell out of the kettle. So I was like scrubbing it for a little while, and
20 to 30. I'm looking forward to it.
so yeah, I kind of ruined the kettle. So I have to try my best to clean it again before the game.
That is 15.
Should have it ready. Should have it ready by next game. We'll be ready to have some more popcorn. Believe it or not, I've made so much popcorn from having poker games. I bought a 3-liter jug of oil for the popcorn machine, and it's already 3/4 gone. That's how much popcorn I made. I made an absolute crap ton. Tony here, bumping it up to $15, gets called by Alex with the ace-queen. Tony with the self-proclaimed ham sandwich, the 3-2.
Fooling around.
Alex has a gut shot here. Tony going to continue the aggression. $17. Fairly solid bet, although I think a lot of cards here Alex would be calling with in this spot. Tony's probably setting up for a really big turn bluff. Alex does continue that turn. Tony hitting the pair of 2s now. Obviously doesn't think that 2 helped Alex at all. $80 in the middle. I believe this is actually Tony's first hand.
That is 25.
$25 bet from Tony.
Yeah, you took 100 and then 25 off.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
No, it's not.
But it doesn't matter. You can put the 25.
I had a ham sandwich.
200.
Alex is going to fold the ham sandwich. Tony shows the pair of 2s. We know he had the best hand anyway. The ace would have came down on the river. We rabbit hunted. Alex would have hit the ace on the river if he continued for one more card. Unfortunate for Alex. Tony picking up that first hand of him joining the table with the ham sandwich.
I think my pair of 2s were good. You had a straight draw.
Yeah, we have Richard jumping in the chat. Tony is always trying to get rid of the riffraff. Yes.
I'm not sure which one, but yeah.
The riffraff, indeed. Denise says infamous Tony Ham Sammy. The Ham Sammy. I like that. See, Glazen would love to see Regis Philman get involved in one of these cash games. He dominates those tournaments. Yes, he has been doing extremely well
I know. That was a good fold.
lately. I'm not sure if he plays much cash, though. I think it's mostly just tournaments.
Call. Call.
Looks like we got ourselves a little bit of a limped pot here. Everybody limping in. We got Tony with the pocket fives.
That is 11.
Alex is
Much better.
gonna get rid of the riffraff,
No riffraff.
firing out $11 with the Jack 10 suited of spades. Attila folds. Seb folds.
Yeah.
Lorraine folds.
Call. Fold.
Tony's gonna continue with the pocket fives. Got ourselves an Alex versus Tony's hand again. Alex is the aggressor in this one, though.
Crazy part.
Ham sandwich.
It's actually a fairly good flop for the pocket fives.
Not too much, you lose your customer.
That is 21.
$21 from Alex.
Can't change the game, no.
Yep. Yep. I got Pineapple, Omaha. I got like all the games pretty much on here, but forget which one.
No, I mean like if you say.
You may have seen the Nightbot
Oh, no,
pop
no,
up in the
usually-
chat sharing
usually it has to be
our
taken.
Amazon store. Basically, it's just a little affiliate store, you know, with all the equipment and stuff that I bought on Amazon for those that are interested in what kind of equipment we use for live streaming. All the wires and adapters and all that kind of stuff. You know, of course, if anybody's interested in purchasing any of that kind of stuff, some poker accessories, you can check out the Amazon store. We have a .ca store and a .com store. Because we are Canadian, right? This is a Canadian stream. Pretty sure this is the only Canadian stream, which is pretty impressive to say. Quite proud of that. Tony's gonna fold. He's gonna give the respect to Alex here. We would have seen that Tony would have won. A 4 and an 8 of hearts came down. That 4 would have been a fairly good card for Tony to see. Gonna give Alex the respect on that hand. Alex playing the position.
That's why I wasn't calling. I was debating on whether I wanted to go all in on the second hand or I went crazy the first hand. I should have just kept going. You gotta piss away your first $120
First 120 doesn't count.
Yeah, so if you guys are new here, you know, consider subscribing on YouTube, Twitch, you know, Facebook, Kick. We're all on all the streaming platforms. And, you know, just trying to build the community and welcome, even if you don't want to sub or subscribe and all that kind of stuff. And joining us, I'm glad you could be here either way and maybe checking out the stream and jumping into the chat. So welcome, welcome.
Oh, I want that.
Got a couple viewers over on YouTube, 14 viewers over on YouTube, 8 over on Facebook currently. As we just started the stream,
Call.
only, I don't know, what, 15, 20 minutes in?
No, raise.
Got a straddled pot, looks like. Or a bet of 2, I guess.
Wasn't even a ham sandwich. The ham sandwich.
$11 in the middle, 5-way going to this flop.
That would have been a good flop.
That would be good for me.
Check.
Tim
Check.
flopping 2 pair.
That is 8.
Definitely a little bit of a worrisome flop though. Club draw out there. There's a king out there as well. Straight draws are out there. Completed straights are out there. Little queen 9 or ace queen. Brian's gonna call with the top pair. 5 of diamonds.
Oh, that would have been a perfect board.
Check it over to Tim. Tim's gonna fire another bet, $16. Basically double the bet that he did the previous street.
Two pair versus.
Question is, does Brian actually think his top pair is good? He doesn't. He does make the fold. Again, Brian making the correct fold. That 9 on the river certainly wouldn't have been a card that any of the players would have wanted to see. Imagine it just would have went check on the river anyway. With that 9 of hearts.
I'm gonna play this hand blind.
So Davey Boy blazing in the chat. Will you be checking out the Kenny versus Spenny tour coming up at the Casino New Brunswick? No. No, I haven't. I'm too busy running this, believe it or not. I don't really have time to have a social life. I'm busy, you know, trying to build this, and I mean, I shouldn't say that. I get to see everybody at all the poker games, so it's that's my way of socializing, and I try to play in a couple local games, and maybe play at the casino every once in a while.
That's for me. Oh, it's slots.
I always like to try to support locally the best I can.
It's a sad market today. The economy's in a sad place.
It is quite sad, Casino New Brunswick kind of getting away, getting rid of all their tournaments, but
That'd be such a good one.
if they start seeing the poker community kind of increasing from here on out, they may end up deciding to bring those tournaments back.
You look on the turn. That's where you
It would be fun. It'd be fun running this table at a casino tournament. I think it would be drawing quite a big
That's
crowd.
my rule. You always look on the
Help us
turn.
across the street here.
Okay, Ash delivering first.
I'll check.
Gotcha.
Yep. I trust
What do
you
we
guys.
got here? Tony
Seems like you're tapping.
hitting top pair.
Kind of hard to outplay blind people.
I think they're saying that pretty much most of them are blind here. Nobody knows what they have.
I got a ham sandwich.
I gotta look.
I got an 8.
Oh, did you?
Oh, is that, yeah, I'm supposed to look.
Not even
Oh
open.
well, yeah, you're supposed to look on the turn. I didn't look, but I'm supposed to.
That's crazy.
Gee in seat 1.
I'll look on the river, I guess. You're supposed to look on the turn.
Damn, no one explained that.
These multi-way pots always just fill up the screen with graphics. It's kind of hard to see some of the players. Bet is $12 for Matilla.
Man tries to bully blind people.
Needs a 7 for a straight.
Just normal so far. I looked at my cards, playing the freeze.
Why would you look? That's overrated.
Corey,
That's all.
the 4-2 suited.
Poker, you're not a good player.
Oh man, that is a good one.
I check in the smoke.
Corey's got a flush draw here with the 4-2.
Can you not make
Pen's a little bit of scary card for everybody.
What's that?
Don't make those suggestions
Oh, okay.
again.
It wasn't very good.
No.
Corey's gonna grabbing some chips. Looks like he's gonna try to take a stab at it.
That is 28. I gotta look.
$28 bet from Corey.
Getting called this.
What's the bet? 28? I don't even know if I want to look.
Aimed him up.
Tony considering making the call and not even looking.
Which one do we look at first?
Dave.
This one?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's not good. Oh, that's interesting.
Tony finally seeing that he has the ace here. I can't see him folding now.
I had a ham sandwich. What is it, 28?
28, yep.
Is Tony playing blind this entire hand? He does make the call, and he's going to win this pot. $120 pot. Basically one full buy-in at the start of this
Blind
game.
man strikes again.
Yeah.
Yeah, the semi-hand.
I can.
Blind man humiliates.
Blazin says, who's your favorite poker player of all time? You can't say Negrano. But he is my favorite. Don't you see him in the background? Negrano is my favorite player.
It was actually going okay.
Truthfully, I do like Estanio Esfandiari. I do enjoy watching him. I do enjoy watching, believe it or not, Kevin Martin. I think Kevin Martin's quite a great streamer. Also, believe it or not, Jamie Staples. Actually, I kind of enjoy watching some of his stuff as well. Those are probably the only two streamers I tend to really kind of jump into.
Get value.
But I'm like kind of an old school player, right? Like, you know, I started back in, you know, the Moneymaker days, and
They can't teach that.
that was right around when Negrano, of course, was Player of the Year in 2004. So Negrano has definitely been, he is definitely hands down my favorite
How to play
player.
blind.
Never met the guy though.
There we go.
Be interesting to meet up with him at some point. I know we came to Halifax at one point, and I was considering driving down there from Moncton. It's about a 4-hour drive just to go hang out with him at a bar. A little insane if you think about it.
I just wanted 4 Junior chicken sandwiches on the river.
See, that's the way I look at things. I don't look at it as dollars.
You can look at it as big blinds, you can look at it as junior chicken.
I look at it as going to my wife's wallet.
He, with the pocket kings, just picking up those blinds. 2 9s and an 8 on that flop.
What's that?
Reese says he likes Helmuth. Oh yeah,
Yeah, you told me last time.
mostly for his blow up. So,
My oldest daughter
you know, people
is
give
living in
Phil
Edison, and I have a list on
a
my
really
couch
hard time,
for Costco.
just like
It's
as a
probably
poker player in
$500
general.
right now.
I mean, the truth is, like, his record
Coming out
is
next week.
like, yeah, it was part of
that's
from
what
even in the
your wallet,
earlier
guys.
days.
I got Costco to
Costco, that's
But he's still proven that he can
That
play.
could be
I
fun.
feel like he's a
No, it's
half
not.
decent mixed game player, right?
Costco,
He tends to play a lot of like
$100 later.
what is that, 7 deuce triple draw and stuff like that. Like, he's won a couple bracelets and stuff from doing that. You know, do I think it's the greatest Hold'em player of all time? No, but Hold'em is also very competitive, and there's quite a bit of
Who raised it?
competition in that.
Everyone's still blind, right?
But I mean, at the end, like, his record, you just can't argue with it, right? We got a really big pot here brewing. Tim bumping it up to $11 with Ace King suited. Alex making the call, Attila making the call, and now Seb is going to 3-bet to $40.
I mean, you got position, you kind of call anyway, right? Yeah,
Now I can punish you.
there we go.
But I'm not going to.
You are in
Tony folds the 6-4 suited. 2 clubs gone there.
I wasn't
Seeing quite a few clubs being folded. Corey's got pocket 6s. $38 to call. He was the straddle.
I love you, brother.
I'm all in.
Wow, Corey's going to make the call here. Tim shoving all in with the Ace King suited. $260. Tony would say getting rid of the riffraff. Can't blame him there for a $40 3-bet. Really, you just don't want to be seeing aces or kings. Seb looks a little bit suspicious here.
Thank you, brother.
You're welcome anytime.
3 players left. You should have called 11 and let you
You
squeeze.
should have.
Yes.
I tried to warn you,
Seb
but you don't listen to
making a
Tony.
correct fold with the ace queen there.
No one listens to Tony.
Giving Tim the bit of the
We
respect.
did when you said let's play blind.
Yes, and it worked out. Look at it. There was awesome.
Corey already investing $40 in this pot.
I didn't when I was opening.
He's got $83
I wasn't
behind.
gonna win with my cards. Well, they were better than his, but
Does he want to make this call?
Definitely crushed, but
See that Corey is actually 70% to win this pot. Might just be because of all of the cards that were folded. I mean, we did see Seb end up folding an ace, so that's part of Tim's range. The queens, I mean, it's part of a straight. The ace jack was folded.
Is it still cheap Tuesday right now? But the weather's
Looking for the camera.
Corey's gonna make the call here. Pocket 6s versus ace king suited,
That's where 2 of them comes here.
showing real-time percentages. Ooh, that's not a great flop. Now a 9 or a 10 will negate his 6s. Oh, and the 9 comes down on the river.
Ace King wins.
The pocket 6s get negated.
Oh, to split it.
That is disgusting.
That's a gross way to lose, Corey.
That is no fun
Gross way to lose.
at all. No way to lose with that pocket 6s. Getting negated by 2 pair on the board. The ace high playing. Very unlucky for Corey. That's poker, ladies and gentlemen. Brutal, brutal game. We've seen that Corey, for the real-time percentages, was about 70% to win that pre-flop.
Check the audio.
That's a bit of a gross one. Let's see. What do we got here in the chat? We got Reese talking about Phil again. Oh, he won his fair share. Yep. Yeah, definitely a respectable player.
yeah.
See that,
You know, he gets a lot of hate for his
$30
blow-ups and stuff. But Helmuth has publicly announced that he will not be playing the main event at the WSOP for the first time since '88 this year. Said field is too big and 7 consecutive days is too tiring for the older players. He has a very good point on that. I actually agree, believe it or not, with him. You know, I don't want to say that the main events become like a gimmick game, but Helmuth is right. Like it's an endurance. Like, can you imagine playing 12 hours like day after day after day? Like, I know like during the day ones and stuff are pretty spread out, but like once you're getting down to like the finals,
I was about to text you.
like it's a big deal. They should almost run it. I would say that they should almost run. Maybe run it longer, I guess, right? Maybe start it at the start of the World Series, right? Start at day 1, get the day 1s out of the way, you know, move the day 2 to another day. And then if you end up exhausting yourself by playing too many days in a row, that's just because you were playing too many events. Like, I think that's like a simple fix, especially if they don't want, the WSOP doesn't want the older generation to feel like they're at a disadvantage, especially where Phil has kind of made a public statement about it.
Oh, that sucks.
I think we got a bet here. Attila firing out $12 with the Pocket Kings. Corey's going to make the call pre-flop in the big blind. 3 8s down on the board. What a great flop for Attila. Really just losing to an 8 or pocket aces. $25 in the pot. Attila is going to try to get some value. Firing out a $16 bet. Corey is going to call with the Jack 10.
Oh yeah, you start with the big stack, they let you buy in for
There's
more.
the check mark for Attila. $57 in the pot.
You keep your eyes over there on your own money. These chips
know
are
what?
not these are no Shannon chips.
I'm not here for you. But if I get your money, I'm gonna be happy.
Big sigh for Attila with the Pocket Kings. Firing out a $21 bet.
Respect his play so much.
He wants Corey to continue to see another card,
I hear the bullshit flying now.
Yeah, it's starting to
trying
smell
to
good.
slowly extract some value from him.
You ever consider a career in politics?
You could be prime minister with. You said that with a straight face and everything. I almost
You know
believed
what?
you for a split second.
Dave could be hammered to be prime minister better than what we got now.
The extending fishing seasons?
Like Corey's gonna fold.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Corey would have hit his jack on the river.
365.
Attila would have just checked behind there, let Corey get a piece of it. He might have been able to get some value on that river card.
My dog?
Got a little bit too greedy though, betting that turn card. But he picked up the pot either way. Maybe he just didn't want to see an ace. We'll see. So we just had a player entering the game, Shannon,
That right, Dave? You want me to pay the first?
jumping into the game.
Usually they do 4. But
Usually,
three works.
sometimes they end up buying in for the way the buy-ins work. So it's basically it's a max of $120, or half the biggest stack at the table. Where I think we see Tim there, who just won a big pot there earlier. Basically, I think it's like $150 or like probably $200 for
Okay, I'm marking the time.
half the
I had
half the stack. So.
I had to wait till Marla got off work.
Okay.
So he's able to kind of jump in. It's kind of makes it fair. So it's like you're not, you know, if there's somebody sitting with $500-600 and before, I'm not going to limit somebody to buy in for $120. It's just like, it's not fair. Like I feel like they want to be able to kind of be able to sit around and play, and that's kind of how I feel
Today's the
about it.
last day. 'Cause after
Blazin says Attila left a lot of money on that table against Corey, not letting him hit that jack on the river. Yes, he did.
-3 is the coldest.
Yeah,
This hour has
maybe a
20
bit of a
minutes
blunder,
to get
but
some
it's okay. He had Pocket Kings.
Yeah, the -1. Yeah.
He was just trying to,
-3 is gonna feel so
you know,
warm now.
hopefully
Like, tomorrow's
Corey was
gonna
just
be
going to continue all the way down to the river, especially where he called on the flop. So,
so,
although he was just happened to be incorrect with his
Minus one feels
assumption that Corey was going to call the turn card.
You hear McChicken.
No, we play you around, Tim. These past 2 weeks, it's just been gross.
Like
It's been like
Alex
15 windy.
firing out $4 here with the 5-4 suited. Attila calls with 7-3 suited, Ace-5 suited for Tony, Ace-6 suited for Guy. Everybody seems to be
1,
suited.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 McChickens
Watch
in
the
the pot.
squeeze.
Everybody joining in. Look at this big limped pot.
There's eight
Kind of
junior-
limped pot.
You could eat 8 junior.
$4.
if you win
Feels
this
like a
pot.
limped pot.
This isn't
It's
just
not.
How many
for
people
the
are here?
GS.
9 or 10?
$32 in the middle.
I was really, really hungry. And
Seven.
I probably could've-
So many people
Seven
called
and
that the
change
graphics are even cutting out. We can't even see
7.5
Tony's hands.
chickens.
Check. Check. Check.
What's the bad beat jackpot there, all out poker?
Check.
Does all out poker have a bad beat jackpot?
The casino bad beat jackpot is around 59,000 or so.
Looks like he's gonna fire out $17. Bit of a worrisome flop. Two kings down on the board, two hearts down on the board. He's got the ace-6 suited, Tony ace-5 suited.
I said 58, just over 58.
More than likely would probably be a split pot between Tony and Guy if they continued.
On my junior chickens.
Is it just me?
Yeah, you're Bruce.
Are you happy with the pot right there, or do you want me to call?
That's entirely up to you.
Oh, okay. I don't like that. I'd rather you tell me.
A diamond on the turn would be pretty interesting for Guy,
Just the opposite.
giving him a little bit of a flush draw as well with his pair of aces.
Wow.
Wow, Tony folds the ace. It is a multi-way pot, right? A little bit worrisome there. See that nothing would have ended up really coming down turn one. It probably would have been a split pot with the 8 high down on the board. Glaze says Tony
Opposite top I was looking.
just hasn't run good ever since he gave up the eye patch. Arr. No, Tony's been doing fairly well actually at most of the cash games. I think he's been up the last couple cash games, so it's good for him. So he's doing all right. He's always great to have in the game. Very entertaining to watch. Always has some like little gimmicks and stuff, and a little bit of angles and stuff, just to kind of play around and try to liven up the table a little bit. So we always like having Tony at the table.
So what are you doing by doing that?
I'm going to assume that Glazen is cheering for Tony.
Just leave it in there.
He never has option.
If someone
Let's see, Tony is
realizes
calling
on-
blind here.
Oh, options.
Oh, and he has ace king suited of diamonds.
He did say if someone re-raced, he'd
A
fold.
blind call.
He's
He
playing his pension for
does the ace queen suited, bumping it up to
Still
$12.
going, okay.
Shannon's going to continue with the queen 10 off.
No, I called blind.
He called blind.
Corey's going to continue with the queen 10. Tim just folded the king 9. Action is to Attila now with the 8-7.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Just pot us.
44,
Yeah, here comes
45, 46, 47. That's $48 in the pot.
pot us. There we go. Yeah. Now we're talking. Finally, play. Didn't Tony look on his little $2 blind?
$50.
Everyone's running.
Tony finally looking at his hand. 3-betting to $50. He putting it all in here with ace queen suited. 140. Imagine we're going to see a call from Tony. Got ourselves another big pot. This is pretty early in the stream, and we're already seeing quite a few all-ins.
Good luck on it.
Two diamonds on the board. Great flop for Tony. There's the ace. The king kicker is going to play too. Tony's going to pick up that pot. $318.
Wow.
King kicker.
Tony. You see that he's has a sack now. $404. Tim still the biggest stack at the table. $442. That makes it so the
140 total.
max buy-in is $220 at the table now for any of the players that were joining in.
I don't know ace.
It's
Glazen, big supporter of Lorraine, says Lorraine is the most entertaining player at the table.
For sure. I always forget to grab one of them before the game.
It's good. We got some the cheering squad for Lorraine. Tony is an effing tiger. Go Tony, go! Tony the Tiger. Maybe that will be Tony's nickname. We always throwing out just fun nicknames to the players.
Did you have an 8, Attila?
I had 8-7.
Tony the Tiger.
With another 1?
100 and something.
What?
With 8-7 with a 1?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Been a full house.
Oh, thank you for folding.
Yes.
So we got 24 viewers over on YouTube. Welcome everybody to the stream. If you guys are new to the stream, do me a solid,
Yeah, it's Attila. Did you see
subscribe
the smoke?
and hit that like button.
That was a great call. I love
Love
it.
to have you guys
That was right out of
for the
Tony
next
playbook.
stream that we ended up doing. We tried our stream 2 times a week. Lately, it's actually been like 3 times a week.
Me and Timmy
So,
are in a battle.
very unique stream, something very different. We're playing $1, $1 cash. You don't see any of the streams doing anything lower than 1-3 usually. And usually I don't have such a good-looking commentator either.
Yeah, you
So
called blind
aren't you
last
guys
night with
lucky?
ace king suited.
But you know, this is just a home game stream, so we can do a lot of different things. We can do Omaha hands, we can do bomb pots. You know, there's angling. You know, this is what makes poker fun, right? This is a home game environment, and we have the ability to do things that none of the bigger streams would even dare go near with their higher stakes. So
Yeah, if you don't look,
glad
just
we can bring
imagine
this
that they're there and they're there.
entertaining and different content to you. Got another big multi-way pot. 5 ways, $24 in the middle. Lorraine hitting the pair of 9s with the ace-9.
Well,
Going to
that's
fire
not what
out
I was
$8.
I know. He's worried about the ham sandwich.
I would have played with him. I would have called if I had a ham sandwich.
We were worried about the ham sandwich.
Tim is going to make the call. He has the pair of 9s as well, but with an 8.
Thank you, I
See
appreciate
who
it.
else is going to continue here. Nobody. Got the pot now. Heads up. Tim versus Lorraine. Oh, you're right. We cannot glazing in the chat. Yeah, you're right. Don't forget about the parrot. Yeah, that's right. You don't see any live streams having an entertaining parrot in the background.
And I'm saying that sincerely. I'm not like,
I know.
joking
No,
about
no, I
it.
know.
That was a great picture of the two of you. Look, you guys both look like you were so happy even. I'm like,
Yeah. Well, I'm lucky
no,
guy.
it
What
was a
can I
great
say?
picture of you.
Lorraine picking up that pot. Tim letting go of that 9.
I think where we were at that.
We are fortunate.
Denise
So
says
bad
Tony
that
is one of my
that's-
favorites. Got another Tony supporter
Poker.
in the
Where
chat.
did you go? Where
You're right.
was
I don't
that?
know where the bird is, actually. Oh, she's eating. She's in the cage. You can probably see her. She's right.
'Cause I
Where's
didn't
my finger?
recognize it.
She's
I don't
right
think I've
there.
ever eaten there,
It
so.
might have been a wedding.
Just having a little
I didn't
snack
recognize
for
it. I was
tonight. I'm
trying
sure
to
she'll be
ask- I was
joining
trying to
us
figure out what restaurant
later
it
in
was.
the stream.
Right there. Yeah, that's a wedding.
Denise says he's a
okay,
great
that's why
player
you
and a
recognize
great
the
friend.
restaurant.
Tony is a great player and a great friend. I could definitely agree with you on that. Love playing with Tony.
Straddle and play.
Ace 8 suited for Tony. Lorraine straddling here for $2. I don't see Lorraine doing too many straddles. So this is a rare instance indeed.
Raise to 5.
Got a couple callers.
Raise to 15. What do you got behind Brian? What's
Looking like Brian's going to bump it up to $5. Corey's going to 3-bet to 15 with Queen 9 suited.
Call.
Looks like Seb is going to join along in the fun with the Ace Jack. Trying to get rid of some of this riffraff, as Tony would say.
Just for the record, I'm gonna
Graphics are really filling up the screen.
Yeah. And it's recorded.
What's
So
that?
It's recorded too, so now you're a recorded liar.
Why?
Because you said just for the record, I'm gonna play this hand.
Did I say that?
Yes.
There's my $15.
Well, I'll play it back
Give me
tomorrow.
back my cards.
King on the flop.
You call him out for his bullshit.
Pretty good flop for Brian.
I was gonna play this.
Although he did just get 3-bet Corey.
Whatever.
Great flop for Corey to attempt to take a stab at it anyway.
I was trying to play.
There's a lot of turn cards that can help him.
Lured him in with my-
7 comes down, gives them an open-ended. The club gives them a club draw.
I lured him.
Jack or 10, gives them straight draws as well. It's actually a great spot for Corey to bet where he is in position.
Don't worry, Marla.
He can possibly see a free turn card.
Not worried.
Brian's going to continue.
She's more like saying, "Take him away,
I
please."
probably got 15 years on Marla.
Corey hitting a little piece of it there with the queen, but it's still not good enough with Brian's jack. Or king jack. Brian's going to check, try to keep the pot under control. Corey gets to see a free river card with his queen 9.
That is 50.
Brian going for some value now, $50. Very good sizing. I like this. Might be able to get Corey
I'll play the next
continue with the
hand. How's that?
queen.
Forget.
Promise?
Corey making the correct fold.
Brutal.
Getting away from that hand. Brian having the best hand with the king jack.
Mine's good.
Oh yeah, how's your trip? It was good. I'm good.
A great fold from Corey. Glaze Lorraine came to play this game, throwing tons of action into it. Yes.
I never played it. I usually play the Aria when I go there. Yeah. Yeah, that 140 or whatever it is. Yeah.
We got the viewers are just jumping in. Maybe I should start these streams a little bit later. I know the time zones seem to be a little bit of weird because we're on the Atlantic coast. We're actually an hour ahead of Eastern time. So it's nice to. Maybe we'll have to start starting these streams at 8 o'clock. It wasn't intentional tonight, starting it a little bit later.
So I look up, I go to
Oh,
my
yeah.
brew up, I'm like, oh, this is a 30-minute walk. I was like,
I'm
holy
hungry.
shit.
You're
I feel like it's all.
Got a call of $2. Assuming there's a bit of a straddle out there. Tim coming in with the king jack suited
in your room and you look down and
in the hijack.
it's just right there. It's not right there, man.
Looking like it's a family limped pot.
This is where we stayed, yeah. Right
Just to fill up the stream with the graphics. Everybody joining in. No, Seb folds. Seb fold the 10-9 there. 10-9 suited of clubs. Corey has 8-3 of clubs. A lot of clubs out there.
Hit a lot of the horseshoe too.
Most of the clubs look like they're gone.
Right across from the three go. Used to be
That's
called
the old volleys.
The old volleys, yeah.
Oh, I stayed at Bally's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I stayed there.
Attila.
First night
Were
I
you
stayed
down in
there.
Vegas for ball?
Wow, Attila firing out $25 here
Turn 50?
with the 5-4 offsuit.
How long were you down for?
7 days.
Quite a large bet.
Jamie Dugan?
As Tony would say, getting rid of the riffraff, and that the bet does ends up picking up that pot. He shows it too, shows the table. Look, I just firing it with the garbage.
Absolute blast.
I'm glad you had a good time. The only problem with Vegas now is
Throwing it out there with
They were saying the roll
close to a ham sandwich.
I've never been to
I guess we can call that one a ham sandwich with a cheese and tomato because it's a little bit better.
It used to be if you were gambling, you could drink for free. Yeah. You could eat for free.
It's like they're talking about their trip over to
I guess it
Vegas.
was dead. Because the prices are so high, nobody can afford to go there.
Is it still free drinks?
It's free drinks while you're playing.
Right, yeah, okay. Just like
But it's
before.
not free food while you're playing anymore.
No, I know.
No,
and
no.
The food is so
No, it's
expensive.
not. No, it's not.
And like even you go to Subway, it's $30.
Right. Right.
Well, that's US there.
Yeah.
So you're
It's like 45.
And we're talking about that exchange
I
rate.
got a smoothie at the Bellagio, 16 American.
Poor Canadians can't really even afford to go down to the States anymore.
We got 3 or 4 shots in there.
Doesn't really make any sense.
yeah.
$105.
Yeah.
What? For 2 drinks?
Canadian or American?
How much?
US.
Yeah, US.
When I won, it was like fucking $9.
Not anymore, man.
How much is it?
Oh, it's
These were like the
$105.
fucking
Yeah.
how long would it pre-pandemic?
Yeah, that's wild. Wild prices from Vegas.
It's cheaper on the old strip. If you go to the old strip, like where Fairmont is, it's a lot cheaper.
No, I was there when I was there with Andrew.
29 viewers over on YouTube. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the All-O Poker stream.
What he's talking about, it sounds
So he's like, let's go down to the old strip, boys. We went down there, same breakfast, $12.99.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Look at this. Corey flopping the queen high flush.
Everything just skyrocketed.
Firing out a $25 bet. Alex has the ace of clubs as well. Even a straight draw with the ace
Change
5.
your dollar now, like, it's so, it's like,
It's going to make the call.
yeah, it's like, it's actually higher now, it's 1.49.
Ryan hitting top pair with the king 8 suited.
9 to buy now.
Yeah, so
$25, very reasonable. There's $90 in the pot
premium.
with those with that bet in the call.
Like I was saying,
Yeah, you know what? I got money to make too.
3 clubs out there, a little bit worrisome. He does throw it away. That is the correct laydown, as we can see.
Take money out of the bank machine. $25 service.
King changes nothing.
Plus
Alex
6
only running to 4 outs, 4 clubs left in the deck. Most of the other ones were folded.
Take money out at the casino.
And then your bank charges you.
10, 9, 7, 6, all that's left.
Your fees on the bank, right?
Alex is going to shove.
Unbelievable.
Snap call from Corey. Queen Jack suited. Can Alex hit one of the 4 outs on the river? He does not. camera cut a little bit quick.
King, 8 of spades.
I'll have to try to fix that for next stream. But a king comes down on the river.
You play golf here too.
Not the card that Alex was looking for. Corey picking up that pot.
What was it for?
Golf.
For a round?
Now getting some of his money back. He's got $214 in his stack. Tim still the biggest stack at the table, $428. Jeremy, welcome to the stream, Jeremy. Welcome. Over on Facebook it says a million starting stack tournament, does it now? I'll have to go check that.
Is the course in good shape?
Oh, you're right. It does, doesn't it? That is strange. Looks like it didn't update on Restream. Let's see if I can actually fix that right now.
500 US to play there.
500?
Manage
One
post.
person.
You want an over there that freaking 8, right?
Instead, this is a drama-filled cash game. We're going to switch into the main program here while I get that switch. Thanks for the heads up, Jeremy.
Every poker, like I sell him the poker room there being jammed.
Trying to see if I can
You
even
get a seat,
edit.
no problem. Walk up, get a seat, but it's
I'm even able to edit it.
they got dealers on standby. I think.
Oh,
Open another table. Like is this that quick? Like,
Details.
Eight on the waiting list, open a
Edit
new
post
table.
details.
Open a new table.
right.
Description required.
Yeah, the poker rooms are really nice there. Like they're really nice. The seats are like real comfy, and you can wear your headphones there. Like there's no. Yeah. You just can't have your phone out when you're in the middle of a hand. That's all.
Yeah, which is fair.
Right.
That's the way it should be.
Exactly. Yeah.
you can't have the headphones on while you're in the hand?
No, phone.
Oh, no phone.
No phone.
Yeah.
You have your headphones on all you want, just no phone in front of you. You can't be on a phone.
It's like Shannon hitting a pair of queens here. Fire out a bet, try to get some of that equity from the other players.
Wasn't stupid.
Lorraine's got a,
They had no bad beat there at the.
I guess a belly buster, Jack or
Yeah.
7 will give
So they
her
didn't
the
have a
straight.
bad beat.
Also a spade on the board. She does have backdoor spades. I always like talking about the backdoors
Right.
because a lot of the times they can be hidden in spots like this.
Afford to put it higher.
Wow, Lorraine makes the fold there. It's a little bit worried about Shannon's $21 bet. You see the 7, Lorraine would have hit the straight on the turn. 9 on the river would have put a 4-card straight down on the board, so she probably wouldn't have got too much money. But look at our V pips. Shannon, Tony, Attila, it's still early. Everybody's over 50%.
I spent 5.
Just goes to show, you know, a low stakes cash game with the V pips are like going to
But
line.
10 would pay 5
70%.
and then basically
70% V pip.
Like my buddies were playing slots, so.
Crazy.
Yeah, and that
Try to get this description changed. Over on Facebook from Jeremy giving us a heads up in the chat. Move in here to the main program.
I like Ultimate Hold'em. I went to a $5 table. It was last. We had a good time, right?
no, I'd love to go. And see, Marla would go. Like, Marla's not a gambler, but she'd love to do the shows.
There we
So
go.
I could compromise. We could go to
All
the
right,
show.
that should be
and then she'd go
fixed.
to bed like at
Curious to
10
know
o'clock,
at Twitch. I'm going to go check the other ones just to make sure that everything is working on their end.
Well, there's so much to do with that.
If you guys are over on Twitch,
Even if you're not a gambler, you can just
I see
walk
there's,
around.
I got one viewer over there. If you guys are there, say hey. I'm going to say hey in the chat since I'm there.
Say, you know, the shows and the food are amazing. Now we just say the shows.
Yeah.
Because the food's gone downhill quality.
See, we got a bet
The price is skyrocketed.
raised to $13 from Corey with the King Jack suited. Gonna get folded around to Brian, who just limped in under the gun with the Jack 9 suited. He's gonna continue.
Where the horseshoe is, right down there, we found
Corey's got Brian crushed here with the Jack.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of a garbage flop.
but you're a little off the strip, so that maybe that's, I don't know. But it has.
Corey wants to see a free turn. Ooh, that Jack. That now things could get interesting. Both Brian and Corey have hit top pair. Corey has the better kicker with the King. $16. Brian figuring he has the best hand now.
No, you want,
Oh my god.
Corey, min clicking it, making it 32.
You won't be able to do that for so long.
Brian looks
Because they sell out anyway.
Like went to all the shops and stuff there, and I bought a pair of Jordans for my daughter.
a little confused by that min click.
For like $150 US.
It'd be tough for him to fold here. It is just $16 more.
I found some of them was decently priced, but some of the stores, I watched one of the
Brian's probably just
store
trying to get-
specialty Jordans. My son wanted the pair. How much are these?
Trying to think of a range of hands that Corey would do this with.
4,500.
Brian again making the correct laydown
Yeah.
against Corey. We see the king would have came down on the river. That would have given Corey 2 pair.
Maybe should have just called and let you bet the river again.
Yeah.
Plus it wasn't a
I figured you called.
Yeah, I went to the.
Brian on his game tonight, making 2 pretty big laydowns with top pair already. See, Denise says, Lorraine and I were supposed to go to Vegas next week, but instead we're just going to go to the playground. That's probably a wise choice. And it's just because of that exchange rate, right? You guys will probably have just as much fun playing at the playground. I mean, Vegas is Vegas. I've never been, but I've seen it. I've heard stories. Hard to beat Vegas in the experience down there, but you know, playground, I mean, if you're just going there for poker, that's all I would want to go there for. The playground will be just
Longest
fine.
time I wouldn't play at all.
I even
And then I
stayed down
started
at
Ladies and saying Lorraine showing her dominance here tonight. As
there was 7.
You couldn't not say, oh, I know Tony hates that hand, so
I've never been that far.
I play it just enough that I could be playing it.
But it
Tim
wasn't worth
bumping up to $7 with King 2.
it. I've been to Central Switzerland where all the action is. So
Oh, yes.
exactly.
$7.
I went with my buddy, he made no goddamn way he was walking, so I called.
Call.
No, I play just enough so that if it's there, you can't
Holy
automatically.
moly, you got a bunch of people in this pot. Low stakes at its finest.
Maybe we're squeezing actually.
Multi-way
Now
pots.
everyone knows
Tons of
it's
multi-way. Corey's going to call as well. How many players do we have in this pot already? 7 players?
limp
$50 in the middle?
jam post.
Trying to see where these percentages are here. Tim flopping a king high flush.
17.
He also has the flush. Some of the hearts are gone. Tony's got the ace of hearts.
Tim's come to play.
Yes, he has.
Tim firing out a little $17 bet.
Pick the right seats, okay?
Tony would say, get out some of the riffraff. Get out the hands that shouldn't be in there.
That's 4. with
Although,
chicken sandwich.
truthfully,
It is.
most of the hands probably shouldn't be in this spot.
Not in Vegas, it's not.
But
Not in Vegas.
this is why
No,
we
not
love
Vegas
these
is not.
games.
No, we'll.
There's maybe a bite of a chicken sandwich.
Anybody can hit a
There be
piece.
carrots on McChicken sandwiches.
Pocket 8s for Attila. 58%, believe it or not, has the best hands here.
You got that grace period.
Ace of diamonds.
Timford?
Tim still on that king high flush draw. Gonna slow it down a little bit. $101 in the middle.
Check.
Attila a little bit worried about that ace. All the players are checking.
Ham sandwich.
2 on the river, putting a 4-card straight on the board. Tim missing his flush, knowing if he checks here, probably not going to be able to win the pot. Although he does have showdown value.
35.
Look at this. Guy is going to take a stab at it. Everybody's showing no strength at all. He's gonna fire with that 2 here. $35 into a $100 pot. Only 2 overcards on the board to Attila's 8s. Although, as I said, there's a 4-card straight. Anybody who has a 4 will end up having the straight. Attila giving it some thought. $35 to call. $136 in the middle. We're already seeing quite a few pots. Tilla's got $82 behind. Oh. Get out of the way, dealer. We've got some action.
That's a good flop cam. That's a good flop cam.
Yeah, it drove me nuts the last time it was.
So it was like a little crooked.
Yes. And I can't fix it either, right? Because of the file that I use, so.
Marco in the chat. Ooh, again, nice stream. Bro, hello. Thank you. Attila folds. Wow, that bet from Guy
We'll find out tomorrow.
is going to win him that pot.
Pretty value-ish sizing.
The bluff gets through. The missed flush draw on the river. The worst hand going into this pot. Just shows the power, ladies and gentlemen, the power of position. He's taking really advantage of that.
Black runs recline, so maybe
Yes, welcome, Marco, to the All Out Poker stream. Very unique, low stakes stream.
Did you walk around the chair?
She did.
We are, doing a lot of things you probably wouldn't end up seeing on any other stream. This is a Canadian stream. As far as I'm concerned, pretty much the only Canadian stream out there for poker
Alex's cup tray. I knew he wasn't drinking.
that runs an RFID table, is what I should say. Says, is that your poker house? It sure is. It sure is. This is, I built this entire setup myself.
Call.
Winning.
Looks like we have pocket nines from Tim limping in under the gun with pocket
Stop looking,
nines.
That's really not working.
No, it's not. You just played blind.
Raise to 11.
Oh,
It's the only thing that hasn't worked
No,
for
that's
you.
legal.
make it
It's
more.
legal, yeah.
It's legal.
Tony,
No, it's good. $6 raise.
Yeah, $6
Yeah,
raise.
it's only a $5 raise now.
And he made it 6 again.
6 on six on top is.
Oh, no.
7 to 11 is only $4.
12. 6, yeah.
That's
Oh,
the
yeah,
13.
right,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's gonna be 13, you're right.
I'm surprised they let me put it in because usually it tells me that I'm not allowed.
The Guy putting out an accidental bet. See some mistakes,
Pat right on the back
right?
wall.
Some mistakes in the low stakes stuff. You know, nobody's a poker pro here. Nobody's even maybe some of them will be probably self-proclaimed, but as far as I'm concerned, there's not really any poker pros here.
Where's the popcorn?
Oh,
I know what I tell you when I fucking do.
I burnt the kettle.
Get up and walk around the chair, right? For the flop.
Next time before.
$67 in the middle, 5 ways going to this flop.
No, I burnt the kettle on Sunday.
Ooh,
I left
look at this.
it on
Tim flopping top set. Tilla has the other
and I have
9.
to, I was scrubbing it. For
Tim
a while.
won't be hitting quads for this hand. Tim firing out $32,
Probably 45 minutes before you guys came.
trying to see who's actually interested.
Fortunately, I gotta let it sit.
See Guy though, Guy,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
67% here. Flopping the straight.
Well, it's scrubbing. That's the problem.
Tilla with the top pair. And the jack kicker. He's going to get rid of
I
it.
had a piece of popcorn that I left the heater on, so it had a piece of popcorn stuck in a little thing that twists, and it just burnt that piece of popcorn, and it just melted it all on the inside.
Guy going for
raise to 78.
a re-raise here.
I'm all in.
$78. All in and a snap call. Top set versus a flop straight. Bit of a cooler.
That's a fucking.
Really, it's the only hand that Tim had to be worried about there. It's the 8-7. See if the board can pair. It is no good. Guy with the 7 in his hand for the straight. At 8. Guy certainly would have liked to see that 8 on the turn. Probably would have lost him some of the action.
Bad timing earlier this
Tim, very unfortunate. Bit of a cooler for Tim flopping that set of 9s. Guy making an accidental bet pre-flop.
Damn, I'll
Ends
fight
up working out with the 8-7 flopping the straight. You gotta love it. Guy picking up a $465 pot. Moving him up to the biggest stack now at the table. Tony now in second place, $386. Wow, bit of a cooler for sure, especially with that that's hitting that set of 9s.
It was. The only thing.
Not so good, not so good.
You get another card that matches.
once it crosses the line.
Yeah, I can't stack chips.
Need some help? I can
Nope.
take some.
I'm fine. It might take me 3 hours, but.
I'm looking that way instead of this way.
Action to Alex.
What an exciting stream this has already turned out to be. We're only on hand 24.
Bet 5.
Hand 24. And we've already seen a few all-ins. We have a few big stacks at the table.
Call.
Tilla bumping it up to $5 with 10-8 suited.
Fold.
Brain continuing with the A6.
Call.
It's like everybody wants to get involved.
Check.
Tilla hitting. Great flop for Attila. in a pair of 8s with a 10 high flush draw. Although Lorraine has the nut flush draw and a pair of 6, or sorry, and a 6 as well. So she does have a little bit of a straight draw with it. Tony hitting a pair of 5s here.
Re-raise. 32.
Corey bumping it up to $32 with that 8. He also has a little bit of a straight draw too with that 6. It's out of position here too. Firing out $32. Opening the action back up to Attila. He's only got $48 behind. His pot's already big enough. I think he's just got to put it in here. He does. He puts it all in. $64. Lorraine,
Luck all in.
kind of in a similar spot that Corey's in, has that 6. Probably getting a little bit more outs, but Lorraine's got the spades and the nut spade, may I mention. So Attila's spades are no good. Lorraine putting it all in. Corey putting it all in as well. Wow, we got ourselves a 3-way all in.
Alright, just leave it in front of me, I guess.
Oh fuck! I thought I had 2 pair. I'm an idiot.
Corey is just
I legit thought I had 8-5.
the club.
Easily put your ones.
Lorraine
I'm
has got
actually
some outs as well, looking for an ace or a 7. Split the pot with Corey, but it doesn't happen. A king comes down on the river. Attila's going to win that pot with the pair of 8s, $262. He is ecstatic,
I'm getting a little bit. I'm paying a killer.
clapping.
Yeah. 64.
Good sized pot for Attila.
Yeah, so I need 64 to Attila.
To get this stuff figured out. All of the side pots and whatnot. Wow. What a pot that was. A 3-way all in. Corey misreading his hand with the 8-6. Mentioned that he thought he had an 8-5 for 2 pair there. Mind you, it still wasn't. I mean, he was in terrible shape there, but I mean, he still had that 7 as a draw, so he wasn't like drawing dead or anything. But misreading the hand, always unfortunate. But Attila picking up that pot with just a pair of 8s is a bit shocking. Lorraine had only had a few more spades left in the deck. So good on Attila picking up that pot.
Sometimes you don't want to look, because something.
Big welcome from all the viewers over on YouTube and Facebook and Twitch and Kick. You guys are new here. Do me a favor, hit the like button, maybe the subscribe button. Well, you know, glad we're going to try to stream as much as possible. Lately, it's pretty much been every Wednesday and Saturday night that we do live stream. We usually live stream a tournament on Saturday night.
Straddle in play.
So that's usually our schedule. Sometimes once a week. I see Jason over on Twitch. Welcome, thank you, man, for joining me over on Twitch. Always trying to build up that Twitch channel. Jason giving some support over there. Thank you, man, for being here. Twitch has been a very slow grind at building a following and stuff over there. Just haven't had our kind of breakout moment. So if you guys are over on Twitch, head on over there and say hello. Help us rank a little bit higher with viewers.
Raise 17.
Look at this, Corey with the ace-king suited now on the button.
We're going to recoup the 64, and then we'll work on whatever the other 200, and then...
You didn't get your happy dance.
No, keep watching. No, I didn't bring a happy dance. I brought some other bullshit, so... We're going to have to...
You have leftovers.
Oh no, you picked it up yesterday.
Oh, you picked it up.
You tried my booze? Holy shit.
No, I seen the over there.
Another one.
Everybody wonders who.
Corey bumping up $17.
You know.
Lorraine's going to make the call with the pocket
Don't touch
sixes.
the money, please.
Actions to Guy. Guy's going to fold.
Yeah.
Shannon's going to fold.
It's like, give action, take action. I thought this was your straddle, dude.
Corey's got a little bit of action here with the pocket sixes for Lorraine.
I gotta play Lorraine.
See if the pocket sixes work out. Hopefully the board doesn't pair like it did for Corey.
Well, it was just a little bit of ones, just some ones.
Well, that's a great flop for Corey, spiking that ace. Lorraine's actually grabbing some chips here. $44 in the middle.
That is 20.
Don't worry, I'm not
Firing out $20.
Okay, I'll make sure your chips are good.
Corey
Call.
110 each.
making the call with the 20. He's going to slow play it a little bit.
Check.
Corey firing out a little $20 bet, wanting Lorraine to continue. He had the best hand. He's going to show it.
Now you're good.
He's going to show it to Lorraine. Show her the ace. Free information.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Corey picking up some chips. Look at our pre-flop raises. Corey is actually top of the mark, 36%, 33% for Attila, 21% for Tony. Brian
Maybe that's
the lowest, 8% at the table for pre-flop betting.
No.
It's always a good stat to good to know. See who's who is the one that are just constantly limping into the pots. Gives you a pretty good idea, and I mean that kind of adds to their VPIPs. But nope, we just had a little camera flicker.
Let's go, Tony.
Oh, there we go. We're back. We're back. Little camera flicker.
Giddy up.
Who else is coming? Just Calvin?
I haven't heard from Calvin.
Oh, right, no, he said he's not coming, right? I thought there was someone else on the wait list.
I didn't even see that message.
Looks like he's gonna bump it up here at $6 with the ace 5 suited.
You like playing around too.
I don't know if many games going on Tuesday.
Yeah, you're right. There isn't really anything.
It's not like the prime night for it.
Yeah.
When I host, it's usually Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday.
Checking the door.
It's a pretty dry flop for the most part. Tim with the pocket fours. Everybody kind of checking it.
I know Saturday.
He's going to
Seldom
try to take a stab at it.
set up there.
Try to take advantage of his position. Tilla does make the call with the 9-5, chasing the gut shot.
I heard they're planning on getting rid of the craps table. They might get rid of it. They said they would get rid of that before getting rid of poker.
Oh, look at that. Attila ends up hitting his gut shot that he needed.
Sounds like it's
That
gotta
6.
be sooner.
Wow, he gets there with the 9-5. Gives both players a free card, though. Being out of position.
Table's kind of hit or miss.
He's got a fire out a bet here. $70 in the middle.
It can be like
Takes
those
a lot of
ones
years
that
now.
really.
Firing out a little $16 bet. Wanting to get a little bit of action. I don't think anybody's going to call that. Tim has got a little piece, but
But I mean, it's
a lot of
like-
overcards down on the board.
You can't get rid of everything that creates the ambiance.
I believe you or not.
Like having a poker room in a casino is just part of being in the casino. Having the craps table, it's, oh, welcome by the craps table, I'm gonna watch for a bit.
So maybe they'll build a new one.
Well, when we first
It's such a small bet from Attila. It's like, oh, Tim does make the call. He's going to get the bad news, though. The 9-5. Pot's going to Attila. Nice little $102 pot headed his way. Smashing that gut shot on the turn with the 9-5.
Did you say check in the snow? Oh,
Calling Tim's bet
it's not the same when you check in the dark. You have to check in
on the flop.
The dark is.
I know it's.
Look at this, we've got 34 viewers now over on YouTube. Big shout out to you guys. Welcome to the All Out Poker stream. This is just a nice little home game stream. Something very unique. You don't typically see this on really anywhere. I don't think I've really seen any kind of home game streams. But we are based out of Canada, so welcome everybody. Welcome to the cash game. Oh, looks like we got someone buying in. But yeah, if you guys are here in the chat, let me know where you're from. I'd like to know. I know we've had quite a few people all across the world joining into the stream, which is kind of a wild thing to think about, really. Let me know where you guys are all from. Lorraine firing out $11. Jason says he's from Dieppe. That's not far. That's a few minutes away. Welcome. Got ourselves a local poker player joining us over on Twitch. Wow, look at this pot developing here. Corey calling the $26 from Guy, the Ace King. Lorraine's going to continue as well. Wow, what an interesting card headed to this flop. He ends up smashing the top pair. Lorraine hits mid pair with the backdoor flush. 2 overcards. Not a great flop for Corey. $55 bet from Guy. You see Lorraine's only running to 2 outs. Although there are some turn cards that can certainly help her.
Incredible job with the big game.
Nice 10 on the turn would give her a bit of an open-ended, as well as any spade. Or Jack giving 2 pair. But unfortunately, there were some of the those cards that were folded. As we see that they're grayed out up at the top. Something you would never really know, though.
Couple good people on YouTube.
I do enjoy watching those YouTubers there with
The little.
you gotta
Lorraine giving it some thought.
Yeah, they have a.
She does
Yeah, they
fold.
have to sign,
See if we're gonna rabbit hunt this one.
well, it's just they're.
Oh, we are.
It's basically saying
3 of
that they're going
diamonds,
to agree
9 of
to,
clubs
to abide by the
on the river. Lorraine would not have got there.
blurring out people's faces or doing stuff like that.
He would have been bringing Lorraine to Value Town
They have a lot of rules. A lot of rules.
to Pocket Tits over on YouTube. Either fold or go with it, Lorraine. Lorraine did make the fold, and we've seen that she wouldn't have got there anyway on the turn river. See, that's what I love doing the rabbit hunting. See, that's something you don't see on any other stream. It's you know, where I have the control to be able to kind of do something like that, right? We get to see what would have happened. Maybe we can guess about how things would have developed on the turn river and talk about that on the stream. So it's always you know, this is what I like. This is low stakes poker at its finest. You know, this is typically what you would see at any home game, especially if you were just kind of new jumping into poker. This would be a great learning experience to kind of get you prepared, because this is essentially what it's like even at casinos playing 1-3. A lot of limping, a lot of people wanting to see flops. You know, a lot of things you need to be careful with. So it kind of gives you a little insight into maybe some of the players that you would end up seeing.
The blind man.
Will this setup do double board games? Yes, I can run it once and run it twice. It's not actually something that gets requested too often. It is something that they can do, though. People, I don't know. I think they just forget to ask, or they just forget that the tablet can do it. But yeah, we have done it in the past. Believe it or not, it actually allows me to run it once or run it twice in tournaments, which I think is strange. I don't know why the tablet actually gives me that option in tournament poker, but
Bet is 26.
That's not, that's not how you get more.
like Attila firing out $26 here, top pair, top 2 pair, with the ace-9.
Not a great event.
Tony with the 8-2, giving Attila a little bit of a look.
No, I didn't wink.
You winked at me, I saw it.
Aldo took first.
Blue kisses.
And then Frank and Chris Wharton was in it too.
I knew he was good once he winked.
4 and an ace would have came down. Attila would have hit a boat on the river.
Until you winked at him.
Not too bad. Not too bad. Everybody's sitting with over $100 in the pot. We have another little camera glitch. Occasionally that happens. You know, as I said, the setup's not perfect. It's very, very cheap DIY setup. I'm using old cell phones and stuff for cameras. I have like my one main camera. Yeah, it's just like I pretty much just kind of grabbed everything I could around the house that I felt I could get to work, and basically did some research to try to figure out how to get it to work, and that's kind of how this whole thing developed.
Like the whole table.
Pocket Tit says, cool, I'd always rather run it once.
To be honest, I actually have no
Can do double board bomb pots, becoming more popular. Yeah, that's true. I think we actually did a bomb pot, I think, tonight. At some point.
You just know this one.
Huh?
You just know this one.
We have a lot of different options for games. We can play Crazy Pineapple,
Played a hand until now.
Omaha High-Low, 7-card stud, all that kind of stuff. Although you need more sensors in the table, this table is kind of meant just for Hold'em. Even with Omaha and having 4 cards, sometimes it's hard to read the player's hands. I usually have to ask them to kind of wipe the cards around the sensor a little bit more, just because there's so many cards in their hands. E with the king-queen off. Shannon, look at Shannon here. He ended up flopping the nut flush draw. Ace-jack suited, 50% to win this pot, even in multi-way. Firing out a $40 bet. Although nobody really has anything. Pillow with the ace-queen, completely missing on this flop as well. It's pretty, but you got to throw it away.
7 deuce for
He's going to throw it away. Shannon picking up that pot. Would have hit the diamond on the river. 4 diamonds would have came down.
Yeah.
Shannon would have been the winner of that pot. Brad, Richard, welcome over here on Facebook. Says this sort of game is more relatable for a lot of people. Watching Gillian's click back and forth 10,000 blinds deep has lost its allure. Yeah, it is. It's definitely, it's refreshing. That's what I like to kind of describe it as. It's nice and refreshing because it's,
You know what though? If
you know,
haven't used
it's
a good
just,
one,
you don't see anything like this, right? Like I'm
no, the cheap one
confident I'm the only person running such a low stakes stream, so it's you know, kind of gives you something different to watch and all that kind of stuff. So, see, Jason says, great setup. Need to come play sometime. Well, you are local. You are local. You could probably certainly make that happen, Jason.
My daughter's boyfriend went ice fishing this week.
We don't let just about anybody into the stream though. Usually,
Cindy told me that they went ice
usually there's a little bit of a vetting that goes that gets involved with that. But if you know somebody at the stream and if you've seen somebody at the game,
23.
usually just reach out to them and
Probably catch the gap.
they should be able to help you out.
Fold.
Pocket Tit says that's still pretty sick. Thank you, man. Even just for you know, a little setup. You know, did the best we could. Get a lot of compliments on the stream, so
23.
trying to make it better. You'll see some of the graphics and stuff cutting off the players. I think the next upgrade that will be coming to this game will be another camera angle. I just got to get another camera and get that whole thing set up, and that should be better for that. So you're not seeing the graphics cut off the players. That's something that really annoys me. I'm a perfectionist at heart.
You want me to fold?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll fold. I was gonna say, I can call you and check it down, or we can fold.
A flop. Guy would have hit the ace on the
I
flop.
didn't have much, that's all I had, I was debating on whether to fold. I didn't have very much.
Look at our aggression frequency. Corey's been the most aggressive at the table. 43%, Guy 36%, Phil at 34. Everybody is still hovering pretty much around that 20 to 30% mark.
I listened to him, he said go
So
away.
there's been quite a bit of aggression here. It's been the V-pips. I want to see the V-pips now. I forgot what hand we're on here. We'll see that in a minute. But my God, the V-pips have got to be high. Like, we're seeing a lot of people getting involved, a lot of multi-way pots.
because you love to cost me money.
What's that?
Cause you bluffing costs me money.
That's true.
Exactly.
Let's see here. It should show us what hand we're on. Bring it at the
Hey, I
start.
got an aces to you one shit.
Oh, did you straddle?
Got a straddle in play.
Are you paying for
Which one
Brian
was that?
Straddle?
No, you didn't.
That was at your house on the cash game.
Did you?
And it was a bad fold, you told me.
Hand 31.
I
We've only done
trusted you.
31 hands.
I'll honor
I
it.
should
I'll
have
honor
did
the
that.
commitment.
I thought you had
Still a
to
small
toss every
sample
day.
size,
I
but
put you on a very specific
pocket
hand
aces
and
for
I was
Corey. I think he did that blind.
Yeah, well, that's a happy outflow.
Raising to $2 blind. And he's got pocket aces. Oh boy.
It's my
Certainly not a good time to get pocket aces in this
button
spot.
call. That's called a button call.
Well, you were supposed
Look at this, Tony bumping up to 70, even opening the action back up to him. I don't even know if he looked at his hand yet. He must have.
To 27.
Firing out $27 now. Thank God that Tony decided to open the action back. Certainly built this pot up for Corey. I think with the amount of money in there and the $7, I think I probably would have made it a little bit of a pot size bet with the pocket aces. But it's definitely a pot builder. Got some of the players out. Now we're only, well, we're still four-handed. $124 in the middle though, pre-flop at a 1-1 game.
You get that one, right?
I do.
Insane.
Actually, give me first.
Great flop for Corey. You don't want to see any kind of rainbow, or you don't want to see any, you know, flush draw and straight draw boards. This is a little bit of a safe board. Nice little $25 bet. Might get maybe a top pair or something to call. But unfortunately, as we can see, nobody really has anything. Might get like a 5-6 or something to call there as well. Everybody's been pretty much getting involved with almost any two cards. He's going to see the turn, the pocket sixes. There's the jack.
Check.
See what Corey wants to do with that jack. $174 in the middle.
Check.
He's going to check it behind.
Check.
It's a fucking terrifying turn card, dude.
Check.
10.
Pocket
Corey's really worried with those
Good.
aces.
Flush draw.
Worried with that jack coming down on the turn. He's just going to show him the sixes. Says, hey man, there's nothing to worry about.
Especially for the lone person with fucking 4 callers. Like,
Corey's not wrong. I mean, pocket aces, you know, running into a big multi-way like that. But he's lucky. He got the action. Opened back up to him with that little $2 bet that he did pre-flop blind.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Good to good that he got that up. Maybe if he would have made it a little bit bigger pre-flop, I think he probably would have might have got a maybe a caller or two.
let's repeat the trilogy of events.
Oh fuck.
Top one.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Oh, because I put on the sensor.
Oh, I didn't even. I just fucked it up now.
The top one's so fun.
Yeah, sorry guys. Let's don't discuss doing it.
Oh,
That was not fucking.
I would have crushed.
Get a dealer change.
Sorry. Hey, it's not my fault.
it's kind of my fault.
I would have crushed you, Shannon.
That was my hand right there.
The second
Jay.
one
I'm
was
not gonna
my
see
fault.
another one for an hour.
What was that? Queen. That, you love ladies.
I would have got
I
it.
do. I do. I love
Yeah,
ladies.
yeah, I do.
You seem like a guy who loves ladies too.
Me?
I would have taken some Tony money with those ladies too.
Yeah, I had aces.
You didn't even get your cards.
That's true, but I imagined I had aces.
I had them too.
You know what? You should have dealt them all out, dealt the flop, to see if I would have hit queens, or maybe I would have.
It would all be
It
wrong.
might have cost me a fortune. That's true.
Oh, you had a good? I had a good.
Like I had a jack. Would I had a dark jack? Or?
Actually, Tim.
Kings this time.
Yeah, I'll upgrade it this time.
There,
for that.
thank you.
You're being reasonable. You're not asking for aces. You're
No,
asking for
no.
kings.
In fact, if I get aces, I'll fold them.
Huge.
Enormous. Outrageous.
You raised, did you?
Yeah, it's a $5 bet. It's re-raise to 26. Fold. Fold.
Well, since I raised it,
Call. Fold. Fold.
Oh no, I had it muted. Oh man. Sorry, I took a drink of water and I muted it. Very unfortunate. Thanks, Julian. Shannon smashing top pair here.
25 is the bet.
Seb hitting the jack with a backdoor heart draw. He's going to put it all in. Shannon quickly calls.
setters them.
I mean, Seb's not completely dead. I know he only says he has 3 outs, but he has a lot of cards come down on the turn. That opens up the door for straights. But Shannon ends up having the top 2 pair with the ace-king.
Yeah, that's not bad, right?
Yeah, sorry. So basically what I was saying when I was muted, the little misdeal there, what happened was one of the players took the wrong card from another player and put it over their sensor. So basically it would have read their hand wrong. But then when that happened, I was like, okay, well, it can be fixed. It's not a big deal. I was like, we'll just keep going, and if something happens, I can enter it in and try to fix it. But when I dealt out the next card, it went over someone else's sensor, so then it screwed up his hand as well. And I'm just like, just misdeal it. Like, let's just deal. Not like I don't want to deal with too many problems and screwing up stack sizes and stuff with the tablet. So I was like, let's just misdeal it. Shannon flipped over his hand, and he had pocket queens. And I was like, oh no, like I'm sorry, Shannon. And he's like, I want an upgrade. But he got won a decent sized pot. The ace-king suited wasn't in much of an upgrade, but it was certainly a comparable hand as well. So Shannon ended up picking up a nice pot there, so it kind of worked out. He's not going to be upset, kind of losing out on the misdeal of having queens, but seeing Alex bumping it up to $7 here with the ace-3 suited. Tony's going to continue. Tony and Alex in most of the cash games have been kind of getting into quite a bit of pots. Might be a slow rivalry starting. Shannon with the ace-queen. Gonna 3-bet to 20 on the button.
First to act, do I Tony it? Or
Corey's gonna call with the pocket sixes.
That's what I'll represent. I'm gonna represent a good one.
4 ways. Relatively dry board. I don't even think really anybody hit anything. Corey has the best hand here with pocket sixes. It's first to act in the big blind. 3 players behind. Decides to fire out $25. Believe it or not, that might actually work. Not sure anybody's going to want to continue. Maybe Shannon on the button might continue with the ace-queen. Shannon going for a re-raise. Bumping it up to $60. What is Corey going to do? That's going to put Corey in a weird spot. Looks like he's going to make the call. $201 in this pot. Going to the turn. Oh, there it is. Shannon ends up spiking that queen on the turn. Unlucky for Corey. Corey slowing down. Card certainly didn't improve his hand. Shannon with that re-raise on the flop. Certainly working out. Probably feeling a little bit better about it with the ace-queen. Corey quickly shoving all in after that bet. I don't see how Shannon can fold this. That's a... He does make the call. We're going to a river. The 10 of hearts on the river. Corey showing the sixes. Although Shannon's going to take that massive pot. Wow, what a big pot from Shannon. He's now the chip leader at the table. $707 for Shannon. Remember, this is a 1-1 game. A 1-1 game here. Denise says, Dave, your mic is out. Yeah, we got that fixed. We should be up and running here now. Might be a little bit behind on the stream, Denise.
I haven't.
I probably
Should have jammed the flop. What was I thinking?
Hold back.
Well,
Very unfortunate, you know, Shannon getting lucky hitting that queen on the turn. But he was playing it aggressively, right? It's pretty gutsy call from, I would say, from Corey with the pocket sixes. There were 2 overcards down on the board, but he obviously thought Shannon was bluffing, and he had the right read. So big shout out to Corey for sensing the weakness there, maybe with the 3-bet from Shannon. Corey continuing, had the best hand, just got unlucky.
Brian, why don't you tap everyone?
Gonna quickly move into the next hand.
why don't you take one for whatever you can figure out?
Actions to Alex.
Another one here. Hold. One more card.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Can't win with one.
Attila with the 9-6 suited.
Sometimes one is good.
It's gonna bump it up to $5.
$5 is the bet.
Nice little pot builder. Seb's got the old ham sandwich. $5 bet's not gonna scare anybody away. Everybody's gonna get involved. So we got 5 players moving to this flop.
Check.
Everybody pretty much missing here. Tony hitting a pair of 7s. Looks to be the best hand currently.
Actions to Corey first. Call.
Corey's going to continue.
I did put
The Queen 8 of hearts. So you're looking for a nice heart turn card. A couple people called. Nobody really has anything other than like maybe Seb with the bottom pair. The ham sandwich.
Corey first.
5 doesn't
Check.
only improves Attila's hand. Now has the 9 of clubs, the 6 of clubs. 3 comes down. That gives Seb the 2 pair. The ham sandwich, ladies and gentlemen. Ham sandwich has the best hand here.
Bet is 30.
Seb firing out a little $30 bet as a value. Hoping maybe somebody's going to come along with the king. Tony only with the pair of 7s. Is he going to decide to pay him off? $100 in the middle with that bet.
Everything sounds cooler when you say it, till the accent.
Yeah.
It's like Tony is actually coming, building up some chips. He's going to make the call. He's not going to be a believer. He's going to get the bad news that his own ham sandwich.
Got the ham sandwich.
Ham sandwich.
Oh, ham sandwich. See, that's what we're talking about.
Wow.
Always go with the
Tony
Jones.
beat by his own ham sandwich.
There's your going too.
Good old ham sandwich.
It's
Gotta love the ham sandwich. That's certainly running hot tonight. Good old 3-2. I believe it's called the dirty diaper as well.
Love this ham sandwich.
But this is
I think if I get it, I might just rip it.
Tony's
Ham sandwich?
nickname for that hand, the ham sandwich.
I don't think so.
So
It has
is
to be
this
a
established that 2 or 3 is a hand?
I learned this last week. I like it.
I was starting to call the
Ham sandwich. Ham sandwich. You guys have any nicknames that you guys call some hands that are food related?
Three's the ham sandwich.
We got the ham sandwich here on the All Out Poker stream.
8-4 so much that he only plays them once in a while.
okay. Start one play. Action to set.
If I raise, he'll play it.
Bet is to 5. Call. Call. Call.
Yep.
Seb bumping up to $5 here with pocket 9s. Everybody joining along. Lorraine's got the 7-6 suited. Nice little fun suited connector. Everybody's into this pot. So much graphics going around. It's hard to tell even what's going on. Guy called. Shannon called. Brian called. Attila called.
Talk me about, Dave.
I think I might make the graphics a little bit smaller. It won't be friendly for the people that are on their phones watching. But we're just seeing too many limp spots here. I think that's going to be an improvement we're going to make for next stream. Seb still with the best hand here with pocket nines. Tilla's got the ham sandwich. Seb firing out $30 bet. Tony would say, get rid of that riffraff. These limped pots.
What was it? It's across the line?
Well, it's not a limp pot, but it's a $5 bet pot. Pot builder pot.
You got me clear now. They touched my stack.
Seb's gonna pick up that pot.
I'll try not to spill my stack.
Very good, very good.
Could be cut because it works both ways, I imagine.
Let's see. Rob over on YouTube. I don't even know how to say that. Segfriend and Roy. What kind of hand is that? Sigfried. Sigfried and Roy. Sigfried and Roy. I don't even know what Sigfried is. Sigfried and Roy. You'll have to explain that one to me, Rob. I don't get the reference. Unfortunately. Maybe I'm a bit out of touch with my with all the terms of the poker hands. I've heard quite a few. I know for a fact you guys haven't heard the ham sandwich. Only here on the All Out Poker stream. Oh, it's a pair of queens. Don't get mad at me here, all the women in the chat, but I believe the pair of queens is also called the dishwashers. we love the women in poker. There's certainly a man that came up with that name, that's for sure. Can almost guarantee that one.
$5 for Brian.
The Vegas guys with the Tigers. Okay, okay.
Cheese and gravy.
Cheese and gravy. I don't know what kind of ham we're calling that one. Cheese and gravy.
$5?
Another little $5 bet. Quite a few callers. 5 this time.
Checking this moment. Oh. See? It's a good flop, too.
Extra Shannon?
Had a couple check blinds.
Yep.
How is it?
Check.
Whoa, what a great card. The diamond now giving Tony and Alex flush draws. Alex has actually got a little bit of a straight draw with it as well. Oh, this could get ugly. Both Alex and Tony, the two players have been at it pretty much this entire stream and pretty much every previous stream as well if you have tuned into those. These two players have just been getting into it. Tony's got the best of it though.
I'm just trying to get my
Alex almost has a straight flush. If only that 3 of diamonds was a 4 of diamonds. Alex would have had a straight flush. Tony with the nut flush would have lost. How gross that would have been. This is going to get ugly. Alex firing out a $26 bet. Tony going for a re-raise.
60? 60 is the bet.
Re-raising to $60. Wanting to get a call here from Alex. Alex only has $112 behind. Is Alex just going to put it all in here?
That is 10 McChicken sandwiches.
Comparing the bet sizing, you know, people compare it usually to big blinds, but they're comparing it to McChicken sandwiches. Alex just flat calling here, not shoving. Wow, I'm surprised Alex didn't go broke there.
Jesus Christ.
Alex making just a flat call there, a great flat call. Wow, that certainly could have got really, really ugly. I mean, both players hitting that flush. Tony having the better of it with the ace high flush. That's why you got to be careful with those little suited connectors, especially multi-way. A lot of players can have better diamonds, even if Even if Tony had something like a queen 9 of diamonds or queen 8 of diamonds or something, you know, you got to be careful, especially with those low suited.
You don't like cheese or you can't eat it?
Alex didn't go broke there, so he obviously recognized he had to make the call there. Very unfortunate. Canadian over there on Twitch. Thank you for joining me over on Twitch.
14.
You should have
Really?
how much each player has in across the top. I actually took that off this stream. We ran into some stack size problems, so it would have all the numbers would have been off tonight. So I ended up just kind of cropping it out off the graphics for tonight. We should have it for next time. I know the players want to see like who's kind of up and down.
Yeah, but I get it.
You look.
You know, just I kind of agree with you. I like it having it up there. Some of the players don't like having, you know, how much they were winning, how much they lost in the game. But the truth is, like, you're on the stream, so it'll probably be something I might leave up there. I just did take it off for the stream because a lot of the numbers were off because our stacks were. We ran into some problems on this stream when it came to just stack sizes and stuff. So, and I didn't want to waste time from the players, so I didn't really.
Then look.
I only kind of fixed it as we went on, so it would have been inaccurate. Corey betting to $17 here with the A7 suited. Tony with the jack high flush draw. And quite a few outs, even to improve his hands.
I do love the potato.
Corey continuing the aggression with the A7, $20.
Mustard instead of mayo.
The 8, Tony missing his flush. Corey with the ace high, the best hand. $118 in the middle. Corey checking behind, kind of gave up on the river. But his ace high is good. Tony with just a missed flush draw. Corey didn't want to take another stab at it, which is fine. He did have a little bit of
That's a fun hand.
had some showdown value there with the A7. So making a check behind, still winning a really decent sized pot for Corey, $118. Corey doing fairly okay tonight.
Old-fashioned one pot every once in a while.
No,
Canna says over on Twitch, man, I'll just add it up myself then. Shouldn't be too hard. It's all on the video after all. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. It might actually show up as like an end screen where it shows everybody's stack sizes pretty much every after every hand. So you might be able to. It might show up there at some point. I'm not sure if I'll be able to spot it or not, but
it's because I'm an aggressive.
you never know.
player.
Or maybe I can set it up to do that, so then we don't really have to worry about it.
I'm the same.
I get knocked out a lot of the turns because
I'm either
one thing with ace king.
raised or raised
This last two tournaments I was here, I had ace king, both.
Oh, the button position. You can't beat the button.
Call.
I can beat the button.
Call.
The only thing to beat.
Call.
Just me and the happy family down there.
It's like the entire side of the table
Gonna need a big one.
making the call.
Action step. Check.
Seb with the 8-6. Look at that. Hitting trips on that flop.
Check.
Lorraine hitting top pair with the 10-9 suited. Also backdoor spade draws.
Check.
Tony also hitting top pair with the king. Oh, gross. There's 2 pair for Lorraine now. Although there's the 8s on the board. Always something to be worried about and be cautious of if maybe somebody might have pocket jacks, might have, you know, pocket queens, pocket kings. All those pairs will beat you.
Call.
So it's something to kind of be aware of, especially when there's a paired board. But also a little bit worrisome of the trips that are out on the board. So we see Seb has the best hand here. Tilla's going to continue wanting to try to see if he can hit a straight with the 7-5. But he does not. Just building the pots for the other players for Seb here, who has the check mark.
35.
$35.
Call.
Lorraine's going to make the call with the top 2 pair. Seb showing the low kicker for the 8. Seb picking up a good sized pot, $150. These pots at these games have been quite big. I mean, as I said, this is a 1-1 game. Look at Shannon sitting here with $697 for a top stack. Guy,
Yeah, never take offense
$444.
to my comments on the thing, because it's usually some people are just not talking in the chat, and I'm like trying to think of stuff to say and talking all the time.
For
And,
the limp pots?
yeah, well, I have to find something to say,
No,
right?
I know.
I'm a firm believer in
Everybody
letting
puts
people
in a
play
dollar.
the way that they want to play. Big firm believer in that. So it's like,
If I had to say something and advice,
Yeah.
comment more on the end, like how they play the players. If you made a good,
But a
you
lot
know,
of time, a lot of
yeah,
time,
on that.
players will limp because they got a big hand in an aggressive game. They're looking.
oh yeah, I believe limping.
Because you know the game, so make an analysis of the game, you know, or after 3 hours, how a player did, you know, and,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh yeah.
Players just kind of discussing
yeah, some about their
discussing some of my commentary stuff.
Yeah, some people don't
because they-
like me going too deep into
yeah,
into their.
well, no, just a few to.
I know a few people wouldn't mind. but-
I've been playing poker for a little while.
I can say
I wouldn't
know-
call myself
pretty
an
good so far
expert
on
by
this,
any
you know,
means.
stuff like that.
But I have been around the home game scene for a while. You know, and I've gotten a lot of great advice. I've read a lot of poker books. You know, done some studying online, watched a lot of videos and stuff, and you know, it's always nice to have a kind of an outside perspective on the game. Truthfully, I would absolutely love to be in this game, like myself playing. Just being able to like have, as I said, an outside perspective and be able to watch myself at the table, which is huge. What kind of tells am I giving off, right? You can sit there and just kind of watch yourself. So this is like kind of almost used as a little bit as an education tool. Plus you get to see how your opponents are playing, and these are opponents that you typically see around the around the poker community because they're a local. So now you get an idea of how they play, and maybe you can learn maybe something they did and all that kind of stuff. So we were kind of just briefly discussing about limping into pots. I don't believe in limping. I'm not a big limper into pots. But I do believe that there is a place for limping. But there needs to be intention behind that limp, right? You know, if you're limping in because the player behind you has 2 big blinds and you want him to be able to open the action back to you, like, you know, so you can, you know, maybe repop it for somebody who decides to, you know, to call to build up a pot, for you to be able to take it later. Like, I get stuff like that. But I know they say it's just never limp, right? Never limp. And the truth is, like, I very, very rarely do it, but it's just, you know, I don't play right to the solver. I don't play, you know, exactly. I don't study the solver as much as I probably should.
Whoever has the most balls.
I don't really get too involved in that stuff. But yeah, I would like to learn. Actually, truthfully, I'd actually like to maybe working out a deal through one of the training sites to kind of promote for you guys, and something I could even learn myself. So let me know if you guys are on any poker training sites. Let me know in the chat, like, what you guys think. Maybe which ones you guys like the best. Maybe there's a lot of pros or something that give a lot of great advice that you like watching. Maybe some shorts, maybe some other content creators and stuff. You know, maybe we'll give a nice little shout out here on the stream.
Me and my friend.
Checking the smoke.
You know, a lot of the home game players don't tend to do a lot of studying. I feel like that's you know, it would, even just looking at something like pre-flop charts would like help them immensely in the game. But yeah, I don't know. I'd like to. I want to see all these players do well, and I want to see them have great poker careers. I guess outside of the game, like outside of this local game. I want to see them crush all the tournaments that they end up getting in, and just doing really well. Because I like seeing. I'm happy to hear great stories from people that I know and doing well. I genuinely want to see all of these players succeed. Unfortunately, poker is a game where not everybody can win every time, so it's certainly a brutal game. But look at this. Tony hitting the 8s on the river with the 8-5, little $67 pot, firing out $15.
Oh yeah.
Corey has top pair, top kicker, although there's a 4-card straight down on the board. 7 will complete a straight. Attila hit the 8 on the river as well with the ace 8.
And a little pinch extra for me.
Corey's actually going to re-raise to $35 with the top pair top kicker. A little bit dangerous. Gonna get called here from Tony at least, I imagine, or maybe Tony's gonna re-raise. No, he's gonna flat call. Great call from Tony.
Rock, paper,
There was a 4-card straight down on the board.
The river, what a great river. Should have raised.
Tony picking up a nice $137 pot there. Not sure what Corey was thinking with the re-raise there. Maybe he just was hoping that somebody just had another jack with the top pair top kicker, but.
Beautiful.
But that's all right. Tony picking up a nice pot with that river card.
I like A5.
Yeah.
Don't like A4.
Enough time.
Some of these cards are weird.
Driveway.
Got someone's car going off in the kind of briefly hear the car alarm.
Good.
Sorry. Is that 8? No, 12. 13, sorry. Just the way that it landed, you couldn't see it. It's called.
Alright, third scan.
All in, says 63. Fold.
Let's fold.
Fold. Fold. Fold. Call. Fold. Good luck.
Go ahead.
Not sure what's going on here. Alex all in here with the 9-6. Ace 3 for Corey and making the call.
Still?
Corey's going to have the best hand here with the ace high. Alex
That's all for me.
trying to steal that $13, trying to build up a little bit of a stack, trying to make a move.
Okay, Bucks, you're good.
Fortunately, Corey called him there with the ace 3. It's looking like Alex is going to be finished for the night. So it looks like we have a seat open. Seat open at the table, ladies and gentlemen. We are now 9-handed at this table.
Nobody coming.
Maybe somebody wants to move to that seat.
Skender said they
Yeah,
wanted
just
to.
told them that there's a seat. There was 2 of them.
There's 2 of them?
Move into the next hand here.
Oh, yeah.
If they want to come, I guess they call it the unofficial wait list.
Start on play.
No.
Do you want it right now?
Who is it?
Skender and Ivan.
Okay. Yeah, Alex, thanks for coming.
Play the funky music. Play the funky music. Yeah.
Action is to Tim. Fold. Oh, that breeze coming down the basement.
I know.
I can feel it on my feet.
No. Not me.
What are you guys singing, Madonna?
No, play that funky
Call.
music.
Oh,
Wait, wait.
That's 7. Re-raise to 22.
Look at this, Brian
Alright.
bumping it up to 7 with the ace king suited.
Play the funky cards first.
Put it all in.
Corey 3-betting here with pocket 3s.
Yeah, okay.
Call.
Lorraine's gonna make the call here with the 6-5.
Fold. Fold. 22.
A bit surprised by the call from Lorraine.
Re-raise to 57.
Girl, you feel the love tonight.
It's like the Hungarian Elton John.
I mean, see down the action, the
57
love
total.
going around.
Brian 4-betting to 57. Corey calls with the pocket threes. Wow, that's an interesting flop. Actually, great flop for Brian, really. 2 overcards with the flush draw. He pushes all in here.
145.
Corey with just a pair of threes. It's actually not a terrible board, really, for pocket threes. You know, obviously the 5 and the jack are over your pair of threes, but where Brian 4-bet him pre-flop, you almost got to put him on like maybe a big pair of or some sort.
It says you have 184. It's been off.
It'd be a tough call for Corey, either way. Brian just kind of going for the maximum. Would like to win that pot. It's pretty much a pot-sized bet almost for Brian's all-in. Can't really blame him here. Has a chance to kind of just take it down with ace high. Turn and river could, you know, there's a chance that it might not be good for him.
I transfer you.
It goes to halfway.
Yeah.
Some
Email
places
transfer?
go
Yeah.
like just at the top.
Yeah.
Corey's going to make the call. Ace king suited versus pocket threes. Oh, the 2 needs a diamond. No,
Give it 5 minutes.
pocket threes are going to win it there. Wow, Brian had a ton of outs. Said he actually had 60% to win that hand on the flop. Said he only had about 12 outs though, so I'm not sure where it's getting that 60% from. But Corey picking up that pot with pocket threes.
Sorry, 694, so 700. So yeah,
It's a big pot. Corey pulling out a win there. Wow, pocket threes versus ace king suited. Ace king suited could not make it happen. Had a ton of outs. 2 overcards and a flush draw. Yeah. It wasn't a bad move. I like Brian's move, shoving there with the ace king. Good chance he might just win the pot right there, and you essentially just pick up, you know, what was basically a pot-sized raise. So it was a good shove. I probably would have shoved there as well.
That's what they sell us there.
Just an unfortunate turn and river. Just you know, it's always at the end of the day, it is a drawing hand.
Poker game there is like,
Ace jack suited for Attila and diamonds. Those diamonds suited broadways have been making its way around the table tonight.
11.
Big shout out to everybody watching over on YouTube. Pretty consistent over there, 28 viewers. Welcome everybody to the All Out Poker stream. If you guys are new here, jump in the chat, say hello. Give you guys a nice little shout out. Let me know where you're from. I always like seeing how far the stream is reaching.
Is there casinos in Hungary? I guess there are no.
We also stream on Kick, YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook.
How do you say what? Do you guys
How do you say checking this
Oh,
out?
but everybody was.
Ooh, Corey hitting an open-ender here with the Jack-9. Attila
It's up to me.
Yep.
still with the best hand with the ace high, but he also has the king. That would be an absolute disastrous card for Corey to see,
But you didn't hear me.
giving Attila the higher straight.
That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. I'm trying to be friendly, checking the smoke. Blasting off right in my face.
Firing at $16. Corey's gonna call. He's gonna keep chasing
Word,
that
hearts.
open-ended.
Maybe you want to see one? Figure it out then?
Yeah.
River card. Giving Attila the best hand with the ace high. Let's see if Corey's gonna want to take a stab at it here on the river. $57 in the middle.
35 for that.
Corey firing out a $35 bet. That would be a tough call for Attila. Just calling with the ace high here. Ace jack suited. He is not throwing it away just yet, though. Throws it away. That bet from Corey's going to get through. Wow. Attila could not make that call with the ace high. Just had to give Corey the credit there. Fortunately, we can see that Corey was just bluffing. Corey was bluffing. How dare you, Corey, bluffing? Poor Attila. See, we got tons of action. Tons of action at this table tonight. Things are about to heat up.
Yeah. Yeah. You haven't been clipping the cash at all.
Tilla's going back for that money.
Cash games are
The money is just building up on this table.
But he said it's a lot harder for him to go.
There's no money that comes off this table, so
and clip it from that.
You could always, like,
no tips, no nothing. No money coming off this table.
write it down, timestamp. You can always go back.
It's the all-ins that get to be used. It's not the how somebody played a hand. Unfortunately, it doesn't have enough of a hook to it, right? At the start, so that's why.
Looks like everybody's gonna limp it in over to Attila,
Balance out the
calling the straddle. It's like everyone's just gonna
Bluffs might be
see a flop first. Very wet
Yeah,
flop.
big hand.
Jack 10-9,
Multi-way
two spades.
too. There's not enough room on the screen to really play around with the graphics.
Let's see
so.
who has the hand here. Shannon 46% with the 9-8
13.
off. Imagine just kind of looking and seeing what's here. I imagine everyone's probably going to be maybe folding. Just a couple open-endeds and stuff.
How much was it?
$13. Corey's going to call. Attila's going to call.
Yeah, sorry, I actually thought Tim.
Oh, there is a lot of open-endeds. There's the 8 from Corey, the queen for Tim for the open-ended there. Attila's got a queen.
It's alright, man. Just squeeze the absolute fuck out of us.
Yeah. Alright.
Pretty much everyone's just on open-ended draws. See how ugly this gets if possibly another straight card comes down. 2 is doesn't really change anything.
Check. Check.
Shannon with the best hand with a pair of 9s on a board like this. Kind of insane when you think about it.
Just adding 75. Okay.
Imagine a bluff here from pretty much anybody we might get through. $64 in the middle.
Check. Got a pair of 9s?
Oh, yeah, the 8-2 just creeping along. It's good.
Wow, Shannon's hand, pair of 9s, getting through $64 pot. Unbelievable.
In 3 callers, dude.
I think it was just one.
Wow, that's
I
crazy.
think we're staying black.
See Glaze and Lorraine out there splashing those chips around. Unreal.
Yeah, you
Any
went
2
out.
cards.
Went from fucking
Any
broke
2
to
cards.
back.
Be interesting to see what Lorraine can make happen tonight. She's playing a little bit looser than what we've seen on other streams or other previous streams. See if this kind of works out for her.
Oh, no, I would. $100. I don't know how much I would, but
At a cash game.
I don't want to say that I would do it, but
Oh, that's not bad at all.
It was a simple one. It wasn't the upgrade.
Action is a 7.
I'm thinking of some tailors.
Kana over on Twitch.
3,000.
Mucking the burn cards could be an issue. Should anyone ask if one was burnt or not? You know, that's actually something I meant to test, and I forgot to. I'll try to remember for tomorrow just to do a test on it. Because yeah, if I'm swiping the burn cards into the muck, it might take those out and just kind of give you almost like more of a real percentage of what kind of cards there were. Be interesting to see.
Checking the
See
smoke.
Seb here has
Oh.
pocket kings, bumps it up to $7, gets what's 5 callers? Oof.
You just pretend-
6 players in this spot with pocket kings. Queen 310. Not a bad board for the kings, but multi-way, I wouldn't really like it. Seb firing out a half pot bet, $20 into a $42 pot.
Sitting there with like king 10
Trying to see who's actually willing to invest into this pot. We'll probably bump it up a little more on the turn. Tim's going to make the call here. Just the pair of 10s. 5 is no help.
Check.
Seb still with the best hand with the pocket kings.
Check.
Seb's going to play it a little bit slow. Spade completes on the river, but it's a king. Seb hitting the set of kings. Tim's going to go for a little stab at it. Throwing a little $25 bet out there. Probably thinks that his 10 is actually the best hand. Seb looking a little bit confused by that bet. Maybe thinking that Tim is actually just chasing a flush. I mean, he probably might play the flush the same way.
No, if you say not to talk about hand, I won't. Especially if I'm not in it, but if you say not to, I
I know.
won't.
It's all good. I just...
Seb,
Damn.
flat calling there just with the set of kings. A little bit worried about that spade.
I guess if I would have re-raised them.
$7. What'd you shut down?
Re-raise probably wouldn't have really done much anyway. I imagine Tim probably would have just folded unless he really wanted to represent that flush. If you look at our aggression frequency, Corey's at the top, 49%. Seb is at 37%. Everyone's hovering around that 30% mark. So we're seeing quite a bit of aggression here at this table. Although, again, I want to see the V-pips. I might have missed that from the last one. Could imagine what these V-pips are now. Glazin says, any news on Mamprit? He's still alive, Dave. I haven't seen him since the first couple streams. Yeah, I'm not sure. He's, I'm not sure. Haven't seen him. I'm not sure what he's up to.
No, I just
Actually still right?
Right.
I think he might not like the delay that's on this stream where we do pretty much a 24-hour delay on it. It's just basically essentially so I can run it myself.
I haven't heard from Tony in a while.
No, I know.
But we were running into some problems with the live stream. I can live stream it with like a 10-minute delay, but the problem is the cell phones and stuff at the table. People getting texts from friends about hands that were played. It ruins the integrity of the game. So I kind of had to make an unfortunate change, but it's a good change. It's a change that needed to happen. So you know, I have to protect the integrity of the game at the end of the day, right? You know, I didn't put a bunch of money into this investment onto a table like this to have the players kind of ruin it, I guess, essentially. So we do what we have to do. You know, all the local poker community trusts me to be able to do this, and you know, I have no intention of ever letting them down ever. So we're gonna do the best we can and try to get these streams out.
Check.
Trying to give some local entertainment here in Canada. Seb picking up a very boring pot. The pair of 7s. Their chip counts. Shannon, $743. The next biggest stack is Corey, 477. Geez, 425. 424 for Seb. My God. Remember, guys, this is a 1-1 game. Those are some huge stacks. You pretty much see those stacks at like a 1-3 game typically, right, at a casino. You know, wild. Like this is like a 1-1 game that plays like a 1-2, pretty much. Once the money gets onto the table, it's you know, gets pretty wild.
So they were such a good duo to have, like on like a.
Well, they brought some interest to the younger people.
Tony used to do his cardio between hands.
But it was since Full Tilt got
Right,
busted
Tony?
that the number of TV shows went down, wasn't it?
Well, yeah,
Because they promoted a lot of
Full
them.
Tilt was promoting pretty much all
Right.
of them. Like the only other one was Ultimate Bet, but they already got busted with that super user thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But isn't there like a poker channel, Poker Go or something? I don't have that, but
Option to
Good.
I don't know.
Dave doesn't talk
I
about
haven't
that.
watched any poker media in so long.
me either.
What about Poker Go?
You don't talk about it.
I mean, they own a company that's running this RFID stuff, so.
Oh, is that the channel that has all the different poker channels, poker shows?
They're kind of briefly talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, Poker Go's a subscription.
So what are these shows like? Like how come they're not on the mainstream channels anymore?
I think they just do reruns. Is that
Oh.
check fine?
Where we do?
You.
Well, distraction video then.
Okay.
Is Tony?
No, it's on Tony check right?
Actually,
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else? I'm missing people here. Bet is 10.
Looking like we got ourselves a little straddled pot.
Call.
Everybody kind of getting involved. See what kind of riffraff gets away from here, as Tony would say.
Fold.
Seb getting out of here.
Call. Fold. Fold.
3 players left now in this pot.
Blurring.
Ooh.
Check.
Right now hitting a pair of 7s.
Check.
Corey with the pair of 10s. Attila with the pair of 10s as well.
Bet the turn.
Bet is 21.
Also got a little bit of gut shot there with that 7 coming down. Attila and Corey going at it. $86 in the middle. 50-50. It's a split pot.
Corey first.
Let's see who won. Who has the guts here? With Corey. Gonna take a stab at it.
4, 3, 5, 5, 8. Oh. Which one do we want to do? Let's go with. You made it what? 30?
Corey showing an 8.
Last bet? No,
Flipping up
21.
one card.
We did 21, yeah.
Thank you.
Because that's what we did to the 21.
Corey firing out.
Wasn't paying attention, didn't see
Looks
what
like
that was,
$60?
45.
Oh, 45, sorry. $45 bet.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, you'll see them on the high stakes stuff.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Love it.
It's definitely a nice.
Corey putting Attila to the test.
Yeah, why not?
Little $45 bet.
See rabbit hunting on the on the big ones and.
No.
See if Attila is
Out of control.
going to be able to make this call. It's a split pot. Glazing yelling in the chat. Subscribe to All Out Poker. Yes, please do.
Fold.
Please do. I would much really appreciate it. Nice to see actually if the bot tricks alerts are actually working again. They always just like start spamming the start of the stream, but then I don't really see them pretty much throughout the entire ending part of the stream. But Corey ends up winning that pot, stealing that pot essentially from Attila with that aggression. Always nice to see the aggression at this cash game. But yeah, we have 29 viewers tonight over on YouTube. Got a couple over on Facebook. A couple over on Twitch. So thank you guys for tuning in. From whatever streaming platform you guys are tuning in on, I appreciate every single one of you guys here tonight.
Calls, Brian. Calls. Raise 2. Corey, fold. This is good. Getting there. Just call.
Good commentating.
Call.
Yeah, that'd be annoying as hell. Definitely you want to listen to me. I don't know how you guys do it.
6.
Bet is 6.
Easy.
$6 bet from Attila with the ace 4.
Massive 3-bet.
Seb says that was a massive 3-bet. It's a $6. We have a few interesting hands here. Seb's got pocket 7s. Tim's sitting there with pocket 2s. Some small pockets. Brian has ace jack. Shannon, everybody's getting involved. My God, this little pot has turned into a $42 pot going to this flop.
Extra Solari.
Ooh, look at this. Brian actually flopped the straight.
Check. Check.
He's gonna play it a little bit slow.
Check. Check. Check.
Everybody's gonna check.
Check.
6 is a great card for Brian. Equity sitting there at 91%. Everyone's at 2%. Pretty much the couple people are just mostly looking for a like split pot. Shannon's gonna call the 15.
40. Raise to 40.
Brian's gonna re-raise. Tony with the top pair. Blazes out, he's cracking open a cold one. Pouring that Pepsi can into that Pepsi cup with the straw. Brian trying to get some Pepsi power going.
Which is fine. I just,
Pepsi
I
power.
just like to try to do my best to
Has a nice ring to it.
at least be over 20 for sure. That's just my my preference.
I don't know
Some
if
nights you have
I don't know
some
if
nights you have less.
I don't know if I'd be able to crack 20 an hour.
Shannon making a call here.
Shannon?
Shannon completely missing. Had the straight draw with the pair of tens. Brian with the straight with the ace jack that he flopped. Flopped that straight.
That is 60?
$60 bet to a $137 pot. Half pot bet.
Oh,
Can't get Shannon to continue. Shannon's lead going down, dwindling down a little bit. Brian kind of coming back. $331 stack for Brian. Oh, we got a little glitch. This stuff happens. I tried to get all of it. Just a quick one.
straddle and play.
Got ourselves a straddle in play. 30 viewers over on YouTube. Big shout out to you guys over on YouTube tonight. Really supporting me over there. I want to take a look at those stats.
Action to Brian. Call.
Move into the main program.
Hold. 20. That is 20. Call.
Jump over there to the lives with you guys. Hey. Jump into the chat with you. We only have 12 likes on the video, 30 viewers. Do me a solid. Smash that like button. Help tell YouTube that you guys are enjoying this and spread it out to more of the poker community.
Call.
What kind of pot do we have brewing here? Tim bumping it up to $20. Gets 4 callers. Wow.
That's a ham sandwich for extra cheese.
Yeah, the 3-2s.
Check.
3-2 has been quite hot tonight.
That's a deluxe.
Check.
That's got bacon on it.
It's like everybody's just gonna check it all the way down to the turn.
Check. Check. Check.
Nobody has anything here other than Shannon with the pocket fours. Believe it or not, 53% to win. There's a 7 for Brian. It's hard to believe with all the players
Check.
in this pot.
That is 35.
Brian had a flush draw too on the turn. $135 with the 7. Shannon. It was a multi-way pot. You're trying to think about the fours. He was ahead for most of the time.
A lot of money in there.
How much that Scander's coming?
I'm not sure. Did Skender send anything?
I told him when there was one seat. So, I guess it said anything. There's 2 of them. It's quite nice.
I think Brian or Mark.
Oh yeah, do please come in.
Shannon calls here with the fours.
There could be a couple people.
7 is going to be that best hand. Shannon doesn't really look too impressed with that. Probably a little bit disappointed with his call.
Why is that?
Had the wrong read in that situation. But, I mean, multi-way pot. It was certainly with the fours. Kind of a tough spot, I guess. $35. There was a lot of money out in the middle of that pot. Can't really blame him for wanting to get some information from Brian. I don't think Shannon and Brian have really played too much with each other. So just trying to get a little bit of information. Sometimes you just got to pay for it. Get the information that way. The bird just kind of flew up somewhere. Where are you, bird? You want to come to the stream now? No, I don't want to see if she wanted to join the stream with you guys. She asked for a cracker though. Maybe I'm gonna have to bribe her. I'll bring her down. I'm gonna go get her, and I'm gonna maybe bring her into the stream here.
Oh. That's 15.
She's sitting on my lap. Tony with pocket queens.
15 is the best.
Lorraine's gonna make the call with the A7 suited.
Check. Check.
Both players checking. Tony
Davish.
smashing that top set. Although now there's a 4-card straight down on the board. Anybody who has a 9. Shannon jumping into the chat. Hey Dave, I played with Brian Lotz. Just a lousy call. I wasn't sure. I don't think I've ever seen you guys play with each other. So. Oh, there it is, a straight on the board. Very unlucky for Tony. I don't know. Lorraine's got a 6-card straight. Does that count towards anything? No, it does not.
He's a pretty
She
solid
bet 25, he had a set of queens.
Oh, Tony folded the queens. Wow.
Yeah, that was not a fun. I did not enjoy calling that.
That's crazy. Crazy.
Which one?
No.
The all in?
Oh, yeah.
We're here with me.
It's tough.
But it's because there was
Not happy to be
action
on the
behind,
stream.
right?
That wasn't even close.
Might bite my nose or something. That would be kind of probably pretty funny for you guys to see on the stream.
Everyone had their mind.
She doesn't like this mic. That's why she's kind of freaking out.
I was in your
Huh.
spot.
She doesn't like my headphones either. She wants back on her cage. She's getting agitated. She's gonna bite me. She's gonna bite me.
Bailed
Ah.
out, you lost with the 5.
Hey, go back up there.
You raised big.
That didn't
and I
take me out.
called.
Go back up on your cage.
You bought these cards.
Dangerous.
Okay?
Kenny, yeah.
Taking chances here. You know, I like to gamble. Gamble with the bird biting my finger off.
He had it in his head that I was dealing.
One day you guys might get that on stream. Will not be today. I can tell she's agitated.
Oh, there we go.
Figured she would want to join me with the
Yeah, I
commentary.
hate having to make rulings like that.
She does not. She doesn't like anything that I'm doing in here.
With action, but like,
Yeah, no, I hate Duke was
yeah, well, yeah.
the worst part of the fucking job.
You don't have to raise.
See Glazen saying, "Come on, Lorraine, you've been
No, I don't.
pretending long enough. Get this game going." And felt these boys.
I mean,
I'm gonna look at these about 40 times.
Raise to 25.
he didn't have to do that either. So, yeah.
Tony with the ham sandwich with
You don't have to
cheese.
four bet either. No
A
one
little 4-3
You like that, right?
I haven't
an
looked,
upgrade
so
from
I'm
the
just trying to have fun. Bump it up.
from the ham sandwich. He's got cheese this time. 4 is better than the 2.
25?
Yep.
What a show, man.
I don't like the position though, and I don't like the
Tony trying to liven things up here. 3 betting
fucked up. I mean,
$25.
pussy actually.
25 is the bet.
Imagine folding that, being stuck $10 off 520. Pussy. Oh, it was my straddle too. I suck. I should probably go home actually.
My 3-bet call range has been pretty light tonight.
Seb here folding with the ace-10, giving Tony some respect. Attila, non-believer though, calling with the ace-6 suited. Lorraine with the ace-queen. Maybe we'll see a 4-bet here. Got about $135 behind.
If that's what you're saying.
Yeah, it was from 520, so it's, you gotta work for it, dude.
Lorraine Wow, Lorraine folds the ace queen here.
120, I have 4 in my pocket.
He suspects something a little bit suspicious. Multi-way. Oh, there would have been a top pair.
Actions to Attila.
Attila, the pair of sixes here, actually has the best hand. Tony knows he's going to have to continue to bluff at this.
Bet is 25.
$25 bet into a $68 pot. Attila with bottom pair with the ace-6. Attila's actually counting it out his chips. And he puts it all in. Attila all in for $86. Wow. What timing with bottom pair. It almost seems like a bluff versus a bluff.
86.
Wow. So actually, this is probably going to work. Tony, Tony obviously can't call this. Not with the 4-3.
All the hands I want to see tomorrow. I forgot about
Wow.
that first hand. I want to see this fucking hand tomorrow.
Corey's telling he wants to see what everybody had.
Something that fucking dominates top 2, please tell me.
I was gonna save you.
Go on, I mean, it's fine. I'll see it tomorrow.
Love it.
Corey, a little bit shocked. Speechless.
Folds queen jack. Good bet.
A little bit speechless there with the ace-6. I don't think anybody thinks... Tony's probably the only guy who knows. He's like, I was just bluffing, man. I was just trying to take a stab at it, you know. Trying to make a fun pot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Tony was just making a move and bluffing. It's good to know that Tony's got you know, likes to spice it up every once in a while, making him a little bit unpredictable.
100%.
Glazen says, I think the card reader was wrong there when Lorraine folded the ace-queen pre-flop.
No, it's good hands.
I mean, maybe it's possible. I mean, it's possible. It's something we'll have to ask Lorraine next time we see her. Maybe she's actually a viewer. Maybe she's watching tonight.
What's that?
Any bet that gets Tony on tilt's a good bet.
Maybe she'll be able to clear that up in the chat.
Wait, the reaction now. It's just rather
It's rough when you go
No,
down.
no,
We're
just
just
a
6
call.
joints right there. It's a little difficult.
Cool.
Ace king for Seb.
It's 9.
Betting $9.
You were calling?
Just call.
Finished. Right, call.
It's how much?
No.
9.
Niner.
Almost more than I can afford.
Call.
Call it semi-tilt after that last hand. Queen jack.
Got 4 callers here.
6.
Ace-7 and king-queen and pocket 9s.
No, I mean, it's
That is king.
total blind hand. You always call
Oh, no,
it.
it's not.
Corey.
Tim hitting that top pair king kicker.
It's all in. 80.
81.
Putting it all in.
81.
Good luck, 81.
Thank you, sir.
Good bet.
I mean, no one's
Seb with
25.
2 overcards and a gut shot. Just gonna fold.
One caller. Everyone's out?
81, yep.
No, I really want to do it though.
6-8 on the river. See that Seb would not have got there with the ace king. Tim would have ended up picking up that pot either way, even if somebody called. So I love the rabbit hunting. The rabbit hunting is awesome.
Anyone
I
against
just
this?
like seeing what would have happened on
States,
turn river.
moves, whatever.
Play one hand.
$10 bomb pot?
I think just a normal Omaha.
Oh, it looks like they're talking about doing something, spicing the game up here.
You guys want to play a little bomb
You
pot?
have to be in one motion.
Fine, alright, fine, only fine.
PLO
What do you guys want to do? What are you guys doing? I gotta
$5
put
bomb pot?
PLO 5.
You wanna play Omaha?
What's the ball flying? Just let it go again.
You tell us, you guys wanna play Omaha?
And then just let it go?
It's just a
Yeah,
flop.
it's just for the first betting round, everyone puts
One
5
hand,
in.
yeah.
Right.
One hand, yep.
I don't wanna be a party.
Looks like
are we doing?
What are we doing here?
Yeah,
A PLO.
PLO.
So pot, yep.
PLO?
PLO, yeah.
pot limit Omaha. Yeah.
Pot limit, PLO.
All right, looks like they've decided.
Or
We'll save it. We'll save it.
Keep going.
So $5 each.
Oh, yeah,
Limit
fuck,
number.
sorry.
Yeah,
Pot limit
we
on
still
that.
need more cards too. It's like a
Yeah,
bucket.
where did I, sorry.
It doesn't sound right.
Is it a bomb pot or?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
No?
I'll limit PLO.
You wanna do bomb pot? No,
So you
it's
can
too late.
only-
Well, it's not too late, but if you guys wanna do it, you
I thought
guys,
that's what we were
you
doing.
guys have to make a
I didn't know we were
decision.
playing Omaha when I said it. That's why.
People have already looked at it.
Still haven't decided what's going on.
Common.
Here
A
we
lot of
go. We're
commotion.
going in.
When only half the tables.
We got ourselves
Shannon, your
Omaha.
characters isn't very difficult.
What's this?
My God, though, can't imagine what the graphics are going to be like on this game,
No.
Race.
No.
or even bigger this time.
Alright.
Chips are kinda on the sensor a little
Spirit
bit
of
too.
the game.
Why so much?
Maybe, I don't know. There might be a card that goes, so.
You still not reading?
Everybody might play 2 of your cards out of your hand, right?
I don't, now it works.
At the end, yes.
Yeah, you totally
Do
used
this.
to,
Call.
yeah.
Attila's got 2 10s, 7 and a 5.
Call.
Lorraine's got a pretty good hand. Pocket jacks with
Brian, call.
jack suited,
I mean, we might get fancy here.
king suited,
Is dangerous.
pair of kings with a king 7 suited for Corey. Ace queen over for Guy, ace queen for Shannon. Everybody's got a little piece. This is always crazy Omaha hands.
Whatever pot is, tell me.
Can't see anybody though. Looks like we're just looking at a screen full of graphics.
12, 14, so
Oh, yeah, no,
$15.
Yeah, yeah.
That was the rule. That was the rule.
Lorraine out there pushing for Omaha and begging for a bomb pot to take it all down. Blazing, choosing, cheering on Lorraine for this hand.
Is it 17?
I'll trust the professional.
I said it's 17.
The professional.
3 times the last
Corey making
one.
it pot. They're playing pot limit Omaha, so
It's 17.
6, 8, 10, 12,
13.
It's only 13 pot limit.
12, 14, 16.
see who wants to continue. I imagine everybody probably will. This is Omaha. You get 2 extra cards.
I don't know pot limit that well.
People, when they only play like a game like this a night or something, it always spices everything up. Everybody wants to get involved because it's a different hand.
Spending money's fun.
I don't blame you, my friend. I like spending money too.
Well, we got one folder,
Yeah.
a couple folders maybe.
You can't die with it, man. You
We're
know,
not
spend.
gonna have to flop
What do we
it.
got? 6 players in this pot.
120 in the pot if anyone wants to bet it.
How much?
120.
Yeah, I wish this thing told me how much was in the pot. I was like, that's one thing. No,
See what we've got here. Lorraine has hit trip jacks. Corey has a pair of kings with the king high flush draw. Let's see who else has anything. It's hard to tell here.
Boom!
Everyone else is pretty much low on equity, so it doesn't really look like they have much at all. Yeah, no, it looks like it's just going to be between Lorraine and Corey here. Lorraine shoves all in.
Lorraine all in.
Corey calls. Corey hit the flush. Ace of diamonds on the river. Corey shows 2 kings. Needs to show 4 cards though.
20, 23.
Mucked the other 2 cards.
118.
You got a straight,
You
Lorraine.
got the straight as well.
Oh, yeah, that's straight too.
Corey
Beating
mucking,
it with everything in your hand.
mucking the best hand. Lorraine showing a straight. And Jack 7 and 8,
I
but
like this game.
pot's getting pushed over to Lorraine.
It's an expensive game to play.
Graphics are saying that Corey
I know it's
had the best hand here with the flush. It's gonna throw the stacks off.
Doesn't matter.
$341 pot.
I was
That
surprised
shit the best of
at
it like a
how
few ways, so.
sharp my
Yeah.
fucking piano-
Very strange, very unfortunate. That's
I
Omaha.
didn't get it with 17 either, because there was.
You gotta show all 4 cards to win.
How many limbers? There was 2, 3, 4, 5.
There was 6.
Blazing in the chat. Wait, Corey just mucked his flush.
Plus he has to
Basically,
call.
He did.
basically
He did
what
muck
he's
his flush.
doing
He only
is
showed the 2 kings and mucked the other 2
Yeah,
cards.
raising the
But it would've been
total
15
that's
then,
in the
'cause
pot
there was
at
only-
that
No
time.
one was leaping. I
It
was.
was
Okay.
But
kind of
he's
talking
raising
about what was
the
going on that
pot
hand.
on top
Of his call.
Yeah, I know, but there was only 6 limpers plus his 1 for 13.
You can say we were talking about how stacks were going to be off a little bit.
You just happy?
6 limbers, take out the last.
Red Rum says Corey donating.
My stomach was in a knot.
Plus, yeah, I only
We're
counted.
only getting 20 hands apiece.
You were in, you were in the button.
I'm not good at that.
It was definitely an unfortunate situation. You know, just misreading the hand. You know, we've seen Phil Ivey do it at the WSOP at the final table, right? So just didn't realize that that he had the flush there. Only showed the 2 kings and mucked the other cards. Unfortunate. That's why it's always best to just flip all 4 cards.
Couldn't have been a freaking heart on the river. That would have been too good.
Action's a 10. Check.
That
Corey
ace-
didn't know that he had the
Ace of
flush.
hearts, oh, then I'd have the nuts. Would be so good.
Yeah, I know.
Check.
That's what I was worried about.
I thought you had
Pot. Muck best strat.
Flushing
Corey in the chat.
Yeah.
Unfortunate situation. Very always a hard
Yeah,
lesson,
Back to
unfortunately.
the green. Oh my god. You still have the
I'm back.
the up down.
Blazin
tracker.
says Lorraine has the intimidation factor in full swing now with that win from that pot.
I checked.
You can't.
$7.
Oh, yeah, I thought.
Corey jumping into the chat over on YouTube
First
after that Omaha hand. Was sure I had no suits. Oh well, roll everything. Yeah. It's yeah, Corey, I feel for you, man. It's certainly an unfortunate situation.
That's 11.
fun of me.
I mean, Omaha, especially when you're just playing Hold'em, it's kind of hard to see what everybody has. Like, I mean, most of the table didn't even know. Lorraine didn't even know she had a straight there, but only showed the 2 jacks, right? She showed her set of jacks. So it just goes to show that not all of us have a lot of experience playing Omaha.
So I'm pretty sure.
Blazin saying, admit it, Corey, admit it. Lorraine intimidated you into that muck.
No, it wasn't. Ace
It
back.
was good for the game.
No, it was a heart.
It was a heart. Because Lorraine right now is saying that she's busted.
It was ace of hearts. I
So
thought I
you would
was
have won
pretty
that
sure
hand,
someone-
whatever it was.
You didn't show all 4 though.
I did. I showed the kings. There's a king of hearts.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you showed the other
you
2.
need to. Yeah,
I
you
showed
should
them. I
all
did show
4.
them all. Yes, I did.
No, you only showed 2.
Yeah.
No, 100% you only
It
showed
was
2.
7-4. The other 2 were 7-4.
No, well, they might be 7-4, but you showed 2.
7-4
and
doesn't
you
win
got the other
anything
2.
though.
Can you do me a favor and just counter stack?
It was ace of diamonds. There's no way I'm not happy when I see it.
It was a heart.
No.
Discussing that last Omaha hand after we kind of figured it out.
Stack.
Lorraine said Lorraine was busted
I thought I saw
at
a
hand,
piece of
which
diamonds.
So I thought I saw
the
two.
system awarded the pot to Corey, as you can see the reason
For
why.
this to bust her.
I mean, I'll
completely,
like. Can
so-
you pause it? Like, I'm gonna like. We have to. I want to know now if you're gonna say
What,
that.
how much is it?
341.
341. Okay.
Can you go back and see previous hands?
Hey, it's all recorded. He's got it.
I won't be able to until
Right.
it's done. Got 6.
Pocket 8s for key.
No, I'm gonna find out.
No.
I mean, actually, no. So
We
I'd like
can't
to play
stop
chips.
the game.
No. I mean, you kind of have to if it's a giant mistake like that.
Well, yeah, if it's freaking point related. You had 2 hearts in your hand?
No, I only had one.
Sorry, I had to.
If it was the ace of hearts, it
The
would have been
drama start,
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You're gonna be
trying to
showing
discuss what happened.
You have
How do you use 2 in your hand?
You had 2 hearts in your hand?
It was 4 of hearts,
Yeah,
yeah.
2 kings.
Yeah,
Yeah, I did have the nuts.
Call?
Well,
You had the 4 hearts as well, yeah.
I don't know.
We have to see it, I guess.
yeah. I mean, I'm cool
Blazing.
to call the pause. I definitely showed them, but there.
Did Lorraine not take the pot? I am so confused. No, Lorraine ended up getting the pot. No, she just had to take a break.
Oh, man.
Well, step away from her hand. No, Lorraine ended up getting that pot from that Omaha hand, so she has that currently in her stack. But
Check.
usually when I can kind of notice something wrong on the system with the tablet in front of me, we were kind of just discussing what could have went wrong because we don't really have access to all of these graphics during the game, right? All of that stuff's being done in the background work. So we were just kind of trying to discuss basically what happened, right?
Check.
And why the system would do something like that.
Check.
Clayton said, "Oh, never mind. She must have wet herself and went to the bathroom to recover." Hey, Andrew's in the chat. Welcome, welcome. Just missed a very exciting Omaha hand. had a little bit of an issue with the hand. Player mucked to the best hand. Seb with the boat here with the ace 2, $158 pot. Guy's gonna fold. Wow, great fold from Guy. I mean, really, that's what Sink's beating you there is really an ace.
I'm pretty sure though the ace was the diamond.
No, it was ace of diamonds, but there was already 3 hearts, and So what can we do, Dave? I mean, the computer legit shows her busted.
I know, but you mucked your other 2.
I flipped everything I had.
No, you didn't. Well, it's not my safe. Like, you
Yeah.
flip 2 cards and then you.
I mean, if it's showing she's busted, it was an all-in and a call showdown on the river. I mean, it's like 4 buy-ins, right?
It was a pretty decent sized
Can't-
pot.
I don't want to stop everything it's gonna cause too many problems.
Well, I mean,
Was it my button?
4 buy-ins is kind of a problem.
His action is on Tony, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it's actually a misdeal.
Sorry, guys,
There's
I didn't
no
know.
action anyway, so it's a misdeal.
I mean, I don't think
I
it's
dealt the
that
cards
much of a
wrong with
problem
that
to
hand.
resolve if it's already showing her busted, right?
I get it.
It's, I know what you're saying, but it'll take at least a half an hour.
I mean, but I don't think to review the video maybe, but I
Red
don't think
in the
it
chat.
needs to be the thing. It's literally right there.
Shannon doing his yoga.
It's not on the tablet though. I have to stop the hands and go into.
I mean, half an hour is a bit, but I don't think it's going to take half an hour. But I'm also fine if it's 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. And I don't know if anyone's going to disagree. Feel free to, but it's, at that point it's 400.
Corey wanting those chips from
It's
from
not,
that
like I know what
Omaha
you're saying
hand.
about the hand, but we actually have to go back and look in the footage and see what happened. Right? So you're big blind, Lawrence. Call. That's 2.
Blaze and saying we got people doing calisthenics in the background. This is riveting stuff. Nice to see the intricacies of the game. Yes.
Reading?
Wild. Mood has certainly changed at this table after that
I mean, it's still very early, even 30 minutes, I'm kind of fine with it.
after that hand. Or he's advocating to stop the recording to try to resolve the issue. Not sure what everybody thinks about that. You know, this the whole system wasn't. Unfortunately, it was not designed to go back and look at mistakes like this. It's all getting kind of run in the background.
I bet you were.
38.
No.
Yeah.
Showed here and
Check.
Glazing in the chat saying that he called this for Lorraine making a comeback. She certainly is making a comeback now. See how well she can do tonight with her newfound chips. Corey hitting a flush draw here with the Jack 7. We don't know what Attila has.
All in.
Call.
Can we find a resolution for that? So I'm gonna go all in every hand until we do.
I can cash you out if you want. And
Well, I mean-
I can't stop the stream, man. If this was anywhere else where they didn't have this, there's no way I would be able, like, we'd be no way to find out what actually happened, right?
You'd have to go through the footage to see if it shows your hand, and I have no idea if you did or not.
Like, if you wanna cash out, I can certainly
No,
cash
I'm not.
you out.
I'm not.
I don't want you
I
to
wouldn't
be on
leave.
tilt, but
No, I mean, tilt's fine. I'll go all in every hand for 3 hours, but
Mood is certainly a little bit changed here. Players are a little bit quiet.
I mean, if it's going to be reviewed later, what's going to happen later then?
well, I don't know.
I mean, I don't think there's a resolution later. The players are gone, the money's gone.
Glaze says ace is cracked again. One pair goes down in
I mean, it's up to-
flames.
I don't know. I guess it doesn't have any effect on her. How much is that? Do you know your total?
Calvin's in the
Doesn't
chat.
know your
Welcome,
total,
Calvin.
just shows you're busted.
Oh,
What does it say my total is then, I guess, since it's probably adding it to me, right?
it's one second. Yeah, actually, yeah, yours would be a little bit higher. Actually, that's a good point. 895 is what it says you are. Yeah, actually, hold, hold, hold.
I mean, I can cash out 895 if you want.
Matt, jump into the chat. The hand was not tabled, therefore a mucked hand. It was. It is the correct ruling, unfortunately. Just very unfortunate situation.
Call.
Don't like to see it at the table. I'm pretty sure any host would agree.
Put a fucking dagger on the
Having to make rulings like that really, really sucks. But unfortunately, fortunately, it is what it is. John says we all do dumb stuff at the table. Yeah, it's you know, I've done it myself. You know, a lot of the times, usually for me, I kind of explained before. You know, I was in like a multi-way all-in, right? And one of the shorter stacks kind of showed his hand, and one of the shorter stacks showed his hand, and it had me beat, and I was like, oh, and I just kind of mucked my cards, not realizing that I had the side pot, and I would have won the side pot, and I lost out money on that just because I mucked my cards, right? So it's just one of those things, like it's just table your hand, basically, right? It's a unfortunate lesson. I wasn't sure what Attila had there, Glazen. Glazen saying that he had ace-ace. I might have missed that that action as I was kind of paying attention to something else, because I think it only showed, I think it kind of like, it didn't show his hand. But, or maybe it did, and then I just had to go back and it didn't read it again. That's also a possibility. We had a couple problems tonight with the stack sizes and stuff. So a lot of those stats you might see are wrong. Some of them are pretty close with some of the players, but for the most part, they're going to be off by a couple dollars. But Jason, jumping over on Facebook. Hey, it's Jason from Twitch. Welcome, Jason. Thank you, man. Jumping in on Facebook, jumping on all the social medias. Glad you could be here.
Is that a 16?
Twitch just wasn't working it for you. I can't rank high enough to get any viewers, it seems. But that's okay. YouTube is doing extremely well. 36 viewers over on YouTube.
You want to turn it over one day, you said?
The what?
$300 tournament possibly coming up,
Yeah, I was thinking about doing a bounty at the end of March.
Yeah.
You missed the call. They went all in, and he had ace-ace. Corey rivered the flush. Oh, with the jack-7, yes. Okay, yeah,
It would be, it's
yeah, that was
plus it's high for.
yeah, that was a big pot. It was like $286 or something that went to Corey for that hand. Yeah, busting. If he had aces, I just didn't see it, or I don't remember it. But good for reminding me there. Wow, that's a pretty big pot. Kind of crappy for aces, but you know, that was a pretty wet board. I think there was like a queen and an 8 down on the board.
That's two.
Corey had a pretty good straight draw with his flush draw as well, so great hand, great flop for Corey.
Oh, man.
Do you have a lot of interest on that so far, or anybody, like,
I haven't posted anything.
Okay,
yet,
yeah,
like,
okay.
it's gonna be for March, so it's like usually for the March schedule.
What'd you get?
I'll figure it out.
Rebuy? 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Oh, I need that
You want this?
and 2 more, and then so I'm not getting 4, so I gotta get it somewhere else.
Yeah.
But I do still want that 4 too. Is the problem?
Oh, check.
It's going to be a pile inspiration.
Check.
It's for both of you guys.
Yeah. You still check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jack 7-4, 2 hearts down on the board. Nobody's on any kind of flush draw.
Okay, sorry, I missed that. Alright. Check.
He really with the best hand with the king high. Kind of crazy to think on a multi-way pot like this.
It's been pretty busy.
Casino's pretty busy.
Is it, yeah?
Ace down on the river. Gee with the best hand with king high.
We're only open
It's gonna get checked around. A massive $8 pot headed to Gee's way with the king high. King high. Wow, crazy. So the chip stacks are wrong. If we can see on these things, so I wouldn't pay too much to the chip counts on the end screens for this match on this cash game.
That is,
Restream, congratulations! You received 100 messages today with
I mean, I'm all for
Restream
lighting
chat.
$1 on fire, but
Cool. Thank you, Restream, and thank you for all the chatters joining us tonight. 38 viewers over on YouTube. Big shout out again to you guys YouTube. I think that's the most viewers I think we've had over there.
I'm down
If you guys are new to the channel,
right. But if you're supposed to be up 5 right now, it'd be a little bit of a difference, right?
if you guys are new from YouTube,
In a hand that you won that you don't have
you
the chips.
know, hit that like and subscribe button. Would much appreciate it. You know, and welcome to the stream. Welcome to the All Out Poker stream. Run a 1-1 cash game. Also some tournaments, some home game tournaments. As you can see, we have 3 tables in the basement. One's folded up over there in the corner. I designed everything myself.
Too late now.
Built everything myself. The tables, the RFID table that you see here. Set up all the camera gear and all that kind of stuff. So this is kind of a one-person run stream. And I'm happy all of you guys can be joining us here tonight and kind of just supporting what I've been doing. It's nice to be able to see people kind of enjoying it, right? And that was the entire point. So I'm glad everyone can be joining it. Shawshank over there. Love these AOP games. Kudos, Dave. Thanks, man. I really appreciate you jumping in and chatting too. Jumping in with the chat is like a big one because chatting here and just kind of chatting about the stream and chatting about the hands and stuff. You know, doing it by yourself is sometimes hard here. But look at this. Corey ends up hitting trip jacks, making some of that money back from Lorraine. Lorraine getting her pocket kings busted. Look at our aggression frequency. Corey 50%, Attila 40%, Seb 30, and everybody's sitting around the 30% mark. Except Corey and Attila 40 and 50% so far. I'm interested to see how many hands we've actually played.
I don't want it to be like this. It just is.
Straddle and play. Fold. Call. 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 Fold.
Everyone calling the $2 straddle here. Shannon with ace jack suited on the button. It's going to bump it up.
17.
$17. Going to punish all those people limping in. That's what I like to see. What do I say on the stream? Punish those limpers. Punish them. Punish those people. We don't like seeing limping on the stream. Fills up the screen with graphics. You can't see anybody punishing them.
Check to the callers and betters.
3 ways. Now there's no graphics hiding up all the screen. Got some strange hands in here, though. Seb with the queen 4 of clubs. Hitting top pair with a flush draw against Shannon. Shannon had a weird run-in with that queen 4 the last stream, getting into a big pot with Attila.
That's 25.
Seb fires out a little $25 bet. Shannon's going to continue. Corey's going to call. Still three ways. $133 in the middle. There's a jack. It's not a really that great card for Shannon to see. He actually finally hits a piece of it. A mid piece. There's still that queen down on the board. Seb decides to play it a little bit slower with that flush draw. Ooh, and that king's now a card that really no one wants to see. It's actually a great bluffing card. And we see that nobody has a 10. Seb's queen is the best hand, but there's a 4-card straight on the board.
Check.
See who wants to take a stab at it. Nobody wants to take a stab at it. Seb's going to take that down with the queen 4.
Spare queens.
Shannon's nemesis hand, apparently on the streams. Lost a big pot to Attila. Actually, he made a great fold against Attila during one of the streams. Look, Shannon shaking his head over there in the corner in the red coat. Little queen 4.
Any raise on the flop was getting you.
No, I know. I should have bet with her. It's so bad.
Shannon regretting some of his decisions. That's okay. That's poker. Sometimes you can't make all the right decisions. Plus, he had a piece of it too, so it wasn't bad. Wasn't bad to check back there either. Unless he wanted to really take a stab at it.
Call.
Lorraine with the ham sandwich, limping in for the $2. Nice ace queen for Guy.
That is 8.
Or as the graphics say, because it's showing the seat number, one guy. Just one guy.
Fold. Call.
Call 17. Queen 5, 7. I guess 20 is the raise. Queen 4? Queen 4. Gotta be what? Joking, dude. What, you suck? I'm just kidding.
Fucking terrible.
Check. I'm just kidding.
What do we got here?
Check. Check.
No.
He ends up hitting top pair.
Those are the ones you get paid with.
Might get a good flop every now
Shannon
and
a little bit disgusted with the queen 4 there.
That is 17.
I'm just mad at myself. I didn't bet them.
Shannon always in good spirits.
Well, you know me, Shannon. They probably
How
don't know.
fucking stupid can you be? Fuck.
That is call.
Lorraine is going to continue. Wants to go for that gut shot. That 3-2.
Check.
He's going to win that pot there with the ace queen 2 pair. Hitting that queen on the turn definitely gives you a little bit of insurance thinking you have the best hand, which is nice. Guy picking up a nice little pot. Lorraine didn't want to continue seeing that gut shot to the river. But yes, 36 viewers over on YouTube. Guys, thank you so much for being here. You'll see Nightbot tends to share there's a little Amazon store. I get a lot of questions, a lot of DMs and stuff from all my social medias about what kind of equipment and stuff that I use here on the Allo Poker stream. As you can see, there's a good portion of just wires and HDMI adapters and cameras and all that kind of stuff. The Amazon store pretty much has anything that I've bought for the poker room or poker live streaming or just stuff that I recommend in general for the poker room. It's stuff that I've owned, and as I said, I've been a poker host for a long time, so it's stuff that I really recommend for you guys to check out. It's an affiliate store, so I mean I get a little kickback, right? So it just kind of helps go towards better cameras, better equipment, and stuff to try to improve the stream. So I appreciate the support from that. You guys over on Amazon want to check that out? Be sure to click that link that Nightbot sends around. There's a Canadian store and an American store. You just got to change the .ca and .com. But big shout out to all you guys. Corny Generational poker incoming. Not sure what you mean by that. Here we go.
Call.
Into the next hand. One guy with ace 3.
Call.
Gonna limp in.
Call. Call.
Keep it. Oh, I can't keep it.
Okay, actually, Tim.
I'm all in.
Colin, 119.
Tim with the pocket jacks. Just a limped pot. He's gonna shove all in here. $119.
120 actually. Yeah, with my
Oh, he was big
blind.
blind. Yeah, that's right. 119 is what he has as an effective stack behind, so 120 total.
That's why it's,
Basically, a starting buy-in at the thing. Just gonna shove into a limped pot. Wonder if we're gonna actually rabbit hunt this one or not. Not sure if we continued to do any of the rabbit hunting.
So 2 3s and ham sandwich. That's straightforward.
the double-decker ham sandwich.
3-quarter pounder.
Yeah.
Shannon was asking, what do you call 4-3?
I don't know.
Ham and cheese on rye.
I don't know. Do you guys have a nickname in the chat for 4-3?
Ham and Swiss.
Switch the camera here so you guys can actually see me. Do you guys have a hand name for 4-3? Tony has the 3-2 that we tend to call the on the AOP stream, the ham sandwich. Just a weird story behind that. So it's called the ham sandwich here. 4-3, I was thinking it's a little bit better than 3-2. Call it the ham sandwich with cheese. Let me know what you guys think as an option for naming that hand. $11 from Corey. Seeing what's going on here. Corey's got the 9-3 offsuit, bumping it up to $11 on the cutoff. Ace Jack for Seb.
Call.
He's gonna call.
I said to myself, Lorraine, if you call, I was gonna call. You didn't call, so you probably saved
I
the 10.
thought about it.
See.
Corey with a 9-3. Spikes a 9 on the flop. Seb hitting that ace.
Check.
Corey with a little bit of a disguised hand, that's for sure.
That is 13.
$13. John McKenzie says 3-2 is the dirty diaper. Yeah, I think that was from one of the guys at WSOP. I've heard it called that as well. We were talking about 4-3. What would you call 4-3?
Check.
Seb checking it over to Corey.
That is 20.
Firing out $20 here.
Call.
Seb with the check mark here with the ace jack.
I have 9. You're good.
$91 pot going to Seb with the ace jack.
Wanna mess it up again.
Very interesting pot. Things are getting interesting. Hand ranges are getting a little more wider from what we're seeing. Ugh. So I'm glad everyone can join on this stream. Guys have certainly the mood has changed at the table. Everybody's a little bit quiet. I'm sure things will getting a little more lively here. If you guys did not see what happened in the stream earlier on, about 2 hours and 40 minutes in, I would suggest going to check that out. We'll give you a little story about what happened tonight, why the mood has changed. As the title says, a drama-filled 1-1 cash game. 3-4 for Leaf fans. Austin Matthews.
Call. Call.
Just as useful. 6-player pot. Lorraine's got pocket fives. Maybe she can hit a set. Maybe not. How about Attila flopping the flush? No possibility for a straight flush because Lorraine has the 5 of hearts. Tony's got queen of hearts. Not a super strong heart, but not a bad one either. It's always a little bit worrisome in a big multi-way pot. Someone could easily have an ace or a king of hearts here. Or a flopped flush. Gee, firing out $12 with the pair of threes with the ace 3 here. Now Attila, all in, 182. Wow, that's a big bet. Flopping the flush. Guess he didn't want to play it slow at all. Maybe he was a little bit worried someone didn't want to get outdrawn by a bigger flush. A very big bet. Attila picking up $43 from that pot. See an ace of clubs and an ace of spades on the river. Wow, it would have been runner ace. Wow, that would have been disgusting. I guess it kind of works out for Attila. That runner ace. Oh, disgusting. Oh, there's our VPIPs. Corey, 73%. Tony, 69%. Everyone's very high, 50 to 60%. Pretty typical for most live cash games. But wow, yeah, those VPIPs are big. So it's a great game to for anyone to want to get into when you see the VPIPs that high. But yeah, that last hand, Guy with the ace 3 would have hit runner, boat. And yeah, Attila would have went broke. I mean, I guess that all-in kind of worked out for him because if Guy ended up hitting that 2-pair on the turn, can't see him really folding to much at that point. So that would have been a tough pill to swallow for Attila had that gone to the river with Guy. But let's move into this next hand here. We got Tony who has got the ham sandwich. 3-2 for Tony. He's the one who came up with the name for the ham sandwich. That's credit goes to Tony. He's gonna play it. Wow, Tony ends up hitting trip 2s with the ham sandwich. I'm telling you, that ham sandwich has just been killing it tonight.
Ham sandwich.
Ham sandwich. Tony's gonna show it, winning that pot. A small one, and he would have hit the boat. Tony would have hit the boat on the turn. We're seeing a lot of boats now. Very interesting.
Here you go.
Although, if we go to St. John River, you don't have license.
Oh, what a great stream this is turning out to be now. A lot of money on the table. A lot of money on the table. And it's action is just getting crazy. I mean, no one would even believe that this is a 1-1 game. Like, it's playing like a 1-3, like really now, with the amount of money that's on the table. Bets are like $12, $12, $20 pre-flop. The blinds don't even matter at this point. I mean, but that's typically like most home games. If you ever been to like a 25 cent game, home game, like, I mean, people are still betting $3 and stuff pre-flop. I think you typically see this at most low stakes games. I know you certainly see it at the casino and stuff, but typically when you start moving up, you'll end up seeing a lot of more standard bets, but you'll also see a lot more 3-betting and 4-betting as well. So got a little bit of a trade-off playing some of the higher stakes, but very interesting. Brian ended up hitting a pair of aces. Attila has a pair of aces as well. Better kicker though.
Yeah, it's left everything out, or they dredged it or something, because they probably had big ships in there, did they, at one point, or?
I'm not sure on the membership.
Like, you can only go up so far.
17 is the bet.
See Andrew jumping into the chat. Welcome to the stream. Go banana. Oh my God, Simpsons. Now you got that stuck in my head. You guys must remember that Simpsons quote, or quote, that Simpsons clip.
Oh yeah, okay. There's a couple of
Go apple, go orange, go banana. Ralph Wiggum. That's a classic. Man, the old Simpsons was awesome.
And it was just steel grating on the bottom. You could
See, Brian's got quite a bit of split outs here.
A lot of people just freaked them out.
Also has some outs for him.
I remember driving
33%. He's gonna let it go.
Well, the Morrissey was worse than the Gunnings.
Tilla's just gonna pick up that pot.
No, it's not.
Queen on the river.
Okay.
Would have been a split pot. Both players' kicker would not have played. Very interesting. Go banana. Go banana. Wow, now you got that stuck in my head. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Stream's gonna have to listen to that all night. Or the ham sandwich, because that's been the ongoing thing for tonight. The ham, the 3-2 off suit. Tony, self-proclaimed ham sandwich.
It's the one that goes to the west side of Cambridge Highway.
But the St. John River, I mean,
But yeah, that's all man-made.
Moving into the next hand, it's Corey Straddle here.
I'll Mississippi it there for Tony.
oh really?
Bump up the big one.
Oh, I get you.
Sometimes,
There
I
was
think the last two
no,
times it's actually worked, but
I had to look, so it's still good.
Three-way
Yeah, for sure.
like kind of structure there before.
I'll still not.
That's where you had the more.
See that tomorrow.
And it led straight into the town square.
with that hand, yeah.
No.
Just kind of cooked a pot it twice and have the winner get.
You from there, Seth?
Actually, you
Okay.
you had
I'm gonna get fucking
car
roasted though,
dealership
that's for
and the
fucking
Dixie
sure.
and then
Right.
upper left hand. I'm from Rogers,
Corey
so-
kind of
Oh,
still
right, yeah, okay.
still chatting
My
about
wife's
that
from-
Omaha hand.
Well, I can say she's from there. She's born there.
That was played.
I think she was 5 when she moved here.
Got a decent stack in front of him now, though.
That is 10.
Oh yeah, we used to buy cigarettes and Ben's when we were 15.
Looks like Attila's got a flush draw here with the Jack 3 suited. Shannon has top pair. Lorraine has a pair of sixes. Gonna continue with the Jack 6. Ooh, look at this. Lorraine spiking that Jack.
Get wasted at the Vogue.
Lorraine now has two pair.
Yeah.
The equity is still spread out, though. Lorraine only has 56% to win this hand.
Down, yeah.
Shannon and Attila are going to play it a little bit slow. Checking. Lorraine's going to take the lead here,
It's Ben's.
firing out $30. Shannon with the top pair. Kind of a mid kicker going against Lorraine. Feels it's not good enough. You can see Attila has 11 outs.
Grouping.
Looking for a spade. Or an 8, I guess, would end up probably splitting that pot. The ace of diamonds coming down. Doesn't change anything. Certainly not a card Attila wants to see. Attila probably more than likely wanted to see a spade. Lorraine is going to win this $96 pot with Jack 6 getting there. That Jack increasing the likelihood that Attila is going to probably continue on that turn. You know, it's nice hitting a little piece of it, especially when you have the flush draw. But you cannot. Unfortunately, it's actually not that great of a card where it gave Lorraine a better two pair. That means Attila's 3 would have been definitely not a card he would want to see on the turn, giving him two pair as well. But Lorraine is going to take down that little pot with the Jack 6.
There was some wind shear maybe.
Very lucky turn card for her.
Ah, gotcha.
If you look
Yeah,
at,
from the
look
hard
at
landing.
the, yeah,
I
the
think there
hard
might have been some
landing
wind shear,
snapped
which
it.
might have made him to the hard
Can you
landing.
count your stack for me, Brian?
I
Yeah,
right there was no
that's
cross.
right.
Count your stack.
Okay.
You might have
Like
four.
it
That was
just
playing the hard landing though.
He did 4
It
on
landed-
2,
it
but
landed like this, and they think it's
Yeah.
snapped. 279.
but yeah, the whole thing just kind
They had to
of
pick
rolled
somebody.
over.
Like we had a little stack that needed to be adjusted from Brian. I think I might have hit a button on the tablet that erased his stack by accident.
Everybody's alive.
So we're just trying to get that fixed up really quick.
Oh, it's absolutely
We're
amazing.
gonna move into the next hand. We got Corey Straddle.
Remember the Hudson River crash?
Yeah.
Well, God was looking over him, I'll
You do that, you get a movie made about like King's Price.
Yeah, but
Right?
they ended up
Action is to Tim here.
The flight number did actually line up with the Powerball numbers that they had.
Just trying to get stuff situated on the tablet first here for the graphics. Tim had the 8-4 suited. Attila's got pocket nines.
The movie Alive, remember that?
We're on hand number 69.
That's nice, the Powerball.
Played quite a few hands already.
Try and pick it up.
Attila's gonna bump it up. Looks like $9.
9?
Looks like I entered it in as $10.
Oh, call. Okay, sorry. It's call.
Wow, what a hand this is turning out to be. It's already building a pot, $34 in the middle. Shannon has ace king in the small blind. He's gonna bump it up to $32. Tony says get rid of this riffraff. Corey straddle though. He's got a king jack offsuit. Corey, a big defender of his straddles.
Why didn't you see him there?
Corey's gonna let it go. Sensing something's a little fishy in this hand. Gonna fold the king jack.
Call.
Till is gonna continue with the pocket nines. Action is to Tony. Tony with the 6-5. If only it was suited. Guy is 10-7. 10-7 suited. He's going to fold. We got ourselves a heads-up pot. Ace-king versus pocket nines. Essentially a coin flip here pre-flop.
That was 9.
That was 9?
Bet was 9.
Okay, put it in as
Yeah,
10.
Bill was-
No, it was 9. You said 10 and I corrected you. I said
Yeah, I corrected you too, but you didn't.
I'll just have to adjust it later.
Pot was 1.
Yeah. Stacks are off.
So, what?
Dealers
Oh,
making mistakes. Dealers are all flustered.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's move into this pot. We want to see these pocket nines versus ace king. Who's going to hit this flop? Who's going to be the favorite here? It's looking like ace king is with spiking that ace on the flop. Certainly not a great flop for the pocket nines. 2 overcards as well. 94% for Shannon.
32.
Gonna fire out 32. Definitely as a value bet here. Shannon hoping something like ace jack, ace 10, ace 9 was going to continue here with a top pair and just be absolutely crushed with the ace king kicker. Tilla's going to let go of the 9. Shannon picking up a nice size pot. See what the turn river came. 5 and a king. So Shannon would have spiked his king on the river. There would have been no 9 coming down. Attila had no chance of winning that pot. It's unfortunate. Believe we actually see that he only had 1 9 left in the deck. 1 9 was actually grayed out, so that might have been folded from another player. And of course, we have another little camera glitch because nothing seems to work properly here. There we go. We're back. Simple camera glitch.
Oh, did it? Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
I haven't figured that out yet. I will eventually figure that out. I will problem solve that, and I can almost guarantee you, I will guarantee you right now on the stream that it's a very dumb problem of what's causing that. Could be a wire that's gone. It could be the phone. The phone's fully updated. Probably the adapter is kind of finicky. Maybe there's a piece of bird dust. That's right. Parrots give off a lot of dust. There's probably a piece of bird dust in it, causing the link to be a poor link.
So weird that I
Everybody hates a limp pot,
I was literally waiting for the 4th.
except me. Well, no, I hate limp pots.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know. What do you guys think about limp pots? Do you guys like it? Let me know. Let me know in the comments. You guys know my opinion on the limped pots. Got a lot of interesting hands out there anyway. Tony ended up flopping the flush here with the 9-7. The only good thing about a limp pot is just everybody usually will hit a tiny piece and then kind of continue. It's a good way to kind of build pots, but at the same time, it's not a long-term strategy to be profitable at poker. So,
Show it anyway.
Tony firing out a $5 bet. Brian calling with the top pair. 8, a little bit worrisome board pairing. Tony, it's certainly not something Tony wants to see. Tony continuing the value betting here, firing out $20. Brian is going to continue with the king jack. Brian is looking for a king or an 8 to come down.
It's my first time in this game, actually. It's fun.
4 diamonds. It's actually also not a great card for Tony either. It's got worse and worse for him. He was a little bit worried that he might have been, that Brian might have had a better diamond there. With the 4 diamonds out on the board. Very unlucky hand for Tony, even though he won the hand. Probably lost a lot of value just from what that turn and river card was.
Did you play Vander's game back in the day?
Not back in the day. Just started actually playing over there in the league.
Great, yeah.
But I'm glad we've had quite a consistent viewer count over on YouTube. I really appreciate everyone tuning in, trying to get up the watch hours and stuff over on YouTube to be able to just kind of upgrade the channel and get into the YouTube partner program. We are close, so all of you guys tuning in over on YouTube is supporting that and really kind of helping the channel kind of move to the next level. So big shout out to you guys on YouTube. Really appreciate you guys tuning in and joining us in the stream. Look at this, Seb's got pocket queens. Attila straddled. Seb's gonna bump it up to $7.
I got king's feet right now though.
Brian with the ace king is just gonna call on the button.
He's got
Gonna
kings,
give a
we
chance
got-
for some of the other riffraff to get in.
I'm good right now. I have that.
6-5 suited for Corey. That's a fun hand. And a dangerous hand as well. Oh my god. Corey pretty much flopped the world. Open-ended with a 6-high flush draw. Attila hit the bottom pair. Seb, a little bit probably worried about that king. Especially in a multi-way. He's got the pocket queens. Brian has the ace-king. He probably thinks it's the best hand here, but Corey has quite a bit of the equity, even though he doesn't really have a hand yet. A 6-high flush draw with an open-ended. Look at Corey's outs over there. A 3 or an 8 will give him a straight. There's the 8. Corey now has a check mark with the straight. Brian drawing dead here with the ace-king. See what Corey's going to do. $59 in this pot. Let's see what he wants to do and to try to build this pot. Checks it over to Brian. Brian bets $30.
I love them, they're fun. I played them a couple times, but yeah.
Corey loving that, I'm sure. What's he going to do here to build this pot? He's going to re-raise.
Well, it's 24 to 25.
Oh, okay, yeah, still, wow. For what, high school?
High school.
Going to re-raise to 75. Definitely a nice little value bet. Trying to build that pot to put an all-in on the river. I believe they call that SPR, right? Stack to pot ratio, right? Want to make sure that you want to have enough in your stack behind to be able to do what you want to do. That's why it's so important to plan ahead. Jack comes down, doesn't really improve much. An ace or king would have been brutal for Brian there. Where you hit top 2, good chance you probably would have gone broke. That straight is definitely disguised in some regard. $209 in the pot. Option is to Corey.
Oh, I love it. I was a shooting coach for years, man.
Were you?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be so cool.
Corey shoving all in.
Development coach, actually.
Putting Brian to the test with the ace-king. Very tough spot for Brian. Top pair, top kicker. We seen Corey was playing at 9-3 earlier. The truth is, Corey could have pretty much anything here, but he just happens to have it. Brian does make the fold, though. Great fold. This is like the 3rd or 4th time that we've seen Brian make a big laydown, and it was being the correct laydown. Wow. Brian on his A game here tonight. Very unlucky for him, but Corey had most of that equity on that flop with the 6-5. An 8-3 or club coming down. And certainly a lot of outs. Corey nailing that straight, giving him the check mark. Picking up a very big pot.
Yeah, it's a great find. I took my son.
Corey must be feeling well after that hand. I mean, he is a big stack. He does have quite a bit of chips at the table now, probably putting that Omaha hand in the past. It's always nice when you get a nice little win to kind of make up for it, and then you can kind of move on. So
Subway goes right
Play
there.
center?
Barclays Center, yeah. And they were playing the 76ers, and we were sitting next to a couple of Philly fans. They were awesome, like it was so fun. They were cheering for Philly, we were going to Brooklyn for
Corey making it $15 here with the ace 10 on the button. Lorraine
Is that in the Barclays Center too?
limping in here with the 10-9. She looks a little bit disgusted with that bet. She does fold. She wanted to see a flop.
Bad shape.
Okay.
Tony's going to play, though. Corey has position over Tony. Tony has a 7-6 suited. Terrible flop for Tony. Unless he wants to try to take a stab at it. See, most of Tony's outs are grayed out. The 6-7.
No, I just
Only half the outs. There's the ace for Corey, giving him the check mark now.
Wow.
Tony, I think, is just kind of giving up on this hand.
Where's that?
$25.
Well,
It's far,
it's
isn't
just, well, just,
I've never been to Long Island because it's so far.
it's just after Pringles.
Is your son a big fan of, who's he a fan of, like, who's your favorite
You
player?
can still Subway.
Wamanyana. Did they say his name?
Oh, Wamanyama?
Yeah.
Where you get picking up a nice little $58 pot. See, it says Corey's stack is over $1,000. It's not. But he does have a decent amount. Just kind of looking at what he has, I could probably count it from here. It's probably about 400 in greens,
Yeah, no, he loves that.
5, 6,
Most kids do, man. Most kids do.
probably around 6
Yeah, we went
with
to
the reds on top.
Knicks and
He's
get-
probably sitting around $700 that Corey has in his stack. We just didn't update the stack in the tablet, unfortunately. So it is showing that he is higher than what he is. But
And it was a great show.
pretty big stack to be at a 1-1 game, not to mention $700.
All that time in the
We're
world.
moving into this. Look at this Lorraine with the 10-8 suited. Just going to limp in. It's a little fun hand. I like the 10-8 suited. It's definitely one of my favorites. He's going to limp in with the $1. Corey's going to bump it up $11 with King 8. Still playing the wild style of poker.
Good, all right, so we're good. And closed off. Pot odds, kind of have to. All right, we're good.
4 players going to this flop.
Small cards.
Everybody's pretty much equity is pretty much around the same here. 3 queen 9, kind of a dry board for all of these players. Nobody really has anything. 2 of diamonds. He ends up hitting a little bit of a straight draw. 4 will give him a straight from ace to 5. Diamond draw now for Seb. King high flush. $17. Simon, oh my god, I said Simon. Seb. Looks like Seb's just going to win that pot. Seeing a jack of clubs comes down on the river.
I don't know.
So Seb wouldn't have hit his flush.
Might have got me in
So
trouble.
it's good that he won that pot on the turn.
Button is on Attila.
Always nice. It was a little bit of a weird pot anyway. Just a small pot builder bet of $11 at a 1-1 game, even though it's like 11x pre-flop. This is live, and there's a lot of money on the table. So it's not unusual to see larger bets, especially later in the night. I always recommend if you're jumping into the cash game, jumping in early. It's always nice to get in early.
It's hard to play that on the river.
But we do, the way we do our buy-ins, max $120 buy-in or half the biggest stack at the table. So we've seen that, Corey or Shannon here, they've got around $700. You know, max buy-in will be, half of that. So it's about $350 for a max buy-in if somebody wanted to jump into the game. We do that for a couple of reasons. Mostly just so somebody new joining the game isn't at such a disadvantage where they're only forced to buy in for $120 going up against people who have stacks of 700. And I don't want it so somebody can match the big stack where the big stack will feel like he could just lose it all, right? And it doesn't make them feel welcomed into the game. So, and it just kind of goes on to see who has the biggest pockets for money. So. I like the half the biggest stack at the table. It's, you know, just you can pretty much look at a stack and kind of get a general idea.
I refuse. Check them back.
Corey here with the ace king, bumping it up to $22 pre-flop. Attila making the call with queen 8 suited. Wow, what a flop for Attila. Hitting that flush draw.
18.
Right.
Corey
Closer.
has nothing but ace high here. Corey's actually got additional outs with the queen 8. Attila shoving it all in.
A lot more than Montreal.
$167 in Attila stack, putting Corey to the test.
Just find Boston so chill.
167 actually.
Corey already invested $18 with that bet.
Oh, yeah.
Does he really want to call here with an ace high against Attila? Corey showing the ace king. See, we allow angling at this game. You don't see this kind of stuff at some of the larger streams. This is why this AOP stream is one of the best, because you can kind of see all of these little angles and little antics that these players like to play at these home games. He's gonna lay it down. Attila, let's see what happens. A jack of spades would have came down on the turn, giving Attila the queen high flush. He's gonna show it. Corey would have ended up losing that hand, but Jack comes down on the turn and river. Unfortunately, Corey would not have improved with his ace-king suited. Ace-king suited is a fantastic hand, but unfortunately, you still got to hit with it. A lot of people do not like ace-king suited as a hand. Let me know if you guys are one of those people in the chat. Ace-king. I like ace-king suited. You know, hit suited is always a little bit better, but ace-king offsuit. Tough hand. Actually, I think Phil Helmuth talked about that, about how a lot of people go broke with the ace-king and they overplay it. I don't know. I'd be interested to hear what you guys think about that. I can send you guys a fun fact with ace-king. You guys are welcome to go check later. I'm going to give you guys a little test in the chat after this hand. So get ready for skill testing question. This is something that I learned recently, so be prepared. It's going to be an ace-king question.
Just one extra spade.
Who has the spade here? Attila with the only spade out of all these players with the queen of spades. Ace down on the board. Tony has the top pair with the ace-4. Now Tony has trip aces. 3 spades out on the board, though. Still a little bit worrisome. But Tony's going to fire out a little bet. Try to see who's interested and who wants to continue. $50 in the middle now. Attila versus Tony. Oh, and there's the 4 of spades. Shutting Tony down. I imagine Tony's going to check it behind. Attila's got the queen of spades. Only loses to pretty much the king of spades here. Well, actually, 5-4 of spades will give a straight flush. Attila's going to pick up that pot. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the skill testing question. Let me know in the chat. Here it comes. 41 viewers over on YouTube. Ace-king offsuit. Who has more equity? All right, who is ahead? Ace-king versus pocket queens. Is pocket queens ahead? Or is ace-king versus pocket jacks? Who has the better equity? Ace-king versus pocket queens? Or ace-king versus pocket jacks? Let me know in the chat. Let me know what you guys think. That's a skill testing question for you. Who has the higher percentage pre-flop versus ace-king? Pocket queens or pocket jacks? That is the question. I kind of confused it. Who has the higher equity? Pocket kings or pocket jacks versus ace-king? Pocket queens versus pocket jacks. All right. Pocket aces here for Brian. We're going to move into the next hand. I'll ask that question. I kind of worded it a little bit weird a couple times. We'll ask it again here. You guys were a little bit confused. All you people, no one's answering. You guys are all running to the poker calculator. You guys are cheating. A bunch of cheating players.
Check. Look at how you guys look like.
Brian here with pocket aces.
That's
Firing a $20 bet.
That's the way it
That's
landed.
something.
Tony has top pair here with the jack
That's why I always
10.
announce it. Sold. $20. The bet.
$20 here. It might just get this pot heads up, which it does. Tony looking for a jack or a 10. He only has 3 outs. 2 jack and a 10 is actually great out. Oh, that makes it even worse for Tony. Now, Brian has a better 2 pair. Aces over 5s. Tony's only run into a 10. A jack would be no good. Be a terrible card for Tony to see. But Tony's still with the top pair jack kicker.
25.
Great bet from Brian. A little $25 bet is going to get called from Tony. Showing aces. Brian picking up a nice pot. Here we go. See, John already answered in the chat what he believes. Took a little while to answer there. I don't know, John. Did you go cheat? Ace King versus Pocket Queens, or Ace King versus Pocket Jacks. Who has the better equity, Queens or Jacks, against Ace King? John in the chat says Jacks are better because it has less straights available to the Queen. Are you sure about that?
Bet is 13.
Are you sure? It's Pocket Queens, man. Pocket Queens. Pocket Queens versus Ace King. Pocket Queens is better than Jacks, right? The pair is better than Jacks. 40 viewers over on YouTube.
13 is the bet.
John is the only one that's answering. I think everybody's afraid to answer. But we will, after this hand, we will reveal the correct answer.
I'm actually misreading your hand twice in one night.
Check.
Who's? Mine?
No, me.
Bet is 15.
Ace 8 for Corey. Corey has the
So I
top
was certain
pair.
I was going into it without suits, and it's looking like it was the 4 of hearts.
John saying Ace King blocks straights. Corey firing in a nice little $15 bet here. Just gonna win that pot though. And now that the hand is done, we're gonna reveal the answer. John was correct. he was right. Jacks are actually better to beat Ace King than Pocket Queens is, and it is for exactly as he said. Jacks are better because there are less straights available to Queen. It's a very, 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 very small percentage, and it's literally only because Jacks ends up having the straight to the Queen, right? And Queens only has the straight to one way. So that's why Jacks is better than Ace King offsuit pre-flop. We have ourselves a pro in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Big shout out to John for answering correctly in the chat. Fun little fact. If you don't believe me, go to the calculator. It's such a small percentage that it doesn't even really matter. And it's pretty much the same. But
Check.
out of 10,000 hands or more, it may make a difference that one time. What are the odds that you're going to end up against Ace King?
Check.
Got a little fun hand here. Tim with the 10-8 suited. Hit a pair of 8s. Making that trip 8s now. Trip 8s for 10-8 for Tim. $10 in this pot. A massive, massive pot.
Oh, there's a turn?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Biggest pot of the night, ladies and gentlemen. $10 in the middle. Most exciting one. Attila actually hitting top pair. Tim might get a little bit of value here.
11.
Unbelievable. Tim overbets the pot. $10 in this pot. Tim bets 11.
The 8s.
Lorraine ends up having that ace. Gets the bad news.
Oh yeah, 6-2. Access to Attila. Straddle.
Very unfortunate. We're going to move quickly into the next hand. We had a camera go down. So we're going to cut that crap out. Make sure we can move right into the next hand. Make it as exciting as possible here on the stream. Lorraine, 4-3 suited for the next hand. Guy with the 9-6 suited. Ace King for Shannon. Maybe somebody's got Pocket Jacks or Pocket Queens. Maybe there was a reason why I asked that. You guys will never know.
27.
Shannon on the button, bumping it up to $27. He's out of position here with the 9-6. He's just gonna, Shannon's just gonna pick up that pot. Nice little squeeze here on the button with the ace king.
Oh, Dave's good on Brent. We're gonna find out tomorrow. We'll see.
5 queen 7 down on the board. Shannon would not have hit anything with his ace king. Nobody really would have hit anything either. He would have been a little bit of a gut shot with the 9-6, but that's about it. Not a very exciting hand. Glad we're on to the next one. Corey bumping it up to $12 with the king 10. Corey playing a little bit erratic tonight. The players are probably not going to be believing him. Attila with the nuts, the 7-2 off suit. He decides to let it go.
That was Shannon's original bet on the ball anyway.
$50 pot. $50 pot here.
Is that obvious?
Probably reach for the red and then chip the pot.
Back to Corey. Check. Check. Shannon.
Heart check? No, everybody knows what to do. No one misread their hands.
Shannon bumping it up here. $17 with the Jack 9s. Hit the 2 pair. See our good old trusty Nightbot sharing the Amazon store in the YouTube chat. Little affiliate store. Trying to show you guys what I actually bought on Amazon to be able to run this live stream. Some of the equipment and stuff I use. It's certainly turning into a very interesting pot. Shannon with the 2 pair. Tim now hitting the king high flush.
All in 110.
Corey has the straight. This is going to get nuts. $210 in this pot with Tim's all in. Wow. Very tough spot for Shannon. Looks like I'm going to try to fix that camera while Shannon is making a decision here. Wow, what a pot. Really tough spot. Does he think that one of these 2 players has the flush? Probably more than likely. Very unfortunate. Not drawing dead, though.
Possibly.
Unless somebody's sitting there with
the worst
queens.
card in the deck. I should have been more specific. I'm begging queen, queen, queen. I just said not a heart. But I'm gonna have to pay you like a straight.
Corey does call. Tim is going to show him that he has the best hand. Corey's drawing dead. Wow, big pot for Tim to pick up. $321 with the king 6 suited. Very terrible card for Corey to see. Our VPIPs have just shown up here. Corey, 73% VPIP. Tony, 68%. Everyone's hovering around that 50% mark. VPIPs are very high on this table. There's been a lot of action, a very exciting stream thus far. A lot of action. Very nuts. Wow, what a nice pot for Tim to pick up. Definitely the heart that he wanted to see, giving Corey that gut shot straight with that king 10. Nice little $321 pot.
So small blind. Fold.
Call.
Call.
They've got ourselves another limp pot. Maybe Shannon's going to punish these limpers again here with the ace jack. Shannon, notorious now here for punishing them at this table, which is good. Shannon's going to be my favorite at the table tonight for just punishing all the limpers. Everybody knows in the chat how much I hate limping. Jason's over on Twitch. Says, I'm out. Have a great night. Love watching this, man. Jason, thank you so much. Have a good night. Appreciate you tuning in. I know it's getting late for us Maritimers. It's almost 12 o'clock in the morning. So big shout out. Thank you for tuning in this late. And we'll hopefully see you at the next stream. So thank you so much for tuning in.
A long time ago.
Trying to build up that Twitch channel as well. It's a new channel. Jason was over there supporting us on Twitch. See, we have 2 viewers over there right now. Another viewer. So who's ever over there, what is up? Thanks for joining me over on Twitch. Trying to trying to build up the following over there. As I
No,
said,
I
new
think you
channel.
were
It's
probably
hard to
the one
build a new channel
honestly.
from scratch. But big shout out to everybody tuning in,
Oh, yeah.
wherever you're watching. Really, YouTube is certainly
I mean, I
been
can
a
I
good,
can do it, 'cause you guys need
41 viewers over on YouTube.
I'd like to
So
put-
welcome everybody from YouTube. Let me know where you guys are from. I know it's it's pretty late here currently, and it is kind of a school night, so to speak. Let me know where you guys are tuning in from. I imagine you guys are probably,
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess mostly from the States. But if not, if you guys are from Canada, fellow Canuck, say hello in the chat. Love to know what province you're from. I know right around this time, it's usually around a good time for Alberta players to be jumping in from Calgary or Edmonton. Ace King suited for Shannon this time, bumping it up to $18. Fortunately, everybody is going to fold. Shannon getting some premiums tonight. Definitely getting some premium Broadway cards. So it's nice to see. Isaac Fox. Hello from South Florida. No way. Wow. South Florida. I guess we're on a similar time zone. I guess I'm on an Atlantic one. You're on Eastern time zone. So that would be basically an hour behind me. So it's probably, what, 11 o'clock for you? And thank you for tuning in, Isaac, from Florida. I'd love to go play some poker down in Florida. I hear you guys have some nice poker rooms. I think there was a nice stream I actually tuned into that was from Florida as well. So yeah, I'd love to go down there and maybe play some poker with you guys. Exchange rate will be hard on me, the Canada dollar, but you know, you guys can certainly take me to the cleaners. Brian with pocket kings here, bumping it up to $8. Corey 3-betting to 16, a min bet.
Call.
Attila gonna make the call here with the ace-10. Ace-10 suited though for Seb.
Call.
Great spot for Brian with the pocket kings. I imagine we're gonna see a 4-bet here. Brian has $289 behind. Decides to bump it up. It looks to be $83 from Brian as a 4-bet. A great sizing as a 4-bet. If you're out of position against most of these players, or against all the players, you know, you're going to have to kind of up that sizing just a little bit more, which I believe Brian did really well here. Brian playing his A game tonight, making some incredible folds. Getting a little bit unlucky, but that's poker, ladies and gentlemen. Corey contemplating here with the ace-6 suited. That little $16 min click opened the action back up to Brian. And now it turned into a little bit of a squeeze. Corey has 2 players behind. He's also crushed by those 2 players with his ace. But Corey is going to continue. He's going to make the call with the $67. Seb now in a weird spot. Looks like Seb was in the small blind. I guess I was incorrect about the players behind. Seb is the one who's out of position here. Seb is going to fold the ace-10. So now it's just Corey versus Brian. Brian doesn't want to see an ace. We've seen that 2 of the aces have actually been folded between Seb and Attila. So it's actually probably not going to be a bad flop for Brian. Brian shoves all in. Corey instant folds. Brian shows the pocket kings, picking up a good size pot. $415 stack for Brian now. Corey, not so much the big stack at the table anymore. I believe his stack is wrong. Looking like Seb, I think, might be the biggest stack at the table. We had a little bit of an issue tonight with the stack sizes and some of the hands and stuff not reading properly, and a couple mucked cards winning the mucked hand, as you guys probably seen tonight. Which, yeah, turned the game into a little bit of a wild game. So, yeah. If you guys missed that in the stream, I would suggest going to check that out. That's something you don't see every day. fairly big Omaha pot. The only Omaha hand I think we played this night after that. I'd like to do, let me know what you guys think in the chat, all right? I do have something I want to, a suggestion that I kind of want to put out there for a future cash game. Maybe I'll talk about it here after this pot here. We do have a multi-way pot. Looks like nobody's really hit anything, so.
Check.
Well, it was, look at
Not a
that.
very exciting pot. Okay, so on this tablet, I have the ability
Check.
to have different poker games on here, right? And I want to kind of end up doing maybe a mixed game stream where we do a round of Omaha, a round of Crazy Pineapple, and a round of Hold'em. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen a poker stream that runs Crazy Pineapple. So I'd be interested to see what you guys think about that. It'd be wow, we got ourselves an interesting pot here. Here I just switched to camera. Let's take a look at this. Tony with the Jack High flush draw, shoving all in, putting these players to the test. Bit of an overbet, but Tony is going to pick up that pot. Probably didn't care if he got a caller there or not. But either way, he ends up taking down that pot. He is the lowest stack at the table, so maybe he's just trying to double up. But yeah, have you guys ever seen a stream that has Crazy Pineapple? You know, I think that would be a pretty fun concept to have on a stream. And then maybe do a round of Omaha, and then maybe a round of Hold'em, right? Every time the button gets to a certain spot. Certainly be a fun game. I'm a little scared to see what kind of money would be on the table. Those games get really crazy. So it would be, I don't think anybody would ever be able to fold, right? I think there would be 100 multi-way pots for the entire night. We'll see if we can maybe get that going. Let me know what you guys think about that in the chat. Be interesting to see. Ace Jack for Attila. Corey limping in for $2. Attila bumping it up to $10 here in the hijack. Lorraine making the call with the ace queen on the button. No 3-bet from Lorraine. Just gonna fold. See who else wants to get involved in this pot. Shannon's gonna fold the 7-2. Corey's gonna continue with the 9-7. Wow, it's a great flop for Attila. Smashing that flop.
I'll tell you that.
It's got a nut flush draw with the ace jack. Little paired board too. Nobody has anything on that board, so Attila really in a great spot here with his hand. Lorraine's gonna make the call with the ace queen. Wants to see another card. Attila's actually behind to the ace queen. That 5 now opens up some straight outs for both players, adding to Attila's equity. But he is actually technically still beat.
I remember hearing about that.
Even at the board pairs here, a 5 or a 4, you just end up making both players split the pot. See if Attila, his aggression might be able to get Lorraine off the hand.
You couldn't pay
Betting $38.
To me, it just looks like a little.
Lorraine does fold. Seeing an ace on the river. Wow, Lorraine actually would have ended up winning that hand with that ace on the river. With the queen kicker. That's poker. Great bet from Attila, managing to get Lorraine off that pot, but I think he was more than likely probably just going for value there.
Is that burger
See what they're chatting about.
It was ridiculously bad. Like it was like the burger was like all soggy, like the bun, like it was just terrible. Like I'll
So
never
I just thought it was like smash burgers kind of.
No,
I don't even think it's a burger.
Oh no, it's like cat food. It's like
Just something scrape off the floor.
like
No.
Did you go to In-N-Out Burger? Were you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
That was
didn't
good.
try that.
In-N-Out Burger was good. Yeah, it was really good.
It looks like they were talking about your guys' American
Chick-fil-A is good too. Yeah.
or American restaurants.
It was relatively cheap.
Talking about how garbage it is for food. I don't know. I don't know if the Americans in the chat would appreciate this. Us Canadians bad mouthing your guys' food.
That's 11.
your fast food. Let me know what you guys think.
Whenever they guys want to stop.
It's a pretty interesting pot brewing here. Tim and Limp Tim here with the ace-8 suited. Attila bumping it up to $11 with the pocket nines. Lorraine running into ace-queen again in the cutoff.
But I'm up. Usually we do what it is.
It's 11. After 11 now.
Close that one last day.
Oh, yes, you do. Yeah, sorry.
You got it. Yeah.
You're right. Sorry about that.
Nobody has any kind of that club draw here.
Check to me.
Yep.
Trying to see who has the best hand here. Attila with the pocket nines looking like the best hand.
Check.
Tony says nope. Oh.
Looks like it's going to get checked around. The 3. He ends up hitting a little bit of a gut shot. Well, it's actually his open-ended story. But a 6 would end up giving him a little bit of a higher straight with the 7-4.
Well, someone's got to win. It's like $50.
Lorraine with the ace-queen, you know, 4 would give her a straight. Looks like Lorraine is going to end up getting the check mark for this one. Spiking that queen on the river. All the players not playing it aggressively. Letting everybody catch up. Looking like Lorraine is going to end up possibly winning this hand unless somebody can kind of represent a backdoor flush. Gets checked to Lorraine. She's going to bet $12, looks like. Tony's going to call. Spiking that queen as well on the river. Going to see that he is out-kicked, unfortunately.
Oh, there you go. That's what I need.
Interesting. That's the thing about limp pots. You got to be careful. You know, we've seen that Lorraine was in there with the ace queen, calling that bet pre-flop, and as well as Tony jumping in. See John, Waffle House. Too bad most of them are in Trump country. The Waffle House. I don't know if I've had Waffle House. When I was we went, family took a trip down to Florida last year. And we ended up having the Krispy Kreme donuts when they were first made. Oh my god, those were amazing. Krispy Kreme donuts, freshly made when they're nice and warm. Oh, I couldn't believe it. I thought that was the greatest thing in the world. I couldn't stop eating them. Like I feel like I almost got like sick to my stomach from eating it. Kind of felt like Homer Simpson, really. Stuffing his face full of donuts.
Yeah.
How old are your kids now?
I just want you guys to follow
Can't get 12 in a couple weeks.
Tony bumping it up to $12 with the Jack 6, trying to mix it up a little bit. It's in the cutoff.
That's a good division too.
Corey splashing around a little bit tonight.
He's doing spring ending.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Jack 8.
Who's coaching them?
players don't need glass.
You remember who's coaching?
Oh, right now it's
Tony not fooling around, putting it all in, just picking up those blinds. Tony's just really looking for a double up.
Yep.
and he's like Hayden's buddy.
Okay, awesome. Yeah.
Anyway, Finn didn't play basketball this fall. He wanted to, but he didn't do it.
Okay.
Karate as well. And now he can't play spring league because he didn't play winter league. He wants to play spring league.
Gotcha. Oh, basketball goes right through, like, it's all summer too, man. Like, it's nuts. Like 506, like, check out 506
Yeah,
and do it
we're
all
check out
summer too.
506. But you know what? Something nice about having the kids not doing anything in the summer.
No, I get it.
Because they used to be in soccer and all that
Right,
stuff.
right,
And then last year I think it was, we had them
You
in
need a
nothing.
break, you need a break.
And it's just, yeah, they just play outside and be kids. And
Right. No, I get it, man.
Depends if you want your kid to be in the NBA or not, right?
Whoa.
Pocket aces for Tony. Man, we've seen the pocket aces making its rounds tonight.
My kid's gonna make the pros. Not in this sport. Oh,
Well,
maybe get hot. Not here, not in basketball. Oh, I'm not saying you never do it, but.
See Tony bumping it up to
Kids from
$12. See who's going to continue. Corey with the queen 4. Tilla's going to call with the queen 6. Lorraine's going to call with the queen jack. Shannon's in there with the 9-8 too. What is going on? A $12 bet. Everybody's splashing here at the end of the night. Definitely not something Tony wants to see. A bunch of callers.
Check. Check.
The whole province makes the NBA, or it's the percentage of it just.
Right.
What is Tony gonna do? It's actually a fairly, somewhat of a safe flop for Tony.
106.
Just gonna shove. He's been shoving the last couple hands.
Right.
Wondering if somebody is actually going to look him up here. Nobody really has anything other than maybe Shannon with like a gut shot, but he folds. Tony is going to win that pot. Shows pocket aces.
Showed aces.
Oh, runner, jack. Lorraine would have hit trip jacks. Runner. That would have been absolutely disgusting for Tony's aces. Aces. They never end up seeming to win on
Like 7 in the morning. I used to
on turn rivers like that, especially in multi-way pots. Like they just get crushed. It's just a pair after all, right? So little pocket aces. Lorraine would have hit runner, jack. That would have been gross.
Start practicing.
Moving in here, hand number 89.
0.02%.
Played quite a few hands here at the 1-1.
Well, maybe 0.00.
Right.
3%.
Yeah.
Actions to Attila.
Yeah.
The King
I
Jack.
just read Ronaldo's the highest paid athlete in the world. Did I read that?
It's a good punch, though.
Call.
Oh, it is a good punch.
Gonna limp in.
Not too bad.
Ace 5 for Tony. Everyone's gonna be limping in. They're telling them interesting pots.
To make it to the pros.
Doing like
Call.
Yeah.
Check.
old
Option.
trivia with
Check.
Right.
Check.
Like he's just a lot of fun to play cards with, man. Who wants to call the blind man? Like he's
I know.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
hasn't been that wild though so far.
No. So I mean,
That's Corey.
I checked it.
Oh, I checked.
Sorry. Check. Check. Check.
10 bucks.
That's 10. Call. Fold. Call. Fold. Call. Call.
But yeah, he made a shit ton of money. Good guy.
Oh yeah.
And he hasn't finished high school.
Alright, had to step away here. 10-8 for Corey. Trip 8s on this board.
That's okay. Bet is 25.
Hiring at a $25 bet. Corey's also got the check mark here. Tilla ends up having nothing because he was folded. Sorry, I was looking at something else. Brian here with the 6-3 of clubs. Would have had a flush draw on the turn and open-ended. Tony, but had the ace of clubs with the 5 of clubs.
Imagine though if you had that kind of income.
It's looking like everybody is going to fold. Looking like Corey's going to pick up this nice little pot.
Not that you want to be
Shows the 8.
You'd be able to buy.
I think he showed the 8. Showed the 10-8. There you go.
10-8. Nice. I'll let it
Trip black in the spirit of the trips.
Corey picking up some pots here tonight. Not doing half bad. All things considering for tonight for him. So yeah, 42 viewers over on YouTube. I'm gonna go check out some of the stats over there. I want to see what you guys have been up to. I want to see if you guys have been liking. 17 likes. Thank you guys so much. All right, I appreciate that. It's definitely a little higher than what it was a little while ago. See the camera might have froze here. See, we always have little problems with that back camera. But here we are back into the stream. Guys, thank you so much for liking the stream. It just helped kind of push it out to more and more people. So I'm going to put some hearts in the chat for you guys. John says, no looking at my webcam. Not sure what you mean by that. You're talking about me fixing the cameras? Maybe. You can see it on the screen. Your webcam's on the screen in the background. I actually have that TV up in the background mostly so I can see if a camera does go down. Where I'm doing a lot when I'm dealing. That's why you'll see like I don't catch absolutely everything and I'm not quick with everything. Because I'm focusing on entering bets in the tablet and making sure that it's quick enough to actually switch to the next player. Because the players do act quite quickly sometimes and I get kind of behind. So I'm making sure that the camera is properly switching at the time. So I focus on that tablet first. But as I'm shuffling hands, I look up on the TV, making sure that the thing's still recording, right? I can see all the camera angles, make sure the camera angles are all good. And no, I cannot see the players' hole cards. That would be ridiculous. That's just all of the stuff working in the background. Basically, the graphics get overlaid later on another program, so... This is turning into a pretty interesting pot here. Shannon with the pocket threes. Corey with the 8-3 flush draw. Ends up spiking it on the river with that 10 of hearts. Definitely not a card Shannon really wants to see unless he wants to try to bluff at it. But we see that Corey already has the flush. He's going absolutely nowhere. $94 in the middle. Let's see what Corey's going to bet here. Try to get Shannon to call. $55. It's actually not a bad bet. Looks like a value bet, which it is. But it might just be small enough where Shannon might want to look him up. Corey has been playing pretty erratic tonight. Could have any two cards, as we see. He does have 8-3 here. Shannon does make the correct laydown with the pocket threes. Showing the flush. Look at our aggression frequency here. Corey, 52%. Attila, 38%. 33% for Seb. Good old camera glitch here. Looks like it was frozen. I didn't even notice that. I'm gonna go check my
8-3 hearts.
I'm gonna check the stream to make sure it was actually looks like it doesn't get frozen for long. That's okay. That's okay. Move into this next hand. $42 or 42 viewers over on YouTube. Again, thank you guys for tuning in.
You really stayed up long enough. That's what I expect this time of year.
Yeah.
Looks like a bet from Corey, $10 with the 6-3 offsuit. Like everybody's getting involved. Tim's got a nice hand with the ace-5 suited.
Option 2, Attila.
6-2-3.
Check.
2 clubs down on the board.
Check. Put a 10. Call.
Very interesting board as well.
Call. Call. Call.
Still 5 players in this pot. There's the club draw.
Check.
Getting there on the river, $100 in the pot. That 8 actually makes it open-ended here for Seb.
35.
Corey, 6-3 spiking 2 pair on the flop. Not going to like to see that club. Corey's going to want to get a 6 or 3 on the river. How disgusting would that be for Attila? Where he caught up on the turn. John says, I think it's possible your camera may be overheating. It's possible. I'm not sure what's causing it. It's just a little bit strange because I'm running that same program on the exact same type of phone on all of the other angles. right? So it's literally the same phone. So I find it hard to believe that it's overheating. I'm not. I mean, it could be, but I don't understand why, right? So Corey making a $35 bet, getting a called by Attila. Everybody else getting out of the way. We now have a heads-up pot going to the river. The King of Spades, no help to Corey. See what Attila's going to do. If he's going to check it over to Corey. Corey's been fairly aggressive tonight.
Check.
Check.
That is a, oh, it's not even, not a club? Ooh, wow.
Corey, is he going to actually fire here? The club draw did get there on the turn. It was a multi-way pot. Is he going to try to...
I did bet the turn, so that's a good sign. What do we got there?
See if Corey can come to the conclusion to check here. It is a big pot, $170 in the middle. $65 as a bet. It almost looks like a little bit of a value bet. So Corey obviously doesn't put Attila on the flush. Attila's got $206 behind. Attila doing the little sigh, giving a little Hollywood.
Owen says 206.
Corey not liking that. He just knows now that he's got to be beaten this spot.
I'm gonna call.
He calls. Corey makes the call here. He wants to see it.
Nice hand.
Sees the jack high flush. Attila hit the pair in the flush draw on the flop. Corey had two pair. Definitely an unlucky turn for Corey. Attila winning a massive pot, $582 pot, headed his way. Certainly not Corey's night for that. Very interesting. What a pot that turned out to be. A very large pot, especially at this $1 cash game. Corey flopping the two pair. Attila spiking that flush on the turn with Jack 3. Players have been calling stuff with pretty much anything. As we kind of seen, it's almost hard to read at this situation. Very unfortunate indeed. Unfortunately, the screen is frozen. Should be able to get back into the action here in a moment.
Give it a quick shuffle.
I did not see that during editing. My apologies, everybody. Still got 3 viewers over on Facebook. Who's watching over on Facebook?
Yeah,
I'd be interested to see who's over on Facebook.
Hold. I wouldn't know now that it's in the muck. As soon as it hits that muck, yeah, as soon as it hits that, it's like hands down. 15, yeah.
Queen 9 of clubs for Corey, bumping it up to $15. Jack 10 for Seb.
Hold.
Pocket 5s for Tony. Corey's been betting pretty crazy all night. Does Tony don't want to squeeze here with Seb calling behind in the small blind? It's a great spot to squeeze. See if Tony...
All in.
Tony shoves all in. Great spot to squeeze. Big shout out to Tony recognizing that spot. Squeeze play works.
Well, I know. Let me see a flop and then take it. First, I did want to call.
I didn't even do that.
That's kind of a bad card.
I was debating who was
King, Queen, 8. Not really that great of a flop.
I jammed for short.
Not a great flop.
Whether to just make it 60, but I don't have a big enough stack. to
But
just make
it is what it
so I
is,
had
I
to
guess.
Jam or call, and I didn't want to just call. I would've had 200 behind, then I would've made it 60.
Looks like we got a few more minutes of that camera freezing.
That is on set, yep.
And that would be it. My apologies again, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't catch that during my scrubbing of this 5-hour game. But we are moving into the next next hand here.
5 Whoppers.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Whoppers.
Whopper Wednesdays.
As I said, we don't have the greatest of setup. It's definitely a very cheap setup. It's basically I've been trying to do this as cheaply as possible, where this RFID table is so expensive. You know, trying to work out camera works. You see, we got the cell phone sitting right up there, hooked into an adapter, into an HDMI cord, into a camera switcher. Telling you, this system is a pretty wacky one. Got one hell of a pot brewing here. Ace Queen for Attila, Ace King for Shannon. Shannon bumping it up to $15. Attila. Attila calling.
That's a terrible hand.
They're probably good.
Shannon's got a really good hand, so I'm gonna.
Queen 4 or better, you're in. Come on, Tony.
No, it was worse than that.
Definitely a weird flop. A fantastic flop for Corey, though. Open-ended with the club draw. Corey has been certainly on a roller coaster ride
Decent weather tomorrow. I'm glad it's not-
tonight with his chips.
Like, zero's like awesome.
Yeah.
My wife's off tomorrow. I might be able to spend the day with her.
Actually, it's down to Attila. Attila does have the ace of clubs. Fortunately, Shannon has really nothing on that board, so I imagine he'll probably be throwing away the ace king. But Attila is going to continue for $20.
Yeah, well, for sure. Bought my own set of discs there.
So Shannon want to continue. No, Shannon makes the laydown with the ace king. It's a pretty scary board, especially given the action. Now Corey ends up hitting a pair of 10s. Actually increases Attila's outs a little bit. Now a jack will give him a queen high straight. Gets a free card. Spiking that queen on the river, though. Now that's actually going to be a better hand than Corey.
I love the DF course. When I have time,
Corey trying to take a stab at it. $25.
Shannon, want to do it all in Omaha hand? Blind?
Omaha hand blind?
Blind?
No.
All in all,
No, I don't.
Attila hitting the top pair on the river.
We definitely are.
Yeah, I'll go with you sometime.
Yeah, for
A little bit of a scary board with straights and stuff. Attila does make the call.
Nice.
Very interesting pots. We're seeing some wacky hands with some of these
I watch it on YouTube all the time.
some of these players. Corey tends to be smashing pretty much every flop with every garbage hand that he has, and well, unfortunately, it's not paying off. But players are actually getting just catching up on the turn rivers. But he's kind of getting into some weird spots with the with those hands, unfortunately, and that's just kind of the brutal side of poker.
Yeah, we'll play quick.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
It's looking like we're going to be moving into the next hand. Here we go. If you guys are new here, do me a favor and hit that subscribe button. I actually kind of want to see if the bot tricks
That's how I'm gonna harass her.
alerts are actually working on the screen. So if you could, somebody who is not subscribed, just jump into and subscribe to the channel. I just want to see if that alert is actually working. 'Cause it always sends the alerts right at the start of the stream, and it's people who aren't even in the stream at the time. So I find it a little bit weird. I just want to try to figure out what's going on with that.
puts up with a lot for something, right?
Maybe I'll do a little test with the bot tricks while we're in this hand. It's a pretty interesting hand.
Yep.
Brian ends up hitting the top pair with a queen jack.
it sucks to trip on that thing all the time.
Queen 10 for Lorraine ends up hitting a mid pair.
Have you seen those? They're called pizzles. They're like bull dicks, dried bull dicks that you get for your dog to chew on. They're like this big. They're like skinny.
That's 15.
Yeah. Anyway, they're great chew toys.
Oh, are
Since
they?
we told our kids what they are,
Well, you feeling satisfied now, Ted?
Ah, there we go. Oh, I see Botrix is working. Of course, it was just a bot
So it's like a
over on Kick.
pepperoni stick for dogs.
Exactly.
Yeah. King Jack is good.
The old bots over on Kick. I'm not even going to read that
Oh, I
message.
said Queen Jack, sorry.
Kick.
I thought
Queen
it was-
Jack
I thought
beats
it was
Queen
You
Jack.
need to do something about your bots.
I know you're not very good at this game, but you've been playing long enough to know the Queen Jack is.
Always bunch of bots over on Kick. Pretty disappointed.
You need that card that comes in the pack of cards to tell you what piece left.
Isaac says he subscribed about 30 minutes ago.
Pick up some cheat cards.
Interesting. Oh yeah, it did pop up, didn't
Google
it?
it, you can have your phone open.
I think it did pop up. I can't remember. I actually cannot remember if it did or didn't. I'm just understanding like why some of my streaming stuff is not working properly. It's maybe not properly set up or something, but I'll have to figure that out here soon. The stream's getting doing quite well. I mean, we had up to 40 viewers here at one point. Everyone tuning in. I want to make sure the stream is the best it could possibly be. Only going to be improving as we go. I'm interested to see how the stream is going to improve over the next few months. Maybe even adding that extra camera angle, like I said, but I'd like to figure out what's going on with that back camera first before I jump into it.
Shannon's bet for him. I'll put it in for him.
Call.
$8 for a pair draw.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
King 3 versus Tony's Jack 6. Tony has the top pair.
Got him scared, Gee.
Check.
Jacks.
Looking like Tony is going to win that one. Little $21 pot.
I hate it when that happens. When I win, it's not very fun.
Oh, our V-Pips have showed back up. Corey, 75% now. Tony, 70%. Attila, 62. Lorraine, 52. Everyone else is around the 40% mark. Those V-Pips are quite high for a live game.
What's that?
Especially Corey's. That's quite a large one. 75% of the hands played on this table.
Didn't say a word.
I know, it's great.
It was great.
Always good to have Corey on the table for some action. Certainly an action player. Always interested in seeing he's done really well on most of the past streams. Unfortunately, it's not working out for him tonight.
I was doing that, but he said it wasn't his leg.
But we're on hand number 96.
I got all it.
Played 96 hands on this stream thus far.
Now you know why they call them Snuffy.
Next week he's gonna have a camera under the table. That's after hours.
That was for OA fans. Yeah.
Re-raise.
Wow, look at this pot. Ace Queen for Seb, bumping up to $7. Lorraine calling with the 9-6 suited. Tony's got my favorite hand. If you guys were unaware, Pocket Jacks is my favorite hand. It's gonna 3-bet to 35. Corey looking to gamble, makes the call with the Ace-3. Seb's gonna call with the Ace-Queen. Great spot for Tony and the Pocket Jacks against these two players.
Three times.
Both of them have some of their own cards. Really just has to dodge an ace or a queen here. Oh, he's got some spades. Corey ended up hitting the pair of threes. Also has the ace of spades. See what this turn brings. A 4. Now the aces actually have a straight draw. 5 will give them a split straight. Tony's Jacks. Still the best hand. 77% to win this hand.
That's 50.
Seb's gonna take a stab at it. Firing out $50. Either seeing maybe if he can win the pot here, or worst case, he's going to possibly get to a river.
I'll probably be here Friday. Not roughing Fridays. I've been here a lot because I've been reffing all the time, so I haven't had poker. I've been reffing. Like tonight we got canceled because there's no school.
Oh yeah.
So that's why I said I'm in. That's what's
No
best tonight.
school that Friday, really?
No, there's no school today. That's why I'm here tonight.
Oh.
They
Yeah.
canceled today for what? Blowing snow?
Well, it was cold.
Well, it was
man.
icy.
It was cold. and icy.
today,
Like,
too, yeah.
That cold. I mean,
true.
The sidewalks weren't
I
weren't
think
plowed,
the
so they were.
There were many accidents,
yeah.
and they decided the
Kind of talking about the snowstorm here that we just
buses
had.
were going to be late anyway because they would have to clean off their buses and stuff. So it's like, why bother, right? Might as well just cancel.
A lot of us have kids, so we were just kind of talking about how school was canceled today.
$40 buy-in.
So probably something the Americans probably don't really have any problems with. Guys with their nice weather down there in Florida, where Isaac is,
That makes sense.
probably don't get to have any missed school days because of the nice weather. Maybe if hurricanes, that might be the only thing. Certainly wouldn't want to be down there during hurricane season.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good, good fight in the tournament. It's,
Maybe
usually people just buy in for the 40 at the start. If they lose a big pot, they have 1,000 behind or something. Like they can just. Oh, have you? Yeah. Okay. So you know how it works, then. Yeah. Okay.
Tony definitely giving it some thought here. Going into the tank versus Seb, the $50. Seb trying not to give him any information. Basically a statue, not even blinking. Eyes are probably just going to be watering like crazy. It might just be looking like he's crying. Tony might think that it might be a crying call, but it's actually just Seb's eyes watering from him not blinking at all. Looks like a stone cold statue.
$50 is the bet. You folded?
Corey's going to fold the ace-3. Look at that. Seb with his...
Make it good.
Seb didn't want to give him anything. Had a staring contest
No, you just wait to hit and fold.
on nobody. Seb having his own staring contest. Isaac says, somebody call the clock. Somebody call the clock, all right? Tired of watching. I've actually, something I've been thinking about getting is the shot clock. Having it for cash game, though, I don't think a good portion of the players would appreciate having a shot clock on the table. You know, they could have time chips. I think in a tournament, I think it would be fine. Just having like a final table, you know, getting some time chips for a final table, I think it would be totally fine. There are some tanking stuff that happens on the final tables with people with like garbage hands, and it's just something that doesn't really make sense. But I mean, that situation is a little bit unique. Tony actually had the best hand there with the jacks. Was just trying to think that Seb had absolutely nothing. Tony just believed him, believed that he had the king. So a good bet from Seb, convincing Tony that his jacks were no good there. It's also a multi-way pot.
The king or the ace, and I was trying to work in my. That's why I took so long. I'm trying to work in my head which one you had. And at the end of the day, I just decided to take the king.
Someone bear it up or no one.
Check.
Not sure what anybody has here.
That turn was a perfect bluff.
It's like
For an ace.
he actually has the highest percentage. She has the 2 overcards.
That's why I'm not calling.
Queen Jack.
I'm shoving or folding, right? I'm then gonna put
Shannon
that on
has
the table
10-9,
for $100
open-ended.
to buy.
There's the open-ended check mark for Shannon.
I'm gonna give myself a backdoor winner.
What's that?
Corey hitting the pair of 6s.
I'm gonna give myself a backdoor winner.
Yeah.
Shannon firing out $12.
I believed you that time. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
Check.
It was perfect check on the flop, because the check on the flop looks you want me to do a
All the
continuation
way
of that.
to value town. Nice. Pretty good.
I should have jammed on the flop.
Shannon picking up a nice little pot with hitting that straight.
There was only one over, it was a perfect flop to jam, and I didn't do it. I fucked that hand up royally.
That little screen is getting annoying. I wish I would have caught that. That's a little bit too long, so my apologies, everybody, for that that screen being kind of a little bit wacky. It's hard to tell because that screen is actually frozen on the screen, so it looks like the screen from my end is fine, but it's not. So it's one of those difficult things during the camera switching, as you can kind of see in the TV in the background. But it is what it is. We're going to quickly move it into the next hand here. I can hear the dealing already going. Here we go. Hand number 98, Queen Jack for Seb. It's going to bet it to $5. A dealer-friendly bet. Going to get a couple callers. Tony's going to call with the King 7. King 8 for Lorraine.
Re-raise to 11.
It's looking like Brian's going to bump it up, though. Pocket 6s. Bumps it up to $11. Corey folds. Attila's getting involved with the 7-3 off.
Call.
Brian making a joke. Did anybody fold? No, it doesn't look like it. There's what, 7 players into the pot? Little nuts. Queen 6 queen. What a flop for Brian.
Check.
Flopping the boat. Seb, Queen Jack. 2 clubs down on the board. Tim hits a flush draw as well. Everybody hit a little piece of it. Well, some people hit a piece of it. My God, what a dream flop for Brian. Really just making sure that Seb doesn't hit a queen or a jack here, or a paired turn river. Should be okay. Seb bets $40. Options to Brian now. Brian's gonna call. Actions to Tim now. 9-3 is drawing dead. 0% to win this hand, but he has a 9-high flush. Flush draw. Is he gonna throw it away? It's a big pot, $158. $40 to call. Got to be a little bit worried here. It's a paired board. You have to be careful. Tim giving it some thought. Throws it away, making the correct laydown. Good laydown, Tim.
Like you say, I'm just glad they're putting me out. I don't feel
Queen or jack now.
Later tomorrow. Good game, Sean. Good game.
Yeah, Shannon, thanks for coming.
One buy, one bullet.
Actions to Seb.
You guys.
Yes,
See
yeah.
Hi,
you,
Sharon.
Shannon.
Careful the driveway, it's pretty icy.
Have a good night. Drive safely.
That ace coming down. A little bit of worrisome
into an
card
axe,
in a way. You don't want to see that ace come down on the river for Brian. He's going to try to go for some value. $80. Obviously, you might think that Seb has some sort of queen here.
I take the fishing until hopefully you wouldn't come back.
Might be a little bit worried about like an ace queen, but
What? You want to feed me to the fish? I'm gonna be the bait.
You're the bait.
Seb does make the call here. Seb's really looking for an ace, queen, or jack. Doesn't get it. His backdoor flush gets completed.
I didn't know we were in New York.
Seb's gonna check. Seb seems a little bit suspicious here with the queen, with Brian constantly firing into him.
One hand I don't like, so I better check. I got a vote.
Wow, Brian checks behind.
I
Wow.
want to see ace queen, man. I knew you had a queen, but I didn't want to see fucking ace queen.
Oh my goodness.
Bet that's good.
Unbelievable. Brian definitely losing out on quite a bit of value there. $318 in that pot.
When it gets to me, it's going to be 3, 4.
Unbelievable. Making that fold with the pocket sixes.
Or I'll call.
Or sorry, not making the fold, but making just checking behind, being worried about ace queen. Wow.
Now,
A little bit of value lost there with the sixes. But he had some sort of weird feeling. Sometimes you have to go with your gut.
We are going
Still won a decent sized pot there.
to San Francisco.
Do a tilt. Check.
Looking like we got ourselves a little $43 pot. Kind of an interesting board. 6, 5, 8, 2 hearts. Looks like Seb hit top pair here.
Fold.
He's gonna fire a little $25 bet.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
You heard that Phil Hellmuth is not playing the World Series this year.
Yeah.
He announced it today, yesterday.
Really?
See what Attila probably. I imagine you're gonna muck this hand here too with the ace two.
Drag out holes and
Throws that away. Seb's little $25 bet wins him a nice sized pot.
No, he just said he didn't want to do. He couldn't. Phil
You
Hellmuth-
couldn't do the main event or any of them.
Oh yes.
The main event. He's not playing the main event.
Okay, just that one.
Talking about Phil Hellmuth. Actually, I'm curious to know what you guys think about that. If you guys seen Phil Hellmuth's video about how he's not playing the main event this year. He brought up some very good points in that video about how it was basically an endurance game now because it was so long. You know, you're playing 12 hours a day, and he had said that he just talked to so many people that were just from like an older generation, I guess, and said that the 12 hours was just really a lot day after day. So it was pretty interesting to kind of hear Phil's take on that, and I actually agree with him. I think he's not wrong in that situation. It kind of does put the older generation a little bit at a disadvantage because of the endurance stuff. I'd be interested to hear maybe like what you guys might think that they could do as a possible change to the WSOP main event. Maybe they start the day ones, you know, right at the start of the WSOP and make it pretty much a month-long main event. Maybe they already do that, and I just didn't know that. But kind of put a priority on the main event and kind of spreading out the days. And then basically they have a day's rest, and you know, they can really focus on that main event instead of going to play all the other WSOP games. I just know, like, where he says it's an endurance thing, I find it kind of a little bit weird because they do play quite a bit of WSOP events to try to go after those bracelets. They do try to go after, like, I know Phil's notorious for playing the 7-deuce game. Raise the buy-in, yeah. I mean, honestly, yeah, you could definitely do that. Make it 25,000, right? Inflation, right? Inflation for poker. $25,000. That's what Paradise did, right? Paradise Poker. They had that pretty much. I mean, it was a huge prize pool. Liv Baree, we ended up seeing her. She doesn't play very much poker anymore, but she ended up doing quite well. Everybody was happy to kind of see her back. Did very well at the Paradise. I think she got 6, I think, but she made a few million there, which was nice.
He's shorting me. He's trying to short me.
Got me.
It's been 10 forever. Yeah. Yeah, it's been 10K for a while. But I mean, they also kind of introduced like the one drop, right? That $1 million buy-in tournament. You know, that was definitely like, to me, that was like almost the main event, really, watching the one drop. I'm glad Daniel kind of made it to,
Check.
I think he got second place against Justin Bonomo.
Everyone's trying to trap.
Antonio Esfandiari ended up, I think, winning the first one. You know, he's actually kind of, he's a player I enjoyed watching.
It's pretty much what you can get for a max.
I'm a big fan of him. So I'm not really paying attention to the action here. Seb with the Queen 10,
Yeah, start with that. Start.
bumping it up to $30.
You can start with 40 if you want. Yeah, if you want to use your 5, you can use your whatever.
Tony with the Ace 5.
Yeah, I know it's a weird thing, but it kind of gives everyone a chance to kind of make their own strategy, right? So
Heads up ahead of time.
Tony folding.
Was a wink over there?
No wink? He didn't wink at me.
7-5 suited for Guy, or as the graphics say, one guy,
No.
showing his seat number. One guy here making the call for $30 with his open-ended, looking for a 9 or a 4. Can he hit it on the river? He does not. Seb actually ends up smashing 2 pair. Completes the heart draw, though. Gonna play it a little bit safe. So Guy really his only chance to win this pot.
bet is 65.
$65 bet. Can't see how Seb can actually fold this, though. Seb's trying to debate whether or not he actually hit the flush. It was a great card for Guy to fire here on the river, completing that flush.
What? What do you mean? No, I don't get the fuck, dude. I don't fucking know what happened probably. We're at this point, so I kind of know.
I think he's
Seb,
just-
wow, Seb ends up folding. Gee's bluff gets through. He shows the bluff too. 7-5, little smirk from Gee and knows he got that bet through.
Wow.
Pocket twos for Brian.
Bet 2.
Limping in.
Call.
The $2.
Call.
Seems like something someone would.
It's the only move I got. Yeah. I wasn't gonna call the 30, but I was open-ended, and I thought.
Actions of
A river do pair.
Check.
And, yeah.
Check.
Rush was over
Bet is.
When you checked, I already had my mind made up that I was betting.
Like
when
Tim
you-
hit a
if
pair
you
of
raised
10s here with the
it,
Jack
I was-
10. Lorraine flopping a king high flush draw. A nut flush draw, really, because the ace is down on the board. Still a little $5 bet. Building this pot
Check. Check. Check.
at 3.
Check.
Certainly not a very good card.
Check.
Ace coming down. A little bit of a scare card. Nobody has an ace.
Poker G attacks.
Check.
10 ball.
Check. Pair 10.
Jack 10. Tim probably going to pick up this little pot here with Jack 10. A bit surprising with the multi-way. There's a lot of outs down on the board. Lorraine was looking for a heart.
Right.
Brian was looking for a 5.
Oh, I saw that flop.
There we go.
Right.
There we go. We finally got that
I was
camera
shocked that
fixed.
you shoved all in,
My
though.
apologies. Thank you guys for your patience on that.
What else do I do there?
I'll try to keep a better eye on that next time.
Or even maybe
Uh,
there, maybe. I'm thinking, right?
But where it froze, it was a little bit hard to
That's
see.
what I'm
But
saying. I said, nice hand, nice hand. I wasn't mad about it at all. There's no other way to play that.
little Nightbot sharing the Amazon affiliate store,
Head face up, you'd be like, how do you?
showing all of the awesome live streaming equipment and stuff that we use, and all the poker accessories like the poker chips and, well, not these specific chips. I have 2 sets. I have a cash set and a
I
tournament
was
set.
happy to hear you say all in when I
This
already-
cash set is actually a little bit of a specialty set from Apache Poker.
Oh, that was a nice hand. I didn't
So
expect
shout out
that.
to them.
I thought you had like maybe a pair with a flush draw or
Right,
something like
right.
that. That's what I thought. So when you snap, I'm like, I'm dead. As soon as you call, I'm like, I'm dead. There's no way I'm not dead here. I'm not dead.
First.
It's still nerve-wracking. They
Right,
get 2
right.
cards to come to hit your cards.
Check.
like,
Check.
25.
Top pair for Tim with Jack 10 again.
It was like,
Jack 10 seems to be working for him. Has the best hand here, multi-way. Fires at a $25 bet.
Bet 25. Just me. Yep.
Basically a half pot bet. Corey's gonna let it go. See, Tim would have actually hit a jack on the turn. Would have given him a trip.
You wait away.
Yeah. Very interesting. Tim slowly building up his stack again. He started the cash game up quite a bit. And won a really big hand right at the start of the cash. Seemed to kind of dwindle down a little bit though. Just couldn't catch any cards. It seems to be doing all right now. Moving to the next hand.
When you get a good table too, it's a lot.
Or, yeah. Yes. Call.
I really enjoyed playing in Vegas, man. I really did.
Oh, I love it.
It's really, really cool over there. There wasn't
Call.
even on the cash game, there wasn't really a lot of craziness.
Check. Check.
I hear it's a lot of loose, like, falling out and stuff.
Check.
It depends, yeah.
But it's fun. I love it. I love going there.
Bet 10.
Right.
I mean,
Some casino tables.
win or lose, to
some
me, it's like-
casino that would love to be on. That's
Tony moving all in.
Yeah.
10-6.
Twice your
Hit the top pair for Tony. Lorraine flopping the straight.
I'd love to play that.
117. Looks like.
Me?
Yep.
Call.
Call.
Lorraine flopping the straight.
Ladies first.
Just a 7. Low end.
Looks like Tony is going to be eliminated.
Straight.
Ah, thank God I had straight 7.
Dirty board.
Great. Definitely a great board for Lorraine. Flopping that straight. Tony, fortunately, couldn't make it happen tonight. Ends up busting out for the night. The stream is winding down. You can kind of see some of the players. Not too much action so far. I'd like to see what's see if somebody wants to punt near the end. That would be interesting.
Is that a Straddleton?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
$8 from Attila.
A little bit. It's a little-
Ace King suited. Very nice hand. See if he can flop a royal. Kevin Martin's been doing his royal flush. Shorts there, trying to hit a royal flush and adding money to the pool. Certainly he's proving that it is very rare and very hard to hit.
Yeah, Tony, thank you for coming.
Great flop for Attila. Top pair. Backdoor heart draw as well. Ryan has a pocket 8s. Middle card between the 7 and the 9. Definitely has some cards that could come down on the turn that would help him out. Like a 6 or a 10. Even an 8 would be great. Attila firing out $24. It's gonna get everybody to fold though. Nobody wants to play. Looks like a 4 and an ace would have came down. Attila would have taken down that pot. With the 2 pair on the river.
Seven.
Very nice hand. Good old ace king suited. It's always a fun hand. It's always a good hand I like to look down at. I tend to go broke on it though because I don't fold. I'm sorry. Okay, I have a problem folding.
You're so tired. Okay, well, good. Bet high this time. Now we know.
My head.
A lot of big stacks here for a 1-1 game. See, Guy's got about $317 behind.
All you can eat, baby.
Ryan's got $575 behind. Corey's going all in here, $75.
Let me check.
Tilla's got $688. This is a 1-1 game, guys. This is like, I mean, mind you, it's the end of the night. Just goes to show like how awesome it is. Break-free games.
10 more times.
Whatever. Yeah, whatever you guys want to do.
White's good.
Keep the games legal. So much money on the table.
Start the car.
Keeps the game fun as well.
Back to the range.
I wish I had one of those automatic ones.
I thought it was it, but
Good investment this time of year. Good investment this time of year.
Yeah.
Always a fun stream. Glad to have everybody tuning in and joining this live cash game. It's the first time anybody's seen this. Seen this video. We get to see everybody's hole cards throughout the night. Watching a nice little low stakes game.
4 hands. One more.
Try to see as many hands as we can per hour. Luckily, we've been right above the with running the tablet and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of somewhat slows things down occasionally, but we're running basically 20 on average, about 22 hands an hour, which is pretty half decent. Obviously, the hands would go, you know, if people tank and stuff, it kind of eats into that hands per hour. But still, 22 hands per hour for a full table game is not too bad.
Pocket might have 3 pair. Another 10 will keep.
It's not terrible.
No improvement. We needed to improve something. We didn't in the end.
Cash games tends to see, we've seen quite a bit of multi-way pots in here too. That does actually occasionally slow things down as well. But that's pretty typical for a low stakes game. 22 hands per hour, not terrible.
My garage is
I'd like to see it upwards to 25 at least. But do my best. I do my best. You know, there's a lot going on, a lot of stuff being run in the background, a lot of things I have to watch for. So, so it's not too bad. I'll give a shout out to myself for dealing. I was a little bit flustered, dealing this there after that Omaha situation. So I wasn't as focused as I should have been.
I'm 2 for 2 there. First time I went.
More focused on trying to get the players in many hands as possible.
Yeah.
Time me and Ben were 1-2.
Sorry.
16.
He's supposed to have that one in March.
Corey bumping it up to $16 here with pocket sixes.
I'll try to make that
I
one.
like going there. I like his game.
Right.
And to host a game
16.
is
Oh,
a
it's a lot of
fucking
work.
pain in the
You're
ass.
right,
man.
it is. You're right.
I don't enjoy it as much
Yeah,
anymore.
Dave
No.
knows all about that.
Yeah.
Give me some money.
Oh, you got the
It
best.
is,
I'm gonna waste
just,
$16.
Yeah, I just don't have fun. I used to host all the time, and I just don't have fun anymore.
Talking about hosting poker tournaments. It is indeed a pain in the ass trying to get, as Tony would say, the riffraff, getting the riffraff together to have a game. Everybody's usually pretty picky with their tournaments.
Check.
seems like the place where
I always enjoyed hosting. I love having people over. This is why it's like the poker room has been kind of like slowly upgrading, I guess. You know, all the tables and everything you kind of see, I have kind of built all myself. I built this RFID table myself. I built the streaming setup myself. You know, this is definitely a one-person setup. That's why you see me behind the camera doing the commentary.
Practice starting. Good luck.
Or Tryon? I don't even know what that means, Jetto. I don't get it. But always, I'd like to see. I'm glad you're here in the comments, though. The comment section has been a little bit dead. I've been talking to myself for a while. I know you guys are joining me, watching the game. We've got 35 viewers over on YouTube, so big shout out to you guys. You guys are killing it tonight over on the viewership, dominating all the other social medias. So, oh, action! Talk about action.
Yeah, he was
Good action. Yes, there's actually a lot of good action here at the table.
He's getting tired.
Yeah.
Kenny, after 6 hours of
Yep.
playing.
Right.
Talking about hosting, we were kind of talking about hosting games and stuff, and I love it. I like seeing people. It's my way to kind of get together and see everybody, and I love playing poker, and I love just seeing everybody. Unfortunately, I don't play in my own games because I do the live streaming. I have to take care of the final table and all the streaming stuff. And not that I like to brag, I feel like I'm a pretty half decent player at my own games, so I tend to do quite well. So I don't want to make it to a final table, which is usually about half the field. Usually we get around 20 players. You know, I make final table and I have to run all the streaming stuff. So that's why I don't play in my own tournaments. You know, sometimes I do when it's not streaming, but again, I do this for the community, do this for the local community. And I partly do it for myself because I love doing it and it is a passion of mine. So, and maybe it's a little bit selfish, but you know, you have a passion, and I'm able to kind of share it with the community. So at the end of the day, it's they've been very grateful for what I've been doing and very excited. So a big shout out to the local community supporting me and allowing this stream, and big shout out to you guys watching, because that support means the world. Because if I had 0 viewers right now, not sure I'd still be doing this. So big shout out to you guys in the chat joining me. Yeah, but I do like to run tournaments. I like to run occasionally. You know, every I think it's like every Friday night I'll do like a $40 buy-in, $40 rebuy, $40 add-on type tournament. But Jetto says, "You going to the WSOP this year?" No, I've actually never been to Vegas. Believe it or not, it's a bit. I don't like telling people that because I've been playing poker for a long time. I've never been to Vegas. It's definitely just hasn't been a good time. Just with the exchange rate right now, I'm from Canada, so our Canadian dollar just doesn't work well down there. if I was gonna go play poker anywhere, it'd probably be the playground. That's actually not too far away. I think it's like a 15-hour drive away from where I am. I'd probably go play at the playground. Maybe to one of the WPT events that they host there. I'd actually like to go to that event just so I could kind of see, meet some of the staff from the WPT and kind of network a little bit. Because what I'm doing here is pretty unique. That's an interesting skill set. Not many people have it. So definitely would probably poke up some interest and maybe some sponsorships as well. So I'd like to kind of go down there. Jetto says, I think you got called out on our poker. So that helped you. Just got to be consistent for a year and see what happens. Can't stop after 2 and 3 months. Yes, I agree. I agree with you there, Jetto. Basically, the reason why it did stop for 2 or 3 months was basically because I was trying to get this live streaming up and running, and now it's to a point where I can do it, right? So you're going to be seeing all the consistent games. I was like filming the games before. I was having to go back and do all the editing, go through we played 100 hands on this stream. I'd have to go back every 100 hands and like edit every clip, every shot, everything. So it was taking me too much time, and it wasn't getting the views, and it wasn't worth my time. So that's why I had to take a little bit of a break and kind of refocus and re-strategize about how to get this live streaming stuff up and running, which we did. And now we're to a point where we're running consistently, and I'm hoping we're going to start seeing some. And we just started that like basically in December, I guess, or January. I think mid-January. I think is once we got it started up again. So yeah, and we've only been running it for a couple months, and we've been seeing quite a success. You know, as you've seen, we had 35 up to like 42 viewers here on YouTube, and I'm streaming on Facebook, Twitch, and Kick at the same time. So glad everything is working. I'm glad everything is full steam ahead. Basically, is all I have to say about that. We're going to be posting a ton of content. John saying St. Mary's is only about an hour or two away and hosts regular tournaments. I'm going to be honest with you, John. I don't like these structures on St. Mary's. I think they're garbage. Playing a $300, $350 tournament and starting with 100 big blinds and blinds doubling every hand is not a good structure. Not in my opinion. Not for $300. I don't. Yeah. If I'm going there, you know, I got to be starting at least with 200 big blinds if I'm playing a tournament like that. So unfortunately, you guys won't be seeing me in St. Mary's in a while until those structures change. That's just my opinion on it. I'd like to go up there. Actually, I probably might see me up there to play some cash. I'd like to take a drive, and I get a lot of messages from the players from Fredericton, so I'd like to actually go up there and meet the community. That's been on my list, my to-do list for a while now. Actually, since the summer for sure. I just haven't made the drive out to Fredericton to go play. Jetto says, can you say what you do for your job and type of employment? Yeah, so basically I used to do a bunch of warehouse work. Got let go from doing that, which was a bit of a shock to me. Had a little bit of a falling out with the company that I worked for.
Oh yeah, sorry, Seb.
So they ended up letting me go, and basically it was right around the time that I just started this and started the YouTube, and I finished building the RFID table, and basically was kind of doing all this stuff. So now I kind of just, you know, take my time and work on this, I guess. This is kind of this isn't really my end goal. This was never meant to be any kind of way of employment, but this is kind of what I do, I guess, for now. But I'm actively looking for jobs. Like, I want to be able to take all this poker stuff and just kind of build on it. So this is what I do for a job, believe it or not, for now. Jetto says, yeah, that RFID is sick. I bet it was hard. And how did you learn to do that? Trial and error, my friend. That's all it was. trial and error.
Well, Seb's kind
It
of
was
known.
just trying to put it all together. I have a little bit of carpentry experience, so that's kind of how I built all the tables and stuff. So I have a bunch of woodworking tools. And ladies and gentlemen, it's looking like that was the last hand. Fortunately, we have a few more seconds left before this stream ends. I want to just reach out to you guys, tell you guys thank you so much for joining me on this stream. I'm loving this of what I'm doing, and we're really just trying to build it. It's a unique stream. It's a unique 1-1 stream, and you know, your guys' support from all the social medias and stuff helps me so much. So I really hope to give back to you guys at some point. I want to kind of get some merch. I want to do some giveaways. I want to get a custom deck of cards made, all that kind of stuff. So we have new things that are coming. So stay tuned, stay subscribed, because you guys are going to be seeing a lot of new content coming in the future. So again, thank you. I am your host and commentator, Dave Frazier, signing out for the